everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
The Elden Lord will not die alone. Novel summary. Ring plus infinite flow plus orange, transmigrated to the world of Elden Ring, waking up in a drifting graveyard, becoming a blind prophet. Initially thinking he was just an unknown fated one climbing the path to kingship, he unexpectedly discovers as the plot unfolds that he is Melina's older sister. So, as someone destined to become the king of Elden, how can one person take on the whole world alone? Beneath the royal city of Rodel, a million-strong army roams the mountains and plains, banners fluttering, drums beating. Monked. Standing before you are Mia the Sun, Lani the Moon Princess, Maelnia the Scarlet Valkyrie, Ratine the Shattered Star General, and Grek the Prince of Stoneville. Also standing before you are Artoria Pendragon, the Night King of Britain, Karl Franz, the Emperor of the Mortal Empire, Thorin Oakenshield, King of the Lonely Mountain, Thor, son of Odin, Kratos, the White God of War, Mont. Fine, relatives aside, where the hell did you find all these random guys? Planned otherworldly destinations, in no particular order: Warhammer Fantasy, The Hobbit/Lord of the Rings, Type Moon Universe, God of War, Norse mythology. Pending, Konosuba, God's blessing on this wonderful world, Overlord Undead King list being updated. Chapter 1 to 30. The Elden Lord does not die alone. Author, Pale. Synopsis. Elden Ring plus Infinite World plus Yuri. Transported to the world of Elden Ring, waking up in the stranded graveyard, and turned into a blind prophet. I thought I was just a nameless tarnished climbing the path to becoming a lord, but as the plot progressed, I discovered I was actually Melina's older sister. Well then, as someone destined to become the Elden Lord, why on earth would I take on the whole world alone? Beneath the royal capital Leyndell, a million-strong army covers the hills and fields, banners fluttering, drums thundering. Morgoth. Standing before you are Mia the Sun, Lunar Princess Runni, Maelnia the Blade of Miquella, Starscourge General Radon, and Prince Godric of Stormvale. Plus Artoria Pendragon, King of Knights from Britain, Karl Franz, Emperor of the Empire of Mun, Thorin Oakenshield, King under the Mountain, Thor, son of Odin and God of Thunder, and Kratos, the White Ghost of Sparta. Morgoth. I'll ignore the relatives, but where the hell did you find so many inexplicable fellows? Scheduled other worlds, in no particular order. Warhammer Fantasy, The Hobbit/Lord of the Rings, Type Moon World, God of War, Norse Saga. TBD, Konosuba, God's blessing on this wonderful world, Overlord. List updating. Chapter 1. After being hit, it's inevitable that. Don't worry, Torrent, there's still hope. I have finally found you, the lost scion. I hope that you can become the Elden Lord. Lying on the cold stone floor, feeling the icy water soak into her back while staring at the dark rocky dome of the cave, Mia realized she had been transported to another world. Recognizing such a thing within the first minute of opening one's eyes was no small feat. Most people, in the first moment of experiencing this, would probably think it was a prank or that they had been kidnapped. If Mia were to think that, it would be unnecessary. Firstly, this girl didn't have any prank-playing friends to begin with. Secondly, considering the public safety of her motherland, Mia immediately ruled out kidnapping. And there was a third reason. Anyone who frequently reads web novels or watches anime knows that being transported after being hit by a truck is perfectly normal. As for how she was killed by a mudhead truck and sent here, that's a story that starts a little while ago. Our protagonist, as you can tell from the name, Mia, surname Mi, is female. She has no interest in men. She is 20 years old, a student, and doesn't usually work out. Besides that, she's an Elden Ring lore expert, a gaming uploader, and an occasional part-timer for the Atmosphere crew at Starbucks. That day, she was sitting in a cafe as usual, preparing material for her next video. Then she heard a piercing horn, followed by screams from the people around her. When she looked up, the last image burned into her mind was a green-plated sedan with a shiny silver T logo, smashing through the cafe glass and charging straight for her face. Then, opening her eyes again, she found herself in the current situation. In summary, Mia knew she had been transported within a minute just by looking at the ceiling. Transported, huh? So, where is this? Mia sat up. At a glance, she saw a small, entirely golden tree ahead. The trunk was golden, the branches were golden, with an amber-like texture, growing brightly amidst the rubble of this cave. Is this divine retribution for overanalyzing the game's lore? The moment Mia saw the scenery, she knew she had arrived in the world of Elden Ring, and she was currently in the starting location, the stranded graveyard. Well, theoretically, it wasn't the first starting location. Was that good news? Because at least she hadn't spawned directly in the chapel of anticipation to be brutally beaten by a scripted boss. But was being transported really a good thing? A while later, Mia slumped on a high-backed chair by the edge of a ledge in the cave, a translucent ghost beside her looking at her in confusion. There was a famous saying in a neighboring circle. Hearing they've been transported to the Warhammer world, a fan cries like a snotling. Mia felt that transporting into Hidetaka Miyazaki's world was about the same as transporting into Warhammer. Both were desperate worlds on the brink of collapse and destruction. And perhaps, the Warhammer world might even be more comfortable. At least there, a person still had a chance to live a peaceful life. But in Elden Ring. As an Elden Ring expert, Mia considered herself to have some understanding of this world. The order of the Erd tree that sustained the world had shattered, and the cycle of souls was broken. Decaying bodies were cages for imprisoned souls, torturing the sanity of the residents of the lands between. Those wandering the fields were all muddled, hollow spirits. Ancient glory had long since departed, and the air only made one feel desolate and suffocated. That was the kind of world it was. Mia didn't think she possessed the power of a tarnished, she was just an ordinary student. Why were the other worlds in anime always sunny with green grass and blue skies? But she had come to such a hellhole. I want to go home. Being transported wasn't good at all. How was it at home? Her parents must know she's dead, right? What about her younger sister? And her grandparents? I'm hungry. Yes, hunger. Only this feeling existed outside of thought, and within reality. So the fact that she had been transported also existed. Was there any room for reversal? If she woke up after a nap and could return to her original world, only to find herself in the ICU, half dead. Thinking about it that way, she didn't really want to go back. Humans are contradictory creatures. Furthermore, this transportation didn't seem to bring only bad things. The biggest change was her body. It had changed from her original disappointing, flat-chested 20-something figure into a body with skin like white jade and bones like soft shoots, a girl of 13, or 14, no longer a lowly but not quite a young woman. Running her hand through a long strand of hair, the golden, slightly curly hair was as smooth as a cat's fur. The only problem was, she was the kind of flawed beautiful girl that Miyazaki-san so loves. Mia was a blind person who could only see through a mysterious cloth strip covering her eyes. If she took the cloth off, everything was pitch black. It wasn't that Mia didn't like the flawed type. But, forget it, whatever. As long as she could see while wearing the cloth, it was fine. If this was a reincarnation after death, then being able to live again was truly a stroke of luck. Although she would definitely have to experience combat in this world. Then let it come. She died young in her previous life. In this life, she had to make a name for herself. She wanted to do something great, to achieve something that an earthling in her previous life could never have done. First, let's set the goal of becoming the Elden Lord. Mia stood up and looked herself over. This outfit seemed to be the starting gear for a prophet. Eyes covered with a cloth strip, wearing tattered yellow robes and not even any shoes. The wooden wheel around the neck and the heavy iron shackles on the hands were missing. Was this Miyazaki's mercy? After all, letting a petite and lovely girl walk around with a big, clunky neck shackle and iron chains, that kind of playstyle was a bit too mature and inappropriate. The soul whose seat had been usurped saw Mia seemingly fired up with fighting spirit, and tactfully stepped forward, tarnished, jumped down. Go and fight, and reclaim your memories as a warrior. A warrior? Mia looked down into the cave below. The Cave of Learning, the tutorial-like area in the game. As a Souls expert who had cleared the game countless times, the mere Cave of Learning would surely be no problem. Mia took a deep breath. She leaped down into the cave. Splat. Head first. The soul guiding the tarnished poked its head over the edge of the ledge, looking at Mia below, whose neck was twisted at an acute angle, and shook its head helplessly. A while later, Mia's body slowly turned into dust and dissipated. The end. Just kidding. Chapter 2. Is this a newbie gift pack? Wha? Mia jerked upright from the ground. Still the cave, the puddles, the Erd tree sapling. The moment she sat up, she felt her head. Did she just jump into the Cave of Learning and fall to her death? How embarrassing. She swallowed hard in awkwardness. Chapter 2. I hope only I know about this. The ghost sitting on the chair stole a glance back at the lively girl, then quickly averted its gaze before she noticed. Experiencing death for the first time, surprisingly, it wasn't painful at all. Wait, including being hit by the car, this is the second time. Both times resulted in instant death, with no sensation of pain whatsoever. This left Mia feeling a bit lightheaded. With Marika's grace, is death really nothing more than this? She then walked to the edge of the Cave of Learning once more. She couldn't embarrass herself this time. Looking down, she saw that there was indeed a way down into the cave. On a corner of the cliff face, there was a protrusion. She could jump onto that ledge first and then jump to the bottom. That should be safer. With that thought, Mia put her plan into action. With a thud, the girl's bare feet landed on the cliff's protrusion. Hiss, the vibration of the impact made her legs go numb, causing her to grimace in pain. But that was it. For some reason, though she used to tremble all over just walking barefoot on a pebble path, now, jumping from a height of 2 or 3 meters onto sharp-edged gravel, the pain was not unbearable. She only realized she wasn't wearing shoes because of the sensation. Is this the constitution of the tarnished? She hooked her leg back to check the sole of her foot. Aside from being a bit dirty and slightly red, there weren't even any calluses or scratches. It was soft and tender. Then, let's keep jumping down. 1, 2. Splash. There was a shallow layer of standing water at the bottom of the cave, just covering the tops of her feet. In this secluded cave, the seeping water was crystal clear. Looking around, the skeletons peeking out from several scattered stone coffins were eerily white. Yet, Mia didn't find it particularly frightening. After all, she was someone who couldn't even die now. She glanced up at the cave entrance. At this moment, she felt like a frog in a well. Lifting her legs to step forward, she entered the deep, dark cave. The golden grace was right before her eyes. A floating, golden light. It gave off a warm and pleasant feeling, just like the morning sun that had just risen, intertwined with the gauzy morning mist. The moment she saw that light, Mia involuntarily reached out her hand toward it. As her slender fingers touched the light, a strange tingling sensation spread through her entire body. Mia couldn't help but shiver, and immediately after, a powerful wave of dizziness rushed into her mind. That feeling came from the grace. For some reason, Mia felt a certainty in her heart, as if the dizziness could be conducted from her arm straight to her brain. After the trance passed, she was still touching that warm light. Her mind gradually cleared, and she felt her entire body filled with energy. Her once empty stomach was now filled with a sense of satiety. The power of grace flowed through her limbs and bones, bringing Mia a familiar sense of comfort. She shuddered. All right, time to move forward. With a stretch of her right hand, a short spear appeared in her grasp. She spun it with a flourish, the butt of the spear tapping the ground. She had thought about enough messy things. From now on, the official conquest of the novice tutorial begins. Wait. The girl suddenly looked at the spear in her right hand with a look of surprise. This seemed to have been pulled out from some kind of space. And those practiced movements when she swung it. It was so natural, as if she had done it countless times. When did these memories appear in her mind? Was it the dizziness from that light just now? Had it imparted such knowledge to her in that instant? Mia opened her mouth in disbelief. Take it out like this. She closed her left hand as if grasping something, then turned it over, right. A pattern appeared in her palm, suspended like a hologram. Familiar with the game, she knew this was the illusory sacred seal of the Erd tree. After a brief flash, the Erd tree sacred seal vanished. This seal did not have a physical form. But Mia subconsciously realized that as long as she cast a prayer, the sacred seal would reappear in her hand. Shouldn't a prophet's starting equipment be the finger seal? This. Give it a try. Mia followed the memories the light had given her, looked around, and then faced the watery clearing where she had come down. Concentrating, the sacred seal in her hand reshaped itself, emitting a golden light. The girl muttered in her heart, "Ignite." She thrust her left hand forward, boom. A burst of scorching flames erupted from her hand, covering a conical area several meters in front of her. The bright fire swept over the standing water, vanishing in an instant and sending up a large cloud of steam. Heat rushed toward her, but instead of fear, Mia felt exceptionally excited. What other prayers can I cast? Urgent heal. Although she wasn't injured, Mia still felt her spirits lift after casting this prayer. These two were the starting skills carried by the prophet class in the game. But clearly, the memories the light had passed to her contained more than just these two prayers. Several auxiliary prayers from the Erd tree branches were in her mind. Filled with interest, Mia wanted to try every prayer she knew. Mia gripped the sacred seal. That was the first step. She would cast the prayer according to the method conveyed to her by the memories within the grace. Golden Vow. This was a prayer that could protect allies and increase attack and defense power. She raised her hand, letting the light of the sacred seal be revealed to the world. A phantom of the Erd tree symbol appeared above her head, and golden light spilled out from the phantom in all directions. It worked. Blessing of the Erd tree. A high-level Erd tree prayer that covers all nearby allies and increases damage negation for all attributes. This time, a massive Erd tree symbol appeared on the ground, and rising golden brilliance surrounded her. There's more. Blessing of the Erd tree. Grace of the Erd tree. Wrath of gold. Just as she was about to keep trying, before the joy could even fully rise. Guh. Mia suddenly felt a violent twitch in her chest. Her heartbeat seemed to have lost all rhythm. It hurts so much. Her limbs were almost stiff. Trembling, Mia supported herself with her short spear and knelt down, struggling to breathe. In that instant, she felt like she was going to die. Huff, huff. Is the FP bar empty? Blessing of the Erd tree truly is a high-level prayer. The girl staggered to the side of the grace and reached out to touch it. Under the nourishment of the light, Mia's discomfort quickly faded. Phew, she lay down on a flat rock near the grace. Her body wasn't tired, but her heart was a bit exhausted. An empty FP bar was truly miserable. Speaking of which, she should have a flask of sacred tears, right? She had completely forgotten about it just now. She pulled 2 bottles out of her storage space. One blue and one red, both containing liquid. But there wasn't much liquid inside. If she wanted to allocate the number of uses for the blue and red flasks, she only needed to transfer the liquid from bottle to bottle. In the game, the flasks of sacred tears had a set number of uses, 1 big gulp at a time. But Mia looked at the sloshing flask of sacred tears. Well, she didn't know the healing effect yet, or if she could drink it sparingly. Mia toyed with the 2 flasks, which were as beautiful as works of art, before stuffing them back into her storage space after a while. This novice gift pack was quite generous. She discovered that besides the short spear and the 2 flasks of sacred tears, there were other things in her storage space. She focused her attention inside once more. This time, she took out a necklace. As she looked at it, a piece of information appeared in her mind. Marika's Sore Seal. An eye engraved with an Elden rune. One of the legendary talismans, said to be the seal of Queen Marika. As soon as she heard the title, Legendary Talisman, she knew this was something usually obtained in the mid to late game. The engraved eye had a jade-like texture, and the festering color on the pupil was a bit unsettling. The edges of the eye were wrapped in interlacing vines like a placenta. A plain metal chain threaded through it. Am I Marika's illegitimate daughter? Giving me such a good gift. Mia held up the accessory, tilting her head as she looked at it. After all, the Tarnished were warriors called back by Marika, the goddess of the lands between. Then, because a cold wind blew into her skirt from nowhere, Mia's face darkened as she pressed her legs together. Marika, you mean it? You brought me here, but you didn't even give me anything to wear underneath. Whatever, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. I'll put it on first. Chapter 3, The First Death. Without realizing it, quite a lot of time had passed, and she had almost forgotten her original purpose for jumping down. Snapping out of it, Mia was finally ready to begin her subjugation of the Cave of Learning. She remembered that in the game, the grace point in the Cave of Learning was very close to the first mob. Holding her short spear in one hand, she carefully walked toward the depths of the cave. As the light of the grace behind her gradually dimmed with distance, flickering candlelight appeared at the corner of the path ahead. The first enemy was indeed not far away. It was a tall, withered person wearing a short yellow robe, with a matte-textured bald head, standing in a cave chamber with their back to her. A roaming noble. Mia already had information on the enemy in her heart. Having played Elden Ring for so long, there was no one in the lands between she didn't recognize. The roaming noble before her was precisely the weakest enemy in the game. They were immortals who had been forced to leave their homes after shattering war, wandering aimlessly, living in an immortality that was nothing but undeath. You could tell from the name that they weren't meant for combat. Even if they held weapons, they had no real strength. Their attack frequency was slow, and their gait was halting. This gaunt roaming noble stood lopsidedly like a zombie, facing the wall. Quite a few candles that had been burning for who knows how long were placed on the rocks around the room. There were other items in the room, but Mia, her eyes fixed on the noble whose back was turned to her, had no spare attention for the surrounding scenery. Chapter 3. The only certainty was that there was only one enemy in front of her. She approached quietly, just like a thief. Then, she prepared to pierce him from behind with the spear in her hand. Mia had never done anything like petty theft before, she even left the killing of fish to the stall owners. Having lived a peaceful life until now, one can imagine the nervousness and excitement in her heart as she prepared to make such a move. She pursed her lips, thinking that as a transmigrator, she had to get used to fighting. Mia summoned her courage and thrust the spear forward with all her might. Having received knowledge passed down through grace, Mia, who had never used a cold weapon before, delivered a powerful and precise thrust. The sharp short spear passed through the roaming noble's kidney from behind with almost no resistance, pushing him directly onto the ground. It worked. A joyful Mia hurriedly pulled the short spear back, and the blade that had pierced through the noble's body slid out smoothly. Not a single drop of blood came from the noble's withered body. Mia's heart was beating a bit fast. Is that it? Is he finished? Looking at the noble lying on the ground with his weapon dropped to the side, Mia panted as if that simple thrust just now had used a great deal of strength. Was that too easy? Should I finish him off? Mia cautiously approached the face-down noble with her spear raised, and more details of the noble's appearance were revealed to her. The grayish-brown skin clung tightly to the bones, as withered as a mummy. Can this really still be considered human? How disgusting. Pursing her lips, she took a step back. Mia didn't want to look closely at such a walking corpse-like existence at all. Just as she was about to turn around, the noble on the ground suddenly moved. A withered, large hand abruptly grabbed the girl's ankle. Perhaps unwilling to accept being ambushed, he turned around and ambushed Mia in return. Eek! She let out a subconscious scream, and by the time she reacted, she had already been pulled down to the ground. "Let go of me." The girl, caught in a sudden attack, tried in a panic to kick away the hand grabbing her ankle, but the walking corpse had already crawled up and was pressing directly onto Mia's body. By Earth's standards, the residents of the lands between were amazingly tall and sturdy. Mia had made comparisons while playing the game. If the Tarnished in the game was a standard 180 centimeters tall, the Royal Army soldiers in the lands between were at least 2 meters 20 tall, and not just tall, but burly as well. What about Mia? With her petite frame of just over 150 centimeters, if she stood next to a fully armed, helmeted Royal Army soldier, the difference in size would be even more exaggerated than Yao Ming standing next to Guo Jingming. Although a roaming noble was far from as strong as a Royal Army soldier, and was hunched over with a crooked stance, it was still enough to pin down the unprepared Mia. Eek, she saw the noble's face, as dried up as his body, which sent a chill through the girl, along with fear. "Don't come near me." The face was getting closer. Screaming shrilly, she watched helplessly as the mindless walking corpse in front of her opened its mouth to bite her. The girl could only reach out in terror to block it. As the saying goes, extreme fear turns into anger. Looking at that zombie face, at this moment, Mia was beyond furious. "I won't let a thing like this trigger a game over CG on me." Ignite. Boom. While blocking the bite, her left hand, which held the sacred seal, happened to be pressed against the walking corpse's head, and the fire burst forth. Mia subconsciously turned her head to avoid the flash. When the fire vanished, the girl looked at the thing in front of her again. The walking corpse's head was charred black, and its once discernible features had turned into a chaotic mess like a pile of waste. The corpse convulsed and collapsed to the side. Mia scrambled up, huffing, and wiped the sweat from her forehead. This ignite had raised the temperature of the cave by several degrees. "Pa. You're not worthy of triggering my CG," the girl said, panting with her hands on her hips. She had finally killed her first enemy. She couldn't be so careless next time. If she needed to finish someone off, she mustn't hesitate. Just as she picked up the dropped short spear, Mia heard the sound of footsteps stepping through stagnant water behind her. Turning her head, she saw other hollows from the connected caves, attracted by her earlier scream, swaying as they walked toward her. There were 3 newcomers. Ignite. The moment she reacted, Mia cast the spell at the nearest roaming noble. However, the tongue of flame vanished before it could even lick the noble's body. The range was insufficient. Realizing this immediately, Mia quickly raised her hand again, fireball. It was pretty much the fireball spell that would definitely appear in a conventional fantasy novel. Fireball could throw a ball of fire that moved in a parabolic arc. The effective range was much further than Ignite, but accordingly, it had a casting animation. While Mia was winding up, the roaming noble rushed toward her with a sword in hand, swaggering with an arrogant gait. Frightened, she quickly dropped the idea of casting and jumped backward. The physical fitness of this body was much better than her pre-reincarnation self. Though petite, it contained considerable power. Dodging the roaming noble's charging slash, she immediately thrust the short spear forward. Now, even as a noob who only knew how to use basic attacks, she could say to the walking corpse in front of her, "Too slow, too slow." The short spear pierced into the roaming noble's jaw from below. Feeling a slight resistance, the girl pushed the spear forward again with force. The short spear went further, directly entering the roaming noble's brain. Mia turned the spear shaft, twisted it, and pulled the short spear out. Enemy defeated. No matter how much of a warrior's game it felt like in the game, it wasn't as satisfying as killing one personally. Then, the 2 other hollows walking out from behind the fallen living corpse noble pulled Mia back to reality. Feeling very capable, Mia couldn't wait to pull off a combo. She reached out toward another hollow in front of her without hesitation, Ignite. This time, there was no awkward situation of insufficient range. The tongue of flame pounced directly on the hollow, knocking it back. The third hollow raised its right arm with its sword, about to slash, but its companion, who had taken an Ignite, was already burning fiercely, rolling all over the ground and letting out a chilling screech that didn't sound human at all. Mia held the spear high with both hands, trying to block the slash. "It's just a hollow, watch me do it like in the game." Crack! The noble's longsword slashed directly onto the center of the short spear's wooden shaft. The wooden shaft was snapped directly by the golden longsword. The massive force directly threw her off balance. She staggered back a step, and the tip of the sword passed perilously close to Mia's upturned nose. "Huh? What?" Not expecting her weapon to break, the girl's face turned pale with fright. Seeing the roaming noble, whose downward slash had missed, preparing to follow up with an upward swing, a panicked Mia went through a momentary brainstorm. She made a foolish decision. Roll to dodge the attack. Thinking she was very agile, she lunged to the side and curled her body. The spinning field of vision made it so she couldn't see anything clearly. She hadn't even finished a single rotation. Poochie! The longsword pierced into the girl's body. Gah! Mia tumbled to the ground, and a deep red instantly soaked the clothes around her waist. Her muscles constantly twitched and convulsed. Mia curled her body, but the enemy did not let her go because of it. The roaming noble stepped forward, and the sharp sword tip stabbed down ruthlessly once again. Poochie! Ugh! This one penetrated her abdomen. The girl was like a swan with its neck held tight, almost unable to make a sound in her agony. The roaming noble pulled out the sword, and Mia's whole body convulsed from the action. Then, he continued to raise his hand. Poochie! Stab, hack, slash. One by one, the weapon fell upon the petite body beneath his feet, accompanied by screams. All the strength in her body flowed out of the wounds along with the blood. She was no longer a soldier now, but just a piece of meat, a rack of ribs. At some point, she had lost her voice. Each time the sword fell on her body, there was only a single tremor. Mia stared blankly at the stone ceiling. For some reason, her consciousness was exceptionally clear right now, and the pain in every spot was deeply etched into her mind. Poochie, Poochie. The thing before the living corpse noble could no longer be called a soldier. It had almost become a bloody mess. Only now did the hollow seem to have finished its revenge. It cast aside the blood-stained longsword, knelt on the ground, and began to feast on the mangled meat before it. It had long since lost its human intelligence, all it followed were its body's primal instincts. Even then, Mia could still see, could still feel, the roaming noble tearing at the shattered flesh on her body, chewing. Her vision plunged into darkness, and in front of that living corpse noble, Mia's body, along with all the blood, turned into flying ash. She opened her eyes. Mia saw that lovely cluster of light before her. Only then did she realize she had officially died once. The tragic state of her death was still vivid in her mind. Mia shuddered for some reason. This shudder didn't seem to be from fear, but rather from excitement. Everyone has some dark secrets in their heart, more or less. Perhaps it's a violent streak, perhaps malicious feelings, or perhaps some kind of extreme hobby. But almost no one shows the dark side of their heart, or puts it into action. Almost everyone can distinguish between fantasy and reality. Mia's past self was such a soldier. Like the masses, the dark fantasies in her heart did not erase her kindness and sincerity toward others in real life. For example, someone might openly be a 2D lolicon or a total creep, but behind the scenes, they are a super righteous supporter of child protection laws in reality. These don't conflict at all. Most people know that the virtual and reality are completely unrelated. Only those with broken souls will be swallowed by the darkness within. So what was Mia's never-realized dark fantasy? Well, if she said it out loud, some purple-clad weirdo would probably come knocking immediately. The reason it was an unrealized fantasy was that Mia's past self only had one life. If tortured to the limit, she would die, and that was it. In short, Mia was not afraid because of the way she died. On the contrary, she felt a bit unsatisfied. Even being hacked into mincemeat, being eaten alive. Chapter 4. But she still felt, it wasn't unacceptable. Cough cough, hobbies are hobbies. Mia could distinguish between fiction and reality. A game can only be called a game when played with the right people in the right place with the right equipment. Not like this, getting killed by a weak living corpse. Such a dark hobby only gave Mia a sense of fortitude in battle, preventing her from losing her will and fighting spirit due to injuries or the number of deaths. After pulling herself together, Mia set out once more, gripping her short spear. Chapter 4. I'm a freaking genius. Walking forward into the stone chamber again, a terrible suspicion was confirmed. That roaming noble she had killed earlier had indeed respawned. It was still standing in the same spot, facing the wall. Anyone who didn't know better would think they'd stumbled onto the set of the three-body problem. Although she didn't know why a world that felt so realistic in every other way still kept the strange setting of minor mobs respawning, Mia had no choice but to kill it again. This time, the backstab followed by the finishing blow had to be done in one smooth motion. Creeping over and looking closely, she saw that the bald head of this noble corpse actually bore charred marks. Other parts were still intact, except for the head, which looked like it had been dug out of a burnt-out fire, scorched beyond recognition. There were even bits of charcoal falling off its shoulders. It didn't have such a punk look during their first meeting. The girl immediately remembered her previous death, where she had cast the ignite prayer right against its head. So it wasn't a fresh respawn. Was it more like recovering from injuries over time? Did inflicting a fatal wound only cause it to temporarily lose its ability to move? If that's the case, it's a bit troublesome. Because the current Mia didn't know how long it would take for an enemy to stand back up after being taken down. But then, she felt relieved. To understand such patterns, the worst-case scenario was just dying a few more times. It was no big deal. She'd incapacitate it first. Sneaking behind it, she thrust the short spear directly into the back of its head. Even for residents of the lands between, human anatomy was still similar to that of people from Earth. The short spear entering from the back of the head met little resistance. The hollow noble's head, impaled by the spear, slumped to the ground. To be safe, Mia twisted the spear before pulling it out. Then she quickly stepped back 2 paces, fearing this hollow would suddenly crawl up and ambush her like the first time. But after waiting a while, there was no sign of that. Meanwhile, she repeatedly glanced at the tunnel leading deeper in. No other nobles came out. It seemed she hadn't alerted the roaming nobles in the other chambers this time. Looking at the now flat roaming noble, Mia approached cautiously, poking the fellow with her short spear. For now, she was certain it wouldn't get up. As expected, a fatal wound causes a loss of mobility. However, Mia didn't have the patience to research exactly how long a roaming noble would lie on the ground. But looking at the hollow noble who had fallen a second time, Mia suddenly began to think. The short spear in her hand was too fragile. When she tried to block earlier, it had been snapped in half. Although the saying goes an inch longer, an inch stronger, an inch shorter, an inch more dangerous, the size difference between Mia and the hollow noble made that advantage disappear. Mia also knew she lacked experience and had no idea what moves to use when facing certain situations. Like when her spear was snapped after being parried, thinking back, she only needed to take a step back and thrust at the opponent's chest to defeat that hollow noble. This was hindsight analysis. The girl didn't have the confidence to maintain such rationality during battle. To be safe, she should carry another backup weapon. Mia looked down at the noble's slender sword dropped on the ground. A slender sword held by roaming nobles. A weapon designed with ease of use as the priority. The entire sword is decorated with gold and is traded at high prices. However, before she even picked up the sword, Mia realized it wasn't suitable for her. In the game, the noble's slender sword is categorized as a straight sword, which can be used either one-handed or two-handed. In the real world, its technical name should be a hand-and-a-half sword, right? However, this longsword, originally forged for nobles, was too large for Mia. It was practically a two-handed greatsword. When she stuck this noble's slender sword into the ground, the hilt was taller than Mia herself. The height difference of 70 centimeters between her and the roaming noble also meant the weapon sizes were vastly different. Wait, if that's the case, wouldn't the divine artifacts she gets from bosses later also be unusable? Damn it. For the first time, she felt indignant and sorrowful about being short. Suddenly, a strange idea popped into Mia's head. She reached out and put the sword into her inventory. Then she took it out again. It got smaller. Delighted, the girl held the noble's slender sword, which had shrunk several sizes, and swung it excitedly a few times. Horizontal slash, vertical chop, upward swing, thrust. The combat techniques granted to Mia by Grace made these basic sword moves flow like water. As expected of a longsword designed for ease of use, it felt like an extension of her own arm. Whether used one-handed or two-handed, it was very comfortable. Looking at the golden sword in her hand with great satisfaction, Mia strapped the shrunken sword, and its scabbard to her waist. Her left hand rested on the hilt, while her right hand leaned on the short spear. If she replaced the short spear in her right hand with a staff, yeah, the aura of the strongest mage would emerge. Well, she had a backup weapon now. Next was the issue of these respawning mobs. She didn't know how many more times she would die in the Cave of Learning. But because of the nature of these mobs, every time she respawned, she had to deal with the ones in front all over again. It's a bit of a hassle. Is there any way to make them permanently lose their ability to move, so she wouldn't have to fight them again every time she respawned? Mia scanned her surroundings. The Cave of Learning wasn't a spacious Pokémon arena. The scenery here also hid fragments of the past. Below the four walls of the stone chamber, piles of barrels, boxes, and cloth bags were scattered messily, all of which were empty. Among a cluster of stalagmites, Mia also saw a wooden cart carrying tools. It seemed that before these undead became hollows, they lived here. They were once normal people. How long had these fellows been here? To a tarnished, this was a Cave of Learning, but what was this place to these roaming nobles back when they were still lucid? The curiosity and thirst for knowledge unique to an Elden scholar. She carefully looked around again. Mia hadn't forgotten her previous idea. She found a pile of relatively intact hemp rope on that cart, and gave it a tug. It'll do. Then, she ran over, grabbed the roaming noble's feet, dragged it to a wide stalagmite, and tied it up securely. After finishing, the girl looked at her masterpiece, and clapped her hands. Although she had never studied the art of rope bondage, adhering to the principle that bigger is better and more is beautiful, she wrapped the roaming noble's upper body like a zongzi. This way. Next time I respawn, he'll only be able to watch from the side as I stroll past. Heh, I'm a freaking genius. Chapter 5. Time to pray. Happy first anniversary to Elden Ring. The three big brothers in the next grotto were still waiting for the girl's arrival. As expected, the two Mia had defeated last time had also respawned. Mia decided to learn from her previous lesson and optimize her input-output ratio. First, she needed to identify her differentiated track and achieve self-value transformation through the simple reuse of advantageous resources. Use specific levers to find the vertical field she excelled in, and achieve high-dimensional positioning of the critical path. Eliminate the waste of resources from saturated strategies, embrace change, fully break through the old ecosystem, and implement a focused approach combining points and lines. Break through information cocoons, find disruptive tipping points in inherent thinking, and establish a reusable solution with high retention, high open rates, and high activity. Establish a result-oriented decision-making model of having what others don't, being better than what others have, and changing when others are better. Simply put, time to pray. Since Mia didn't have an advantage in close-quarters combat against three roaming nobles, she would play to her strengths and avoid her weaknesses. Fireball, fireball, fireball. The first ball of fire smashed into the roaming noble closest to her, then she immediately shifted her target. After the second fireball was thrown, the last roaming noble finally made a substantive reaction to the distant Mia. Without waiting for it to walk over, the third one arrived with a boom. She easily dealt with the three big brothers who had killed her twice. As expected of spells. However, the flexibility of Fireball was still a bit low, the casting windup was somewhat long, and the range was limited. The girl secretly decided that the first thing she would do after leaving the cave was to find Teacher Selen to learn glintstone magic. After the flames on these roaming nobles died down, Mia looked for rope again, trying to tie them up firmly. The layout of this grotto was more complex than the previous one. Extinguished campfires, simple pot stands, thin sleeping bags. All of it indicated that these grottos were once the shelters of the roaming nobles. Having no time to carefully study what had happened here, and not finding any sturdy rope, Mia cut some sleeping bags into strips and tied the few blackened, mysteriously smelling roaming nobles up tight. Before entering the next grotto, she had to climb 2 waist-high stone steps. Pushing herself up somewhat clumsily with both hands, she flipped onto the steps, and the view ahead suddenly opened up. It was a high grotto like a light well, with the light of the Erd tree streaming in through the cracks in the stone roof. Chapter 5. There's a Godric soldier with a crossbow at the high point here, be careful to avoid him. Mia, possessing memories of her past life, looked up. High in the center of the atrium was a spanning stone arch, where a soldier stood conspicuously with his back to the sunlight. However, her caution came a bit late. The moment she looked up, a bolt flew and pierced Mia's abdomen with a thwack. Mia felt the pain. Hit by the arrow, the girl rolled down the stone steps, but she also disappeared from the high-ground crossbowman's line of sight. Leaning against the stone steps, Mia panted. A short, thick bolt was stuck in her nerve-rich abdomen, the pain making her curl up. But there was a clear flush of excitement on her face. Yet, the act of curling up pulled at the wound where the bolt was still embedded, making Mia tremble with intense pain. She almost cried out. "It hurts. If I don't pull it out, I won't be able to move." With her heavy breathing, blood pulsed out of the wound. Holding her breath, Mia grabbed the shaft of the arrow remaining outside her body and pulled hard. Pfft. An incredibly intense and prolonged convulsion followed, every muscle in the girl's body tensed up. Aha! The blood-stained bolt fell to the side, its sharp barbs having pulled out several fragments of internal organs. Mia arched her neck like a swan, eyes closed, a strange flush spreading from her ears to her neck, panting heavily while letting out soft moans through her teeth. The intense pain caused her blood pressure to skyrocket, which meant the rate of blood loss was accelerating. She had to treat it immediately, or she would lose another life. A red bottle appeared in Mia's blood-soaked hand. Trembling, she raised the bottle and drank the sacred tear. It was sweet. Like drinking a cup of hot milk tea, though the taste wasn't the same, the warmth still seeped into her limbs and bones. In just an instant, a golden light appeared over the abdominal wound, flashed, and then the wound vanished. Only a lingering trace of pain remained. But her clothes were still covered in sticky, wet bloodstains. Having recovered, Mia peeked out from under the stone steps, trying to find the Godric soldier on high. She spotted the guy, but a fireball wouldn't reach that far. She had no shield or other ranged weapons. If it were glintstone magic, she could probably hit him. Thinking of this, Mia became even more determined to learn glintstone magic after she got out. In that case, she could only rely on her speed. Another whoosh sounded, and the girl quickly lowered her head as the bolt ricocheted off the stone. After a brief moment of hiding, she poked her head out again, her legs tensed and ready to spring. Soon, whoosh, another bolt struck the stone. That soldier with the crossbow had good eyes, but unfortunately, his marksmanship wasn't great. At that exact moment, Mia leapt from beneath the stone steps. The Godric soldier was reloading his crossbow. This was the perfect opening. She started running but stumbled a bit clumsily. She hadn't run in who knows how many years before her transmigration. Staggering forward 2 steps, she regained her balance and immediately lowered her stance, sprinting toward the next tunnel entrance. The Godric soldier finished reloading and pulled the trigger at Mia just as she was about to leave his field of vision. But even with this final chance, he failed to seize it. The bolt brushed past the girl's back. Like the roaming nobles, the soldier had already become hollowed, leaving only combat instincts: reload, shoot, reload, shoot. His withered brain had no concept of things like leading a shot. Mia had crossed the atrium and returned to the dark tunnel. The enemies she was about to face in close quarters had changed. Waiting for her was no longer a weak roaming noble, but a soldier armed with a spear and a great shield. But Mia's response remained unchanged. The soldier saw her and charged with his spear, while Mia threw a fireball. The seemingly physical fire struck the massive shield held by the Godric soldier. As he charged, his tall and burly body was completely obscured by the shield, leaving only his head exposed. The tower shield was incredibly large, bigger and thicker than any shield in Earth's human history, exaggerated in a way that only appears in such an otherworldly setting. It could hardly be called a shield, it was a wall taller than Mia, charging at her with a bright spear tip. But such a shield, while undoubtedly an indestructible fortress against others using cold weapons, was a bit of a disadvantage against magic. The fireball exploded the moment it touched the great shield. Rolling flames enveloped the shield, though part of it was blocked. Some bypassed the edges and directly scorched the Godric soldier's head as he peeked out to observe. With his face scorched, the hollowed warrior lost the vision needed to observe the enemy's movements. He let out a howl and stumbled backward, and this blind retreat exposed his shield-protected body to Mia. Pfft! The short spear seized the opportunity and pierced the Godric soldier's face. Feeling the resistance of the skull, Mia increased her strength. The spear paused for a moment as the Godric soldier took another step back. The hardness of the skull exceeded Mia's expectations, so she switched to a two-handed grip and lunged forward. The blade pierced the skull with a gruesome sound, and the tall warrior of the lands between knelt to the ground. Stepping on the chest of the now motionless Godric soldier, she forcefully pulled out the short spear. The soldier fell heavily onto his back. "Not difficult," Mia commented. Looking at the Godric soldier on the ground, Mia poked his chest with the butt of her spear, hearing the clatter of metal beneath his surcoat. The typical deluxe grunt found in fantasy art. And even more deluxe knights. This guy had to be tied up too. After dealing with this soldier, she followed the tunnel. Now the path connecting the grottos wound upward. Having passed several grottos, the roaming nobles were no longer an obstacle for Mia. If there were few and scattered roaming nobles, she would just stab them to death with her spear to save some FP. If there were many, she would use prayers for support. When encountering other Godric soldiers, she simply repeated the small combo of fireball plus thrust. After all, she was an Elden scholar who had cleared the game 8 times. Those first 2 deaths were just because she wasn't used to such a realistic world after transmigrating. Once she became familiar with the rules, her previous experience could be put to use. Speaking of which, she had used the 2 basic prayers, fireball and ignite, many times, but during her progress, she had only experienced stamina exhaustion once. This account didn't seem like a starter account. Her FP bar was quite long. The next room should be the penultimate one. She remembered that the boss of the Cave of Learning was just a Godric soldier using a greatsword, designed only to let players who had just started the game master the skills they just learned, not a difficult boss. Entering this penultimate room, she didn't find the familiar extras, the roaming nobles. In this room, not a single soul was standing. Hearing no hollow howls, Mia frowned and looked at the anomaly ahead. It was a Godric soldier. This wasn't the boss room. That soldier was leaning against the rock wall. A great shield stood beside him, and a spear lay on the ground. Is it a corpse? Mia glanced curiously at the Godric soldier lying on the ground. He didn't look like a threat. Not worth much attention, Mia decided to just pass him by. The girl's bare feet kicked small pebbles and stepped through puddles as she walked past the soldier's corpse. Sensing the sound, the soldier moved. Then, a raspy whisper echoed through the grotto, making Mia suppress the fireball that was about to be unleashed from her hand. "Oh? You," the soldier looked up. "Where do you come from?" Chapter 6 Godric's soldier. The game world is a game world after all. Turning it into a world that fits realistic logic requires a lot of creative adaptation. I hope everyone understands. His attire was no different from the two soldiers Mia had killed earlier. Even his appearance was much the same. Sunken cheeks, dehydrated lips, and a few strands of withered beard peeking out from under his helmet. The long years had dried away any unique appearance a soldier might have possessed. All that remained was a monotonous, pale, and shriveled face. But this soldier's eyes, his pupils, were different from the gray, colorless eyes of the roaming nobles. They were still full of moist life, his golden pupils flickering with the blinking of his bark-like eyelids. The first moment Mia saw him look up, a thought appeared in her mind: he's different. He's not like those walking corpses who charge and slash at strangers without a word. Where do you come from? Little girl. The soldier asked slowly in a raspy voice, so slow it was as if he were just a swaying stone. The muscles in Mia's throat moved and she swallowed nervously before answering, I jumped down. The soldier nodded and said, that is truly unfortunate. Why? We are also trapped here. I'm not trapped. I'm about to leave. The soldier didn't respond, tilting his head. It's been a long time since I've seen a young soldier. He sized Mia up unhurriedly, only speaking after a few breaths. You're a tarnished, aren't you? Mia took a step back. In the game, this world was not friendly to the tarnished. Seeing Mia's cautious behavior, the soldier added, a tarnished returned from beyond the lands between. Why are you here? I jumped down, Mia repeated, then asked back, and why are you all here? As you can see, I am but a soldier serving the shardbearer Godric. He paused, reminiscing. You came from that direction, you must have seen my companions. Those, well. Mia hesitated, unsure if she should tell the truth, that she had beaten everyone she met on the way. Noticing the girl's hesitation, the soldier knew Mia had seen his companions. For some reason, he asked with a hint of anticipation, have they returned to the Erd Tree? Do not worry, please tell me their current state as it is. I will not harm you. Even if you tried to harm me, it wouldn't matter. Anyway, I have the strength and can resurrect. Mia looked away guiltily. They've lost their minds and tried to kill me as soon as they saw me. I was just acting in self-defense. After saying that, she clenched her left hand and watched the Godric soldier's reaction. Honestly, if she really had to kill someone who could communicate normally with her, Mia didn't know if she'd have the resolve. The walking corpses she had encountered before had neither the appearance of people in her memory nor the ability to communicate. Although the Godric soldier before her also had a hollowed face, at least he was very polite and possessed the sanity of a normal soldier. Hearing Mia's words, the soldier merely nodded. Is that so? What do you mean? Mia asked. Well. The soldier paused. The people of gold are born from the Erd Tree's grace, and upon death, both body and soul should return to the Erd Tree. But after the Elden Ring was shattered, returning to the Erd Tree became an extravagant hope for us. Those who have already died open their eyes again, their souls imprisoned in bodies that are gradually withering. No one knows if they can still return to the Erd Tree or when. Most of the time, we wait and wait continuously, waiting for the day we can return to the Erd Tree. It is said that by becoming a hero, one can return to the Erd Tree, so we take up arms and join the war, but the journey to return to the Erd Tree is simply too long. Some people's bodies return to the Erd Tree, but their souls still wander the world. Some souls have returned to the Erd Tree, but their bodies refuse to leave the world. And some have long been driven insane by eternal life. To be able to die, some even touched the ominous death route, and became those who live in death. But what's the difference between those wandering ones who have already lost their sanity, and those who live in death? Erd Tree, will I also be able to return to the Erd Tree? Chapter 6. Perhaps it was because Mia was a tarnished that the soldier spoke so much. It seems they've become hollows, the soldier chuckled, referring to the fellows Mia had subdued along the way. The soldier's shrunken lips couldn't hide his teeth at all, Heaven knows how his muscles could still form a smile. When he laughed, his gums were exposed in a ghoulish display. "Don't be afraid, I've seen many tarnished," the soldier continued. "Not just those from across the sea. The Erd Tree can no longer grant grace to everyone, so since the war began, tarnished have been born right here in the lands between. They are thin, small, fragile, and short-lived, far weaker than you, the descendants of the heroes of the first Elden Lord. Even if recruited into the army, they can only serve as laborers or common soldiers operating machinery. I truly don't know if these tarnished lost their grace because they were loathed or because they were favored. Though they are weak, at least they can simply die and be done with it." Mia pursed her lips. It was a heavy story. Without realizing it, she had also found a rock to sit on. "At least you're still lucid, aren't you?" Hearing these words, Mia also let down her guard. "I don't know how much longer I can remain lucid," the soldier replied. "I don't know if I can return to the Erd Tree before I turn into a hollow like them." "Do you want to return to the Erd Tree that badly?" "I do, very much so. One only needs to become a hero to return to the Erd Tree." It was with that thought that I took up my spear and served King Godric. Mia heard his tone. Though he was expressing his desires, there wasn't a shred of passion or fighting spirit. The girl frowned and asked, "And now?" "Now? I'm just sitting here," the soldier of Godric replied indifferently. "Why not go out?" Mia asked again. It seemed these people had been staying in the Cave of Learning for a very, very long time. "Ah," the soldier said slowly. "Let me think." Mia was afraid he might fall asleep. He thought and thought, for about 2 minutes, before finally speaking. "Our original mission was to escort several dignitaries to Castle Morn in the south, away from the flames of war. We didn't expect to get lost here." Then, for some reason, the soldier looked up, staring at the ceiling of the grotto in deep thought. It seemed to be a dragon. Or demi-humans. Anyway, the cave where we took temporary shelter collapsed, and we were trapped here. "Why not go out?" Mia asked with a frown. For a tarnished, this Cave of Learning required fighting through obstacles to leave. But for a soldier of Godric, it should only take a few steps. After all, the boss of the Cave of Learning was a Godric soldier wielding a great sword. "Of course we tried to excavate a tunnel." The soldier raised his hand, pointing toward the narrow tunnel leading to the boss room. "But just as we were about to succeed, that guy couldn't take it anymore and went mad, turning into the kind of walking corpse you saw." "That guy?" "Our leader," the soldier replied. "The strongest among us. Just as we were about to be free, when I could already hear the hollow echoes from the other side of the rock wall, he went mad. Since then, he has stood guard there. No matter who it is, if they get close, he attacks." "Why not subdue him?" Mia asked. "We serve the same shardbearer. I cannot swing my sword against him." Blind loyalty. Mia thought, propping up her chin. "What if it's me? If I can subdue him, you can go out." As soon as the words left her mouth, their eyes met. "It's working." Meeting the soldier's golden eyes, the corners of Mia's mouth curled up. "You want to leave this place, right? Want to see the Erd Tree again? I can lead you out. As long as you do me a favor after you're out, take me somewhere. How about it?" The soldier lowered his head, rubbing his hands together without saying a word. Mia stared at him intently, waiting until he looked up again. "I agree," the soldier replied. Mia beamed with joy. "Great." She stood up and patted the dust off herself with a girl's poise. "What's your name?" "I'm Mia. Wilden. Soldier Wilden." Chapter 7. Oh no, I've become a firekeeper. Happy first anniversary of Elden Ring. "So, Wilden, if I help you get out, you have to do me a favor too." Mia nodded, speaking with a serious expression. "What do you want me to help you with?" Wilden asked back. He had slept for too long and might not be fully alert, but he wasn't stupid. He knew he shouldn't owe a favor he couldn't repay. Don't worry. Mia waved her hand. It's a simple matter for you. Wilden considered it for a moment, then nodded in agreement, fine. Having secured the promise, Mia then walked toward the boss room of the Cave of Learning. The narrow tunnel wound forward until it opened into a wide space. Naturally, there was no such thing as a fog gate here. The Godric soldier wielding a greatsword emerged from the shadows and charged at Mia. And then... Fireball. Because this soldier was wielding a greatsword, he had no shield to block the fireball. The fireball smashed directly into him, boom. The surcoat over his chainmail instantly burst into flames. Mia leaped to the side, and the burning figure of a man rushed past her, collapsing with a splash into the ankle-deep water. Like a hot iron being dropped into water, after a piercing hiss, the Godric soldier rolled in the puddle. He still gripped the greatsword tightly, the blade swinging wildly as he rolled, making it difficult for Mia to approach for a moment. It was unclear if he did it intentionally or if it was just unconscious struggling, but regardless, the flames on the Godric soldier were extinguished as he rolled in the water. If not for this water, a single fireball would have been enough to roast him, but the terrain was just that coincidental. His clothes were already burnt to rags, and after rolling several times in the water, they became soggy and dripping. The Godric soldier struggled to get back up. Seeing this, how could Mia not react? Without giving him a chance to counterattack, the girl extended her left hand again, ignite. Whoosh! The 1,000-degree flames swept toward him, instantly drying the moisture on the Godric soldier's clothing, followed immediately by another strike. Ignite. Instant cast spells could be used in continuous succession. The second wave of fire reignited the Godric soldier's dried surcoat. Before he could roll again, the tip of Mia's spear followed closely behind the tail of the flames, thrusting into the Godric soldier's chest. The soldier was covered in fire, crackling and burning. He could see nothing and sense nothing, and was pushed to the ground by the force of the spear tip. Mia's casting strength wasn't enough to let her flames melt metal, so her spear also failed to penetrate the Godric soldier's armor. But if the Godric soldier was lying flat on his back, it was much more convenient. Withdrawing the short spear, the second thrust entered through the soldier's faceplate. With a twist and a turn, she pulled out the short spear. It was over. Phew. She let out a breath. Because of the terrain, it was a bit more troublesome than the previous soldiers she had taken down, but that was all. It was far from being a hard-fought battle. This guy hadn't even managed to swing his sword once. He charged, and before he could swing, a fireball hit him. He fell, got up, 2 ignites, thrust. The second boss with a health bar in the game was finished just like that. Well, there was nothing to be proud of. After all, a Godric soldier was just a Godric soldier. Just as she was turning back to find Wilden, she saw that the fallen Godric soldier, with sparks still on him, began to dissipate. The sturdy body inside the armor shriveled rapidly, turning into dust-like powder that seeped through the clothes, rising up, and then suddenly scattering into nothingness. Only a set of tattered armor remained on the ground. Mia remembered that all bosses in the game, after being killed, would disappear accompanied by the line, "Enemy felled" on the player's screen, and the effect of bursting into powder. She stared at the empty armor with a frown. Though weak, he was at least a boss with a health bar at the bottom in the game, even if he was finished off by her accidental damage. But the death effect was certainly no less impressive. Having dealt with the guy blocking the way, Mia headed back, intending to tell Wilden the good news. This was also good news for herself. She had originally thought she would die many times, so she had planned to tie up the hollows, but this time she had cleared it in one life. In the grotto before the boss room, Wilden was still sitting there. How is he? Wilden didn't seem particularly surprised by Mia's quick return, and took the initiative to ask. I took care of him, Mia replied. Wilden nodded and stood up. His build was no less sturdy than the other Royal Army soldiers, which meant Mia had to look up at him. But I have a question, Mia added. The hollows I dealt with before, I couldn't kill them. I had to tie them up after paralyzing them. But that guy just now turned directly into ash. Do you know why? Her strong curiosity as an Elden Ring lore enthusiast made Mia very eager to know the answer. Oh, upon hearing Mia's description, Wilden was stunned. Seeing the dazed Wilden, Mia felt a bit uneasy, thinking, did I ask the wrong thing? Well. Just as Mia was about to say it was okay if he didn't answer, Wilden spoke at the same time as her. He returned to the Erd tree. Wilden sighed. He was probably sighing for himself. Return to the Erd tree. I said it before, didn't I? Those born under the grace of the Erd tree, after death, whether soul or body, will return to the tree. Oh. Because of the height difference, even if Wilden lowered his head, he couldn't hide his expression from Mia. Noticing that the Godric soldier in front of her didn't seem to want to continue this topic, Mia tactfully shut her mouth. All right, she said loudly. I helped you, now it's your turn to help me. Let's go out. Wait a moment before that. For what? Chapter 7. There should be something we can take with us, Wilden said, walking in the opposite direction of the exit. Mia quickly followed. What kind of thing? Those nobles originally brought quite a bit of luggage. It was neither edible nor useful here, but it will be useful once we're out. Aren't you going to confirm the exit? I think you wouldn't lie to me. The two of them walked back along the path Mia had used for her walkthrough. Naturally, they also passed the hollow that Mia had tied up. A good approach. Seeing his former companions, who were once trapped in the cave with him, and now possessed nothing but instinct, Wilden commented. In a grotto, Wilden pulled a locked chest from a pile of empty barrels and crates. You can have this, Wilden said, pushing the chest toward Mia. Mia gave the soldier a suspicious look, drew her sword, and hacked open the lock, which had already rusted into powder. As she opened the lid, she felt the chest's significant weight. What is this? A chest full of golden coins of various sizes. The smallest were only the size of a fingernail, while the largest could fill half a palm. It was truly marvelous. Mia toyed with a coin. The golden coin was engraved with rune characters. For some reason, Mia could understand the meaning of these runes. Golden rune. These beautiful golden coins are filled with the grace of the Erd tree. They come in different sizes and values and serve as the currency circulating in the lands between. With the help of a finger maiden, a tarnished can use the grace within a golden rune to strengthen themselves. It was truly marvelous. The size and color of the golden rune seemed to represent its face value. The more brilliant the gold and the larger the size, the higher the value. After transmigrating, she had been curious about what form the rune currency from the game would take. She hadn't expected it to look so simple and unadorned. In the game, only a tarnished could convert runes into their own power with the help of a finger maiden. For ordinary people in the lands between, runes were merely currency that merchants used for trade. In the game, nomadic merchants accepted runes, and even tarnished merchants and Erdtree folk merchants all accepted runes. Although the way players obtained runes was through killing, as long as you killed an enemy, you would obtain runes, much like absorbing souls. If the people of the lands between also obtained runes this way, wouldn't everything be in total chaos? Don't you need them? Mia asked. Me? I haven't seen anyone I could talk to in a long time, Wilden said. As for the golden rune, I don't care. Seeing that he had no intention of going back on his word, Mia nodded and reached out, putting the golden rune from the chest into her storage space. Wilden watched it all. You tarnished who return from beyond the lands between really do have a lot of tricks. Hee hee. Having her secrets exposed, Mia gave a sheepish smile. The moment she stored the golden rune, she knew the exact number of runes in the chest. 29,849. A precise amount. So many. Mia was indeed startled. Perhaps. It's certainly a lot to you and me, but for a noble, this small amount of golden rune isn't even enough to procure a set of knight's equipment. Mia thought Wilden probably wasn't referring to the unadorned knight armor sold in the Round Table hold, which was small and shabby to the Erdtree folk, but rather the ornate plate armor equipped by the knights of the royal army. Although she had quite a bit of money now, because she hadn't met Melina yet, Mia couldn't convert the grace within the runes into her own power. Wilden turned around. "Let's go now." "Wait a minute." This time, it was Mia who stopped him again. Wilden's previous action had actually inspired Mia. Taking the initiative, Mia called out to Wilden, and began a whirlwind sweep of the Cave of Learning. She opened every chest she saw and rummaged through every bag. Roaming noble's sword. All into her bag. She didn't even spare the weapons and armor of the Godric soldiers. Besides that, she found something else that surprised and delighted her. Phew, the girl pulled a dusty set of black noble's traveling garb from a chest. Traveling garb woven from black silk and gold thread. A color specially commissioned by someone, worn by royalty wandering abroad. A magnificent gift intended to maintain royal dignity even if the recipient were to die in the gutter. Placed with it were a pair of leather boots and a deep black hood the same color as the traveling garb. She could finally change her appearance. The prophet's yellow robes were truly uncomfortable to wear. After Mia hid away and changed, she felt like a completely different soldier. She looked at herself in a small mirror she had also scavenged. Firekeeper. Yeah, that was Mia's first impression of her current outfit. Blonde hair, eyes covered, black clothes. The only flaw was that the accessory covering her eyes wasn't a magnificent silver crown, but a strip of cloth. And, compared to the intellectual firekeeper sister, her body was truly a bit too slender. But, I really am beautiful. Mia stroked her fair, smooth chin, and muttered to herself happily. Alright, it's time to leave the tutorial level. Chapter 8, Goodbye Cave of Learning. Elden Ring DLC has been officially announced. Who wouldn't go crazy waiting for the DLC? Damn it, I'll blow up the Erdtree with one punch. As they left together, Wilden asked Mia for the weapons of the other soldiers. These included a greatsword, a straight sword, 2 daggers, and a brass shield. Mia generously gave all these things to Wilden. It seemed that as long as Mia willed it, the equipment in the storage space could change back and forth between her size and the normal size. Wilden carried the greatsword and brass shield on his back, a straight sword on each side of his waist, and 2 daggers hanging behind his waist. Combined with the great shield and spear already in his hands, he was like a Christmas tree, clattering with every slight movement. Mia herself replaced her short spear with a higher quality Royal Army spear. The spear's wooden shaft was entirely coated in red lacquer and adorned with brass reliefs. A pity it doesn't drop in the game. It was almost too beautiful to use in battle. In addition, Mia put on a chainmail shirt she had stripped from a soldier underneath her noble's traveling garb. Chainmail was indeed heavy, but when distributed over the whole body, it didn't hinder movement. Moreover, there were soft clothes on both the inside and outside of the chainmail, so it wouldn't make noise even when running. As for the gambeson, Mia felt the soldier's gambeson was too worn and dirty. Soft armor sewn from multiple layers of cotton and linen couldn't be cleaned as easily as chainmail by just wiping it down. To avoid disgusting herself, Mia gave up on the stronger defense. Anyway, a single piece of chainmail was enough for her for now. Mia saw herself as a sorcerer, not a knight. The exit of the Cave of Learning led to Mia's official starting point, the cave illuminated by the light of an Erdtree sapling. There was only one way to leave this place. Following the man-made tracks, she pushed open a tall stone door atop a solemn flight of stairs. This was the Stranded Graveyard. She still didn't know why it was called that. Mia and Wilden emerged from the grotto and, after passing through just one burial chamber, arrived at a fork in the road. Ahead was a brightly lit path, with candles and torches burning with an extinguishable white ghost flame placed on both sides of the corridor, leading to a room ahead. To the right was a tall gate, composed of 4 stone pillars and 3 arches. The gate had no door panels but was instead obscured by a thick mist. The strange mist had a physical form. When Mia touched it, it felt like touching cold glass. The things hidden by the fog were blurry, though she could just barely see that it was a spacious area. That way led to the true depths of the stranded graveyard. Mia turned her gaze to a gargoyle statue beside the mist door. If a stone's word key wasn't inserted into the statue, the mist door wouldn't open. Unfortunately, Mia didn't happen to have a stone's word key. No, even if she had a stone's word key, the things in the deepest part of the stranded graveyard weren't something she could handle right now. Wilden was looking around. He had no idea that the exit of the cave that had trapped him would look like this. Go forward, Mia said to him. In her vision, there was a grace ahead. Wilden walked straight through the light. He couldn't see it. Mia walked over and lightly touched the grace, and all her fatigue vanished in an instant. Then she looked up and, without lingering too long, quickly followed Wilden ahead. At the end of this corridor was the room housing the tomb lift. The two of them stepped onto the circular stone platform. Mia stepped on the pressure plate in the middle of the lift, and after a slight vibration, the elevator began to ascend. Before long, the elevator stopped. Continuing upward and walking across a short flight of stairs, the dusty, heavy metal door appeared before Mia. She reached out both hands to press against the door, and leaned her body forward. It didn't budge an inch. Forgot. This door has to be lifted. Changing to an extremely difficult posture, the girl attempted to lift the door. Let me, Wilden said, stepping forward. Together they exerted their strength to lift the gate high. The door rose smoothly and didn't fall back down even without someone holding it up. Phew. If even the lift can be made fully automatic, why can't the door? The girl took a breath and, meeting the golden radiance, stepped out from the stranded graveyard. Is that the Erd tree? Only by tilting her head back 45 degrees could she clearly see that massive Erd tree. It occupied a vast portion of the firmament. Under the dark sky, the Erd tree, emitting its golden radiance, was the sun of the lands between. Although it looked smaller than it did in the game, shock and wordlessness were still the only feelings Mia had left after seeing the Erd tree. How sacred, how vast, how inviolable. Chapter 8. Mia swallowed hard. Turning back, Wilden also emerged, lowering his head to pray silently to the Erd tree he hadn't seen in a long time. We're out, Mia said. She didn't dare keep staring at the Erd tree, fearing she might lose herself in her own insignificance. It wasn't that the Erd tree was eroding her mind, but simply that it was too massive. Looking up for too long made her feel dizzy. Yeah. Wilden gazed at the tree. Unlike Mia, Wilden was a subject of the Erd tree. When he looked up at it, his golden eyes were filled with longing. Hey! Mia called out. Only then did Wilden snap out of it. It's been a very long time since I last saw the Erd tree, he replied. The soldier raised his great shield again. Now, can you tell me what you want me to help you with? Yes. Mia nodded. I want you to take me to Stormvale. To Stormvale? Wilden asked. Unfortunately, his withered face couldn't form very detailed expressions, otherwise, Mia would have seen him frown. What is it? Wilden replied, before I was trapped in the cave, my king, Godric, was collecting powerful tarnished like you for the grafting ceremony. I don't know how long I've been in that cave, or if the banners of the tree and lion still fly over Stormvale Castle. But I think you must be clear about your goal. Wilden looked at Mia. Mia thought for a moment. If she said directly that she wanted to see Godric and give him a beating, Wilden, as a soldier of Godric, certainly wouldn't be happy. Stormvale is still under the rule of King Godric. He is also still hunting tarnished. I just need you to escort me to the foot of Stormvale Castle, and then your help will be complete. On the way to Stormvale, they would encounter many of Godric's soldiers. And as a tarnished returning from outside the lands between, she clearly wouldn't be welcomed by the grafting Godric soldiers. If she could travel with Wilden and disguise herself as a tarnished being taken for grafting, she might be able to avoid many battles. Seeing Wilden hesitate, Mia added, if you're unwilling. Just taking me through Stormgate would be fine. Even if Wilden refused out of loyalty to Godric, Mia wouldn't feel she had lost anything. After all, helping Wilden leave the Cave of Learning was just a matter of convenience. Even without him, Mia would have had to kill that greatsword soldier to get out. Besides, Wilden had given her quite a few runes. So even if Wilden disagreed, Mia would find it reasonable. If he agreed, it would be the icing on the cake. Mia felt the probability of Wilden agreeing was low. Sure enough, she heard Wilden say, I will help you. Ah, I understand if you're unwilling. Wait, what? You. I said I will help you. Oh. Now it was Mia's turn to be surprised. Really? She asked uncertainly. Yes. Wilden nodded, picking up his spear and shield. Let's go. From here to Stormvale, walking day and night, it will take 5 days. Wait, how many days did you say? Chapter 9, Tree Sentinel ahead but cheesing. It's the start of the month, asking for votes. Votes are my motivation. Looking around, not a single part of the scenery was familiar. Where were the distant Stormvale, the Church of Ella, or the Tree Sentinel? None of them were there, they didn't exist. There was only the natural scenery of forests, meadows, cliffs, and roads pieced together. And in the distance, the Erd tree, which looked a size smaller than in the game. This world was clearly much, much larger than in the game. The game seemed to have an incredibly compact map. If you didn't consider fighting monsters, it only took 5 minutes to walk from the stranded graveyard to Stormvale Castle. But in this world, those 5 minutes had become. How long did you say we have to walk? 5 days, Wilden replied. Better just look at the hills in the distance, folks. That place is Storm Hill, Wilden responded. It doesn't look far, but it will take a long time to reach. The mountain looks close, but it's a long way off. Mia understood this principle. Phew. The girl sighed in resignation. I'm in no hurry, let's just walk slowly. First, let's make Stormvale our goal. The journey to become a king begins here. She was about to leave the high ground where the stranded graveyard was located, but after just a few steps, Mia saw it. There was another grace not far away. From a distance, Mia saw a man in white clothes wearing a white mask standing by that grace. He was rubbing his hands together suspiciously. For such a vast world, the 3 graces Mia had seen so far seemed a bit too close together. Obviously, when Mia saw the white mask saw her too, along with Wilden by her side. The man in the white mask was startled and then, under Mia's gaze, he turned and jumped off the cliff of the high ground. Mia hurriedly ran over and looked down from the edge. The white mask only left her with a departing figure disappearing into the bushes. The girl became even more confused. What's going on? Mia tilted her head, not knowing what was happening for a moment, and looked blankly at Wilden, who was running toward her. Wilden also looked at her, blinking innocently. Who is he? Wilden asked. The white mask had long since run far away, and neither of them could see him anymore. I don't know. Mia played dumb. She of course knew who that guy was, White Mask Var, the first NPC a player should encounter who can be communicated with. But this white mask wasn't exactly a good soldier. Var, who served the Lord of Blood, would lure players into killing other tarnished, even finger maidens. Plus, he'd talk trash to the game's protagonist upon their first meeting. Wilden, indeed, did not know the identity of the white mask. He didn't suspect Mia was hiding anything either. But Mia was still a bit puzzled. Why did he run? Maybe he saw me, Wilden replied. King Godric is likely still hunting powerful tarnished. That makes some sense. Mia reached out and touched the grace before her. The two didn't linger there for long. They had just walked down from the high ground. Mia saw the meadow ahead, which was very suitable for riding a horse. Suddenly, a thought occurred to her. Maybe we shouldn't take the main road. Wilden asked, why? Does this tarnished really know the way? Well. At the memory of her suffering in the game, Mia looked conflicted. Do you know about the tree sentinel? The glittering giant cavalryman, the rookie killer, the Miyazaki's malice, the captain of the lands between, the tree sentinel. When a newcomer just starting the game steps out of the stranded graveyard with full confidence, the first things they see, besides the white mask and the Erd tree, is the tree sentinel. He wanders aimlessly along a fixed route like a fool. However, if you think that someone placed just outside the starting area is merely a common mob or a practice boss, you are dead wrong. Once you step into his aggro range, you'll learn the meaning of Hidetaka Miyazaki. Clad in golden armor and wielding a giant shield and halberd, the tree sentinel's attacks are the kind that can reach through the computer screen to deal real damage to the player. In a world where rolling has no invincibility frames, Mia had absolutely no desire to encounter the tree sentinel. There was simply no chance of winning. Better take a detour if possible. Mia was planning accordingly. After hearing Mia's question, Wilden pondered for a few seconds. I know, the soldier nodded. Right? So let's quickly detour from the other direction, Mia said as she started turning back, intending to bypass that terrifying rookie killer from the other side of the high ground. Then she heard Wilden say, if it's that tree sentinel who assists King Godric, I don't think we need to detour. Huh? Mia turned back, looking at him blankly. If you die, I won't be able to retrieve your body. Trust me. I promised I would take you to Stormvale. The two of them walked forward, one after the other. Mia walked in front. By now, she had put away all her weapons. Chapter 9. Her hands were bound behind her back with coarse, sturdy hemp rope. Wilden walked slowly behind Mia, as if escorting a prisoner. Although the young girl's hands were bound, for a tarnished with a personal storage space, the rope could be discarded at any time. In other words, Mia appearing this way was entirely voluntary. In the end, she didn't choose to take a detour. As a shut-in who could get lost in a city center even with GPS in her past life, Mia still possessed some self-awareness. Asking her to bypass the main road and forge her own path through woodlands and shrubs was clearly asking too much. Please, a city kid hadn't even set foot in a field before. How could she possibly find the right path in the wilderness? After some agonizing, she chose the plan Wilden had proposed. Bluffing through. Although the biggest lie Mia had ever told in her life was claiming her income as a content creator was stable just so her family wouldn't worry, she felt that following Wilden to bluff past the tree sentinel would be easier than finding a way through the wilderness. Walking ahead, Mia could already see the giant's armor shimmering under the sunlight of the Erd tree in the distance. If a fight breaks out, Mia whispered back, you should run first. My way of reviving is different from yours. If it really happens, we'll worry about it then. Wilden didn't offer any further guarantees. From the sound of it, there's no way to bluff through with 100% certainty. Lower your head. Oh. The girl was very obedient. But her heart kept pounding. It wasn't because she was nervous about the consequences of the plan failing, Mia's heart raced simply because of the act of deception. The tree sentinel must have seen them. The distance had closed. There was no reason for the giant knight guarding the Erd tree not to have noticed their approach at this range. However, he didn't speed up his patrol. With his halberd resting on his shoulder, he walked toward them at a leisurely pace. He gave off a relaxed attitude. That horse could hardly be called a horse anymore. It was as tall as a single-story building, draped in heavy barding and carrying an equally massive knight. He was like a mountain. Every step the tree sentinel's horse took was accompanied by the tremors of the earth. This sensation grew stronger as the tree sentinel approached. With her head lowered, Mia felt like a soldier seeing a tank for the first time on a World War battlefield. The knight still hadn't broken into a gallop. Keeping her head down, Mia saw a shadow appear on the ground in front of her. Don't stop, if I stop, my legs will probably start shaking, right? Halt. A deep, resonant voice like a war drum came from overhead. Mia came to a stiff halt. Behind Mia, Wilden knelt on one knee before the tree sentinel. This is a grafting sacrifice for King Godric. I can't win. Such pressure, just standing there, just appearing as a shadow in her line of sight, that kind of intimidation was not something she could withstand right now. She was too weak, lacking power. She couldn't even raise her head in front of such a soldier. The deep voice spoke again. Raise your head. You mother asterisk. Don't push it too far. Wilden poked Mia gently from behind. Even though she had cursed the tree sentinel over and over in her heart, the girl still raised her head. Ah, so radiant. At such close range, the tree sentinel's figure was even more majestic than the Erd tree. Please just let us go, I'm really not a problem at all. Marika. If you have any conscience left and want me to repair the Elden Ring, then help me deal with this tree sentinel. The girl prayed, silently in her heart. As a simple-minded materialist, Mia believed that if gods truly existed, they were material facts belonging to the realm of materialism rather than idealistic fantasies. Thus, the relationship between a god and a believer should be one of exchange. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch. It was impossible for a believer to give nothing and receive divine protection just by muttering a few words. It had to be a win-win exchange. Since it was an exchange, maintaining appropriate politeness was enough. There was no need to have the gods constantly on one's lips. Therefore, Mia felt there was no need to worship Marika excessively. Since the other party needed something from her, Marika provided grace, and she worked to become the Elden Lord. Her status was equal to Marika's. So, Mia felt that her current demand of Marika counted as a prayer. After all, the definition of prayer is a religious believer silently telling their wishes to a god. Mia's wish was very clear, wasn't it? She didn't know if such a creative method of praying had worked. In Mia's own eyes, her full-of-holes disguise with Wilden was actually ignored by the tree sentinel. Go on then, to Storm Vale. The tree sentinel nodded. Then, ignoring the two, he walked slowly toward the back. Mia and Wilden both quickened their pace in unison. Feeling guilty, Mia stole a glance back. The golden-armored knight hadn't noticed anything unusual, and was moving away from them. She breathed a small sigh of relief. We need to get away from him quickly. Before they had gone far, Wilden whispered from behind. He stopped. What? Mia instinctively looked back. The massive golden knight was turning his head to stare at them. He looked back first, then turned his horse around. Something's wrong. Mia felt as if the character for danger had appeared above her head. If he was just turning around because he'd reached the end of his patrol path, why look back at her first? Like an ordinary soldier taking a stroll, if they know the path by heart, they don't need extra observation to determine their next direction. If they suddenly look back halfway, something must have caught their attention. Run! Mia shouted. The tree sentinel spurred his horse, trotting toward their position. With every step the horse took, the pebbles on the ground trembled. However, not far from Mia, the tree sentinel slowed down again. The horse snorted, and the knight's helmet turned from side to side. Holding her breath, Mia pressed herself tightly against the shoulder of the road, hiding behind the roots of a tree. Wilden was hiding on the other side of the road. By splitting up, perhaps at least one of them could escape. She saw the massive, armored horse head sniffing to the left and right of the road. The girl didn't dare to breathe. She could even hear the horse's heavy breathing. Breathing? Is it sniffing? As quietly as possible, Mia reached for the soil beneath her and slowly grabbed a large clump of dirt with grass roots. The sound of her movements remained hidden by the breeze rustling through the treetops. Mia rubbed the soil in her hands. Looking up slightly, she could see the chin of the knight's black steed. The smell of dirt and grass roots wafted out as she rubbed them. The horse sneezed and pulled its head back. The horse paced continuously on the road, each step treading on Mia's heartstrings. The knight's gaze scanned the trees and shrubs on both sides through his heavy helmet. After a while, the girl heard a cold snort. Just a tarnished. The sound of hooves rang out again, this time gradually fading into the distance. Phew. Finally, she could let her tense body relax. Mia tried to turn around to see how far the knight had gone down the road, but with a slip, she stepped on a pile of branches, lost her footing, and tumbled down the shoulder of the road. Whoosh! The golden halberd pierced into the swaying bushes with the sound of tearing air. With a squelch, the knight raised his weapon. Hanging from the tip of the halberd was a dead wild sheep. Wilden poked his head out and watched as the knight nearby threw the goat from his halberd onto the ground. The tree sentinel gradually moved away. The soldier lowered his body as he darted onto the road, then saw Mia on the other side, sprawled on the ground and not daring to move. Only when she saw Wilden appear in her sight did Mia breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 10, Church of Ella. The previous text has been modified and slightly condensed. It won't affect readers who have already seen it. Ha! I can't run anymore. Mia's face was flushed red. Her hands gripped a pillar by the roadside, and her body was bent at a 90-degree angle. After bluffing their way past the tree sentinel, fearing he might notice something wrong again, Mia and Wilden sprinted forward at top speed. They ran for over half an hour. We shouldn't be caught now, right? The girl's flat chest heaved continuously as she panted hot breath. Her damp breath turned her lips into an enticing color, like polished red apples. Sweat also glued strands of hair to her ears and soaked her neck. Although she looked disheveled, it gave the girl a sense of maturity that didn't quite belong to her petite body. If he really saw through us, we wouldn't have been able to escape. In stark contrast was Wilden. While Mia was sprinting, the soldier had been following closely behind her. And while Mia felt like she was about to die from running, Wilden was still following behind her as calm and unruffled as ever. Don't you pant. Get tired? Mia turned to look at him, gritting her teeth. Wilden was still wearing his full set of equipment, a great sword on his back, a brass shield, 2 straight swords at his waist, a massive tower shield in his left hand, and a painted spear in his right. I get tired, Wilden said. Chapter 10. Those words weren't convincing at all. He wasn't even out of breath. But there won't be anything else to do. That hollow face of his probably provided all the answers. I'll rest for a bit. Aya. A chilling cry, like a final death struggle, came from overhead. Eek. The sudden cry startled Mia. She looked up along the pillar she was leaning on. A hollow, weathered almost into a skeleton, hung from a tall Y-shaped gallows. Mia quickly let go of the Y-shaped gallows. What is this? Mia took a few steps back, staring at the hollow hanging from the rack. Its limbs were little more than bone. Heaven knows how long it had been hanging there. Only its head, which could only be described as tattered, emitted meaningless sounds in an uncanny way. If one loses themselves to a long life, they end up hanging here until their body and soul are completely weathered away, Wilden explained. Let's keep going. The hollow hanging on the Y-shaped gallows was certainly no pleasant sight. Compared to the greenery on both sides of the road, it felt like a defilement. It wouldn't be too late to walk a bit further and find a more suitable place to rest. She had just thought that, but before she could take more than a few steps, the muscle spasms from her previous intense exertion made her retch. She lowered her head and dry heaved in discomfort, only bringing up some bile, as her stomach was empty. Ah! She groaned in discomfort and wiped her mouth. The cloth covering her eyes was nearly soaked with involuntary tears. As she stood up unsteadily, Wilden supported her from the side. What's wrong? I feel a bit unwell. Mia whimpered. To make herself feel better, she pursed her lips and tried taking deep breaths through her nose. She hadn't felt it much before, but now her calves felt like jelly. After all, she had run for so long at such a high speed. I must have run 10 kilometers by now, right? Wilden held Mia's shoulder. Due to the height difference, he didn't even have to raise his hand, and looked into the distance. Suddenly he said, "There's a building ahead." "What?" Mia strained to lift her head. Although the forest wasn't particularly dense, she couldn't see anything except a massive ruin looming ahead. "I'm taller than you, so I can see further. Let's go there to rest." She wasn't in the mood to argue about her height right now. She had no strength left, and her mouth felt sticky from nausea. If only she had some water to rinse it out. Ah, right. The girl suddenly took out an Estus flask, crossed out, "Flask of Sacred Tears." She took a sip. A very small sip, just enough to wet her lips. Even such a small sip washed away most of the aches and fatigue throughout her body. "I feel much better." Mia exhaled a breath of stale air, and let go of Wilden's support. "Where is this building you mentioned?" Speaking of buildings so close to the stranded graveyard. It was likely the Church of Ella. "I can only see its spire." "Let's head that way." Among the trees and weeds, he found a dirt path that was barely passable, branching off to the left from the main road. That road had once been fairly wide, but now it was overgrown with all sorts of vegetation. Following Wilden, Mia saw the Church of Ella a moment later. The stone building had long since fallen into ruin. On the remaining structures, the bricks were so weathered that not a single straight line could be found. The roof was long gone, and every wall was incomplete. Only the church's bell tower still stood tall, its battered frame reaching upward. What Wilden had seen earlier must have been the bell tower of the Church of Ella. A sense of relief, a feeling of finally saved, welled up in the girl's heart. "How about we stay the night here?" Mia said to Wilden before they even stepped inside. Wilden looked up at the bright sky. "We can cover more ground before nightfall." "No rush, no rush. Who knows where else we'll find to stay if we pass this place up. There is no need to stay the night. If we keep walking, we'll reach Stormvale in 5 days." "But I can't do that," Mia cried out. "That's 5 days. From morning to night, without any rest. With such an outrageous pace, she'd end up dead and miserable with her tongue hanging out." Wilden didn't seem to understand. "The tarnished truly are fragile. It's probably not a matter of being fragile." Although she really wanted to snap back with, "What would a hollow like you know?" Mia's emotional intelligence told her she shouldn't say that. Before even entering the Church of Ella, Mia saw the golden grace floating in the roofless hall. And a figure very familiar to Elden Ring players, sitting in the corner like Santa Claus. Or rather, the man in red, the nomadic merchant Kale. He was jokingly called Santa Claus because of his red clothes and pointed cloth hat. With a campfire, an arrow, a donkey, and his luggage close at hand, Kale had established a cozy little corner for himself in this ruined church. When Mia and Wilden walked in, Kale was holding his instrument, but he was just staring blankly at the fire. Then he saw Wilden walking in front. He jumped up instantly and bolted toward his donkey. Why is it the same situation as with the white mask again? Mia felt a wave of exasperation. She immediately jumped out from behind Wilden and shouted. "Wait a minute." Chapter 11, The Witch Descends at Nightfall. "It seems you're not going to attack me. I told you it was a misunderstanding, didn't I?" Mia and Kale sat together by the campfire in the Church of Ella, a picture of harmony. Before Kale could flee, they managed to explain why she and Wilden were there, so Kale didn't have to run away like the white mask. "I don't know why a tarnished would be traveling with a soldier of Godric, and so harmoniously at that. But thank goodness, at least you're people who can coexist peacefully." He said this, but he still looked a bit uneasy when he glanced at Wilden, who was standing guard nearby. Wilden wasn't looking their way, so Kale swayed back and forth in front of Mia, as if testing whether she could actually see him. "My name is Kale. I'm a merchant of the nomadic people, traveling and doing business. Midway through, he cautiously reached out and waved his hand in front of Mia's eyes. Slap! Mia grabbed his hand and smiled politely yet firmly. I can see. Kale tried to pull his hand back. It didn't budge. He pulled again. Mia gripped it even tighter. I'm sorry. I definitely wasn't trying to test you so I could slip away. I told you we're not bandits. Ow, 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 ow. After the scuffle, Kale finally sat down properly. He had presumably accepted that Mia and Wilden weren't bandits. Ever since the Elden Ring was shattered, the people of the lands between have gone a bit mad. Stealing a glance at Wilden nearby, Kale muttered under his breath, luckily there are tarnished like you, it's the only way my business stays afloat. Then he leaned closer to Mia. Why are you with him? It was obvious he deeply distrusted the uniformed Wilden. I did him a favor, so he agreed to do one for me. As for the details, Mia sized up the merchant. It's not convenient to disclose. I understand. Kale waved a hand, dropping the subject. Do you want to buy anything? I've got tools, equipment, even information. I don't really have anything I want to buy. But she had plenty of things to sell. Wait for me a moment, Mia said seriously. Then she stood up and walked behind a crumbling low wall. When she reappeared under Kale's astonished gaze, she was carrying a pile of weapons and equipment taller than half her height. Clang! She dumped the whole pile in front of Kale. You really are bandits. I knew it was impossible for a royal army soldier to be traveling with a tarnished. Don't run. Grab. Kale squinted as he turned over the golden longsword in his hand. 3,000 runes. I can only take 2. How can it be only 3,000? Mia haggled fiercely. Look at the engravings, look at the gilding. These are the sidearms of the capital's nobility. You have no idea how hard it is to find buyers these days. Kale shrugged helplessly. The ones wandering the wilds have lost their minds, and the royal army doesn't welcome us. My business only survives on the occasional tarnished. True enough. Mia nodded to herself, but she didn't want to give an inch in the negotiation. How about 4,000? I hadn't had a customer for a long time before you showed up, and now you're not even buying anything. Then 3,800. 7,000 for the 2. Deal. Mia pushed the second noble's slender sword toward him. These were the 2 items in relatively good condition that Kale had carefully picked out from her pile of loot after much deliberation. She picked up the rest of the miscellaneous gear, walked behind the low wall again, and came out with nothing in her hands. Chapter 11. Kale watched with immense curiosity. You are, never mind. Trade secrets, I understand. I still need to buy a few things. What are you buying? Kale held his coin purse, waiting for Mia to finish her shopping so they could settle the bill together. Mia bought some food from Kale. Although Mia had some money, Kale didn't have much food to sell. It was only a few pieces of dried meat. And water. Along with the water, Mia bought a cracked pot. An empty pot that restores itself even if broken, a container required for crafting pot items. It couldn't be more convenient for holding water or other liquids. From the moment she transmigrated until now, Mia hadn't eaten anything, nor had a drop of water passed her lips. Although she could sustain her life by touching grace, it didn't change the fact that Mia truly hadn't eaten for a long time. It wasn't exactly hunger, it was more like a craving. Do you want some? Mia shared some of the dried meat with Wilden. Wilden took the dried meat and sat on a fallen stone pillar, quietly gnawing on it. Mia looked at him and asked curiously, what did you eat when you were trapped in the cave? The food ran out long ago. Wilden used his teeth to tear strips of fiber from the tough dried meat. But even if you don't eat, you won't die. You just stay hungry. Just stay hungry. Mia felt those were very cruel words. It seems, Kale interjected while warming his hands by the campfire, that many of those wandering nobles went mad precisely because of hunger. Because they were so hungry but couldn't die, and because they couldn't die, they had to endure the most agonizing starvation forever. Why don't they grow crops? Mia looked down at the vibrant green grass by her feet. Was this place really that arid? Farming. Kale gave a light snort. Everyone's gone to war. Those shardbearers, in order to become Elden Lord, have thrown everything into the conflict. There's not even business to be done anymore. Farming. Even if people are hungry, they won't starve to death, so it's better to conscript one more soldier as a soldier. Mia lowered her head silently and took a bite of the dried meat. Gulp. It tasted awful. Aside from salt, there were no seasonings at all. The gamey stench of the beast meat rampaged through Mia's mouth without any cover. Her small face turned pale before she successfully managed to swallow that bit of meat fiber. The rest is for you. Mia stuffed all the dried meat into Wilden's hands. This stuff could only be described as vital sign maintenance material. Mia's earlier craving to eat something was instantly suppressed. Wilden didn't refuse and pocketed all the dried meat Mia had bought. Kale watched the two of them from the side and spoke again. Speaking of which, you tarnished who have returned from outside the lands between, your goal is to become Elden Lord, right? Mia nodded. If you really become Elden Lord, you... Kale said, then suddenly paused. He shook his head. Never mind, that's not what I wanted to say. Then he changed the subject. It looks like you two are going on a long journey. I have some tools here that can be used in the wild to aid in survival. The nomadic merchant pulled a somewhat bulky leather bag from his pack. A mortar, a cutting board, a small knife, and other very useful tools. Of course, there's more than just these. You'll definitely need them when camping in the wild. Since we've hit it off quite well, I'll give you a discount. I'll sell it to you for 300 runes, how about it? Sure. Later that evening, Mia used the flint from the tool bag to light another campfire inside the church. Though the church was dilapidated, it could at least block the wind, providing a place to rely on in the wild. She only hoped it wouldn't rain. A while after nightfall, Mia pulled out the sleeping mat she had found in the Cave of Learning. Looking at the fabric, which would turn to powder if rubbed at the edges, Mia briefly reminisced about her days before reincarnation. But what could be done? One must always move forward. Sigh. With a long sigh, she lay down on the sleeping mat. Soft grass collected nearby was spread underneath. While it couldn't be called comfortable, it wasn't exactly miserable to sleep on either. Aren't you going to sleep? Mia saw Wilden sitting on the ground leaning against a pillar, with some of his weapons still on him. Someone has to keep watch, right? Mia looked to the side. Kale had already crawled into his branch tent, and the nomadic merchant's donkey was lying on the ground, its ears twitching. All right then. Mia acquiesced to Wilden's action and lay back down. Staring at the starless night sky, after experiencing so much, she finally had time to seriously contemplate her situation. Reminiscence of the past and worry for the future made the young girl toss and turn, unable to sleep. This was her first time in 2 lives camping in the wild. Perhaps she lacked a sense of security. Mia forced herself to close her eyes, entering a less-than-beautiful dreamland amidst the crackling of the campfire. After an unknown amount of time, Mia opened her eyes. The campfire had gone out, and the long night still lingered. The girl sat up, looking around in confusion. It was as if a veil had been draped before her. Everything looked misty. It wasn't until she stood up that she realized the mist only floated below her knees. It was as if she had entered a fairyland, with a refreshing, delicate fragrance lingering at the tip of her nose. But she was indeed supposed to be at the Church of Ella. Kale was lying in his small tent, with only his feet showing, appearing to be in a deep sleep. Wilden, who said he would keep watch, was leaning against the base of a wall with his eyes closed. What happened? Tarnished, come here, please. A soft, ethereal voice pierced through the mist and reached Mia's ears. Looking toward the sound, she saw a woman sitting on the broken wall of the church. She wore a long white robe and a large, pointed hat. Even without announcing her name, one could tell this was a witch's attire. At a time like this, having woken up for unknown reasons and still feeling somewhat hazy, Mia walked toward the woman as instructed. Standing beneath the low wall, Mia saw that her face was not the usual flesh color of humans, but a deep blue like polar ice. She also had 4 hands, which peeked out playfully from beneath her thick cloak, 2 resting on her knees, and 2 pressed together at her chest. Her face was as exquisite as a doll's. Anyone, regardless of gender, would be drawn to her appearance and unable to look away. But what was most unforgettable was her one closed eye. Mia walked to the low wall and looked up at her. "I believe this is our first meeting. I am the witch Rena." The witch calling herself Rena spoke of her own accord. "I heard that the unknown scion has returned to the lands between. It took me some time to find you. It seems it is indeed you." "What?" Mia frowned in confusion. Is there something wrong with the lines? Why are they different from what she remembered? Furthermore, the timing of the witch's appearance was also different from her memory. Watching her reaction, the witch said, "Do you not know? Is it that you have forgotten, or perhaps, she never told you?" "What does that mean?" Mia pressed. The witch Rena did not answer, continuing to herself, "I have items to hand over to you, entrusted to me by that soldier." She reached out, holding a bell in one hand and a small box in the other. This item is called the Spirit Calling Bell. From it, you can summon spirits from ashes that have not returned to the Erd Tree. Those spirits will temporarily recognize you as their master and recreate their battle forms from when they were alive. After speaking, she paused. Use them as you see fit. With that, she placed the 2 items on the stone bricks beside her, clearly intending for Mia to take them herself. "Excuse me." Seeing that Rena was about to say her exit line, Mia could no longer wait and spoke up. "What exactly did you mean just now? What have I forgotten?" Do not blame Mia for her urgency. Because from Rena's words, she heard that her transmigration seemed to involve someone else's deeper scheme. Perhaps she did not tell you because she had her own considerations. Can you be a bit clearer? That is all for now. I expect we shall meet again. Until then, enjoy the taste of the lands between. Wait, Runni, watching Rena, who had already spoken her exit words, Mia urgently tried to make her stay, even calling out the witch's true name. She had too many unresolved doubts. Runni's appearance had directly dragged her into a mystery. "Oh? It seems you are not entirely ignorant after all." But Runni only smiled with interest, showing no intention of staying. Her body had already begun to gradually vanish. "I look forward to it. What in the end will you choose to become?" The witch Rena, Lunar Princess Runni, disappeared, leaving 2 items on the low wall. And Mia remained in a state of bewilderment. Riddle after riddle, and Runni was not an NPC. She wouldn't wait for Mia to fully digest one sentence before saying the next. Mia felt like her brain capacity was almost at its limit. Runni had been gone for a long time, but she was still pacing anxiously under the night sky. Unknown scion. Was she talking about me? Who is she? Did her transmigration have some hidden secret? Scion. Scion, she. Whose scion would I be? Hers? Suddenly, Mia stopped. She twisted the tips of her golden hair with her fingers and turned to look at that magnificent, radiant tree. Chapter 12. No shout-outs today. But please leave some comments. Don't leave me playing solo. Chapter 12. Three's Company. Runni's words kept Mia thinking half the night. Until the next morning, she looked preoccupied. Rubbing the grace to ease the fatigue of a sleepless night, Mia figured it out, then decided not to think about it anymore. Though the riddles concerning herself were indeed worrying, Mia didn't have the strength to solve them right now. If she really were someone's scion as Runny said, then peeling back the mist would inevitably involve dealing with other top-tier figures in the lands between. The current Mia was still too weak, lacking power. At least meet Melina first. Maybe our dear little would knows something. I take photos while the house is on fire, I sleep when life is a mess. Having cast off her psychological burden, Mia hummed a melody very familiar from her past life. I don't know when disaster strikes, at worst I'll just hang myself. Wilden, you can't die from hanging. The light tune stopped abruptly. No sense of humor. The soldier shrugged. Whether it was Wilden or Kale, neither knew anything about the witch's visit last night. Even seeing the spirit-calling bell hanging from her waist, they didn't ask. Even if they asked, Mia wasn't planning to tell them about last night. Back to the morning. As soon as Kale woke up and ate something, he began tidying his pile of things. What are you doing? Mia asked curiously. Doing what the nomadic people should do, of course, Kale said, tucking the noble's slender sword he bought from Mia yesterday into his pack. You're leaving? Where to? Since we've done business, we're business partners, so, phew. Kale finished packing his tent poles and fabric, taking a breath. I'll be straight with you, I'm heading north to Liurnia. If you want to find me again, try your luck there. I hope fate lets us do business again. Ah. Mia clapped her hands. Isn't that a coincidence? Wilden and Kale looked at her at the same time. We're also heading north, to Stormvale. I think we can travel together for a while until we reach Stormgate. Kale hesitated for a moment. Then he shook his head and continued packing the rest of his things. I'm used to being alone. The nomadic merchant replied. Mia didn't want to give up this chance to travel together. Think about it, you're going to Liurnia alone. The road is full of dangers. Who knows how many bandits and thieves there are? At least we can provide some protection. Kale thought for a bit and realized the logic was sound. Let's get this straight first. Kale tied his pack to the donkey's rump, pulling hard on the rope knots. I'm not paying to hire you, you're the ones choosing to come along. Of course. Mia said lightheartedly. She had one more traveling companion, even if temporary, it was better than none. However, Mia's main thought was. Mia stared at Kale, more accurately, at his donkey. The nomadic merchant, still packing, felt a chill from being watched and couldn't help asking, what now? Don't you two need to pack your things? Already packed. Mia had long ago sent the sleeping mat back to her four-dimensional backpack. Then, she gave a mischievous grin, is your donkey for rent? Life needs an attitude, attitude depends on how you live. Small things like sesame seeds, don't let them torture you. The carefree song echoed along the wilderness path. Mia rode Kale's donkey, it cost her 500 runes, Kale led the donkey, and the fully armed Wilden cleared the way for them. Unfortunately, they were missing one soldier. Otherwise, she could sing You Carry the Load, I Lead the Horse. They were slowly approaching Storm Hill. I think we nomadic people are quite similar to you, Tarnished. Kale, leading the donkey, struck up a conversation with Mia. Oh? Our nomadic people have never been favored by the Erd Tree's grace since ancient times, so we're forced to make our home anywhere, living a life of hardship and travel. In that regard, Tarnished and nomadic people are quite similar. The Erd Tree hasn't been inclusive of everyone for a very, very long time. The girl's body swayed with the donkey's steps. Kale nodded. I knew you'd understand. He shared a moment of silence, then told Mia more. Have you heard of the Great Caravan? Kale asked, then immediately answered himself before Mia could. I suppose you haven't, you probably haven't been back in the lands between for very long. He shook his head somewhat despondently. Even we nomadic people once had a place that could be called home, which we called the Great Caravan. But they've been gone for a long time. Ever since I can remember, we've been looking for it. Mia gave a soft hum in acknowledgement. After a while, she suddenly asked, "Why are you looking for it alone?" "Huh?" Kale didn't understand what Mia meant. The girl continued, "There are others of your kind all over the lands between, right? They're wandering alone just like you. But why don't you act together? While I understand you long to find the great caravan, to find your roots and family, I think someone who likes being lonely will find that even if they find their home, it will only be a home without family." The bell on the donkey's chest jingled, its crisp sound like a bird's chirp, carrying far across the wilderness. After hearing Mia's words, Kale held the donkey's reins and lowered his head, staring at the dirt road beneath his feet. After a long silence, Kale broke it himself. "Perhaps you're right. I should look for more of my people." The girl nodded vigorously, feeling a sense of relief that he had taken her advice. The more united, the stronger. The three of them advanced along the seemingly endless dirt road. When the light of the Erd tree was most dazzling, it should be noon. Since the sun wasn't visible, she couldn't use the phrase "sun high in the sky" to describe the time. She was hungry again. But they hadn't seen the next grace yet. "Kale, do you have any more food?" "A little. I'll have to set some traps before we camp tonight to see if I can catch some rabbits or squirrels, otherwise we'll be out of food in a while." Because Mia wasn't used to eating dried meat, she got some roa fruit raisins from Kale, for which she paid. Even close brothers should keep clear accounts, let alone Kale, who was a merchant to begin with. The fruit, which became exceptionally sour after drying, was incredibly refreshing. Traveling and stopping, it was suddenly evening. Among the three, Mia, riding the donkey, was the most relaxed. But even riding a donkey could make one's butt sore. She had gotten down to walk for a while during the journey. "Time to camp," Kale said, looking at the sky. Mia still didn't see the light of grace. Wilden also stopped. "At your pace, it'll take 4.5 days just to reach Stormgate." "Not everyone is like you children of the Erd tree." Kale rolled his eyes, likely making a sarcastic remark about the tireless hollow. Wilden didn't want to argue. "If we're camping, then let's camp. Traveling at night might mean encountering bats. Could you please start a fire? I'm going to set some traps under the trees." "Go ahead." Mia waved her hand. She would help look after Kale's donkey and luggage. Kale returned quickly without encountering any danger, and Mia had already started the bonfire. Lighting a bonfire was no trouble for her at all. She found that in the toolkit Kale sold her, the flint was the most useless item. Just by gathering some dry wood and grass, Mia could produce a small flame from her fingertips, and then, a bonfire was born. "Are you still not resting?" After nightfall, Wilden sat quietly by the bonfire with his gear, just like the night before. "I think you should just leave him alone." Kale, already lying on his floor mat, turned around, his back to the soldier. "Someone has to keep watch." The merchant seemed to have always held a certain prejudice against children of the Erd tree. Throughout the day, Kale had spoken a lot with Mia, but he hadn't said a single word to Wilden. The first night of the journey was a very peaceful one. However, Mia still didn't sleep well. She still wasn't used to the feeling of camping. As soon as it was light the next day, the sound of Kale getting up woke the light-sleeping Mia. He went to the traps he set last night, and caught a rabbit and a squirrel. Mia lit the fire again, and helped Kale process the game. "Are you going to ride the donkey today too?" "Yes." "Then I'll give you half off," Kale said. "You helped me a lot last night. Traveling with a few people is indeed much more convenient than being alone. The credit for keeping watch belongs mostly to Wilden." The merchant replied perfunctorily. He stomped out the bonfire. The three of them packed up and continued on their way. "Does your donkey have a name?" The donkey's pace still made Mia's body sway. Chapter 13. "I don't know," Kale answered. "What do you mean you don't know?" Kale shrugged. "It never asked my name, so I never asked its name. For some reason, it felt a bit cold. Mia gave a polite smile. Should we give it a name? I'm not good at that. Is it male or female? Female. Then let's call her Amia. Chapter 13. The Ruined Village. Mia felt like the distance they traveled today was further than yesterday, likely thanks to the little donkey she was riding, Amia. Since getting a name, Amia's pace seemed to have lightened considerably. Kale didn't understand the meaning behind the name, he just thought it was a bit perfunctory. After all, in his eyes, Amia was just Mia with an extra syllable. At least it's better than having no name. Mia retorted. In the evening, the three of them settled down in a dilapidated, deserted village. Mia was certain that such a location didn't exist in the game. But now the lands between had become a real world, and the map size was far more exaggerated than in the game. It was reasonable for a few inconsequential locations to be added. Tonight they could finally sleep in a place with a roof. More importantly, Mia saw a cluster of golden light in one of the houses in this ruined village. That was a grace. Creak. Pushing the door open, a thick, musty smell wafted toward them. Only she could see the light of the grace. Looking around the dilapidated house from the inside, it lived up to its name. Almost none of the furniture was intact, and everything was covered in dust. Not to mention the bedding. The stone walls were still relatively intact, but a third of the roof had collapsed, and the floor in that area was covered in broken tiles and rotting wood. Not bad. Kale also looked over the house Mia had chosen. It felt more secure than the Church of Ella. At least there were walls on all four sides and a roof. Kale led Amia inside. The door was just wide enough for the little donkey to pass through. Let's clean up a bit. The three of them piled the fragile furniture into the roofless corner, and used it as kindling to light a campfire. Mia and Kale shared the rabbit and squirrel from this morning, along with berries picked along the road during the day. Wilden was still gnawing on the dried meat he had carried since leaving the Church of Ella. Wilden. Mia handed the still steaming rabbit meat to Wilden. Do you want to try some? Some of Kale's spices had been added. It didn't cost anything. He said it was a reward for Mia finding a shelter and lighting the campfire. A merchant is also one who barters. Mia felt that the roasted meat with spices was much tastier than the jerky, even though the wild rabbit caught in the trap didn't have much fat, and was full of chewy muscle, and it didn't sizzle impressively while roasting. But it still smelled quite good. The aroma drifted far out under the night sky, along with the smoke from the campfire, through the leaky roof. Wilden took the rabbit leg and took a bite. How does it taste? Mia stared at him expectantly. She wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but Mia felt that Wilden's withered skin looked a bit fuller. Wilden nodded. Very good. In truth, he couldn't taste anything. Hee. Mia smiled and shared some more rabbit meat with Kale. She even held a rabbit leg in front of the donkey. With a mischievous grin, she asked, "Do you eat rabbits, Amia?" This was probably Mia's first decent dinner since arriving in the lands between. Although limited by the environment, the taste wasn't amazing even with spices, but Mia still ate quite happily. Did you guys hear something? Kale's ears twitched. Of course, under his hat, no one saw. What? Mia and Wilden looked at him together. It seems like something is. A whoosh, whoosh sound. It seemed like the unnatural sound of wind made by something flapping its wings. Now, Mia and Wilden heard it too. The soldiers stood up with a solemn expression. They heard another noise besides the wind, a rustling sound that was getting closer and closer. What is that? Mia reached out and grabbed the spear appearing from thin air. Kale drew a sword from his instrument. He listened intently. It's rats, he growled in a low voice. Quick, seal the doors and windows. Rats? Mia was taken aback. No, that's not right. Do rats make the sound of flying creatures flapping their wings? But now was not the time for overthinking. Mia and Wilden ran quickly to the doors and windows of the ruined house. From the window, the young girl saw countless red eyes moving in the overgrown village lane outside. Those were rats. There was definitely something else hidden behind the sound of those rats moving. Mia closed the window, which was still in relatively good condition. But the door was different. Wilden tried to reinforce the already shaky door, but the flimsy door couldn't withstand Wilden's strength, and fell over directly in his hands. "Block the door," Cale shouted. Amia was already braying in terror, and the merchant desperately pulled on the reins, trying to calm the beast. Wilden raised his great shield and pressed it directly against the doorframe. The rats arrived. The hungry beasts wanted to break into the house full of life. Wilden, with the giant shield against his shoulder, blocked them outside. Mia heard the thumping sound of bodies slamming into the tower shield. "Those are all rats." Mia swallowed nervously. It was actually quite embarrassing. Mia had never seen any other rodents in her life, except for those in pet markets. Including the kind of rats that steal oil to drink. She had never seen one. Just looking out from the window and seeing the dense cluster of red eyes made her skin crawl. She absolutely couldn't let those things in. Golden vow. Grace of the Erd tree. The two consecutive flashes of blinding golden light made Cale unable to open his eyes. Before he could open them, he was suddenly pinned to the ground by a massive force. "Cale!" Mia cried out in alarm. A giant bat suddenly burst through the gap in the ruined house's roof, pinning Cale directly to the ground. That was it. The flying creature that had been on her mind, making the wind sound, it was a giant man-faced bat. It had attacked the ruined house where the three were staying along with the rats. Amia lost control. The startled donkey rampaged through the house in terror, knocking Mia down. The girl, who had been sent rolling, scrambled up and immediately shouted, "Wilden!" The soldier looked back and saw the donkey charging toward him. With lightning speed, he pulled back the tower shield and dove to the side. The donkey charged out the door, its massive momentum carving a path through the dense crowd of rats. The sounds of crushing and bones snapping were incessant. Rats leaped onto the donkey, only to be bucked off by the frenzied beast. Amia disappeared into the night. The rats rushed in, each one as high as Mia's knee. The girl scrambled up quickly. At this moment, she couldn't care about how disgusting the rats were. Wilden drew the two straight swords from his waist, stirring up a storm of blood and gore among the rats, while Cale was still struggling with the man-faced bat. The bat was almost as large as Cale. The nomadic merchant could only use his arms to block the bat's sharp claws. He shielded his face with his arms, and the sharp claws tore through his clothes, leaving deep wounds on his arms. But the next moment after each wound appeared, it would heal rapidly accompanied by a golden glow. This was the blessing given to Cale by the prayer Mia cast, Grace of the Erd tree, providing continuous and significant recovery of vitality. But the pain prevented Cale from noticing anything unusual about his body. He struggled and rolled on the ground, finally managing to reach the sword within the instrument he had dropped. Grabbing the head of the instrument used as a hilt, Cale, in a life-or-death moment, swung the sword upward with all his might. Screech! The man-faced bat let out an incredibly piercing scream, as that one strike severed its pair of claws on the spot. Ignite! Noticing Cale's disadvantage, Mia had already joined the fray. Scorching flames instantly engulfed the man-faced bat, turning it into a rising fireball. The man-faced bat howled in agony. Even with the protection of the prayer, Mia's eardrums throbbed from the sound. To end its suffering, and to end her own, Mia raised her spear and stabbed down hard into the fireball rolling on the ground. Chapter 14. They're afraid of fire. Suddenly, she heard Wilden's voice. Without a second thought, Mia gripped her spear with both hands, skewered the fireball on the ground that had stopped moving, and pushed it toward the door. "Let go," Wilden said. Mia immediately withdrew her spear, and the soldier reached out directly toward the man-faced bat that was burning all over, grabbed it by the neck, and forcefully hurled it out the door. All the rats scrambled to avoid the path where that fireball flew through. Wilden propped one hand against the door, watching the retreating tide of rats. Just like that, it was over. This sudden battle could be described as coming and going in a flash. It seems that Bat was their leader, Wilden said thoughtfully. Bats are just rats with wings. This statement was, roughly speaking, correct. Mia wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. Oh right, Kale. She immediately ran toward the merchant still lying on the ground. Kale had taken off his hat, which looked quite like a Santa hat, and was staring blankly at a corner of the night sky through the gap in the roof. Are you all right? Mia's head appeared at the edge of the night sky. Kale only then recovered from the previous battle. He sat up, looking at his hands over and over. The sleeves on both arms had long been shredded, and were even stained with a lot of blood, but his arms, they were as smooth as new. He picked up his self-defense cane sword. The blade clearly had a notch in it, and the severed claw of the man-faced bat still lay on the ground, radiating residual warmth. The merchant, born of the nomadic people, looked up at the two people beside him. The effect of the prayer had not yet vanished, and he could see the golden light enveloping Mia, Wilden, and even himself. And he could feel that power bestowed upon him. What is this? My prayer. Mia hadn't yet realized why Kale was so surprised. Your prayer. Kale murmured. The protection of the Erd tree. Luckily my prayer was timely, Mia said thankfully. In the instant right after the protection was applied, Kale had been pinned to the ground by the man-faced bat. If not for the effect of the prayer, this nomadic merchant who dreamed of finding the great caravan would be dead by now. Kale stood up without a word. I'm going to find Mia. Wait, let's go together. I'll go alone. I know how to find her, and she's just been spooked. It's better not to look for her altogether. Out of concern for Kale's safety, Mia was about to object, but she met his very determined gaze. All right. Mia eventually agreed. But you'd better take this. The young girl handed the spirit-calling bell, and the case containing the lone wolf ashes to Kale. If you encounter danger, ring this bell. I don't know if it will work, you can also shout loudly, Wilden, and I will rush over immediately. Thank you. Kale took the spirit-calling bell and the ash box. Be careful, Wilden reminded him as he headed out the door. Kale nodded, holding a torch he had picked up from the campfire as he walked into the night. He walked forward for a distance, then suddenly stopped and looked back at the dilapidated shack, which looked even more pitiful after the attack. Your prayer. He murmured to himself, turned back around, and began to search for the donkey's tracks. Chapter 14, Transmigration. Again? That man-faced bat was definitely dead. And the rats had all retreated. The entrance of the shack was covered in the corpses of rats killed by Wilden. Blood flowed from the mangled meat, and combined with the strong, pungent stench of the rats themselves, the two smells mixed together, making the odor inside the building exceptionally beautiful for a moment. Mia pinched her nose. But some of the smell still snuck in through the gaps between her fingers. It made the girl's stomach churn. She hadn't even eaten more than a few bites of dinner. Gag. She couldn't hold it back anymore. The mangled remains of giant rats, even without describing them, one could imagine their hideousness. They had to be cleaned up. Fortunately, the floor of this house was flagstone, and the walls were stone brick. Only the beams supporting the roof were wooden structures. Wilden helped throw all the rat corpses out, and Mia directly set them on fire. As for the bloodstains on the ground, they were also dealt with by fire. After the flames licked over them, a scorched smell replaced the animal stench. Though it was also pungent, at least it didn't make one want to vomit. Kale hadn't returned yet, and Mia was slightly worried. However, on second thought, as a member of the nomadic people traveling in this world for so long, Kale must have some way to save his own life. Mia yawned. The warm campfire made her feel weary. Why did that bat have to pick a fight with us? She suddenly asked. Maybe this is its territory, Wilden replied. He sat guarding the door and poked his head out to look outside. The pile of rat corpses hadn't finished burning yet, and he didn't see any sign of other rats. Wilden pulled his head back after a glance. That bat was once a subject of the Erd tree as well. Mia looked at the grace in the center of the small shack and nodded. The root cause of everything was the shattering of the Elden Ring. Then she yawned again. She hadn't slept well for 2 consecutive nights, and now that she was finally in a shelter with a ceiling, the girl found the exhaustion unbearable. She had originally wanted to wait for Kale to return before sleeping, but she seemed to have overestimated her energy. Especially in the lands between where phones and computers didn't exist, waiting was a form of torture. Curled up in the corner of the house with her legs hugged to her chest, drowsiness blurred her vision before she knew it. Mia had a dream. She dreamt that the rats all became very big, exceptionally big. Probably because of the saying, what you think about by day, you dream about by night. Mia, who had repelled the bat and the rats, also dreamt of rats. The rats in the dream were even more massive than the ones she had just encountered. They even stood upright like humans, clutching weapons, and turned into an army amid a cacophony of hissing and screeching. This was an extraordinary army. The torches of the rat men flowed through their underground strongholds, burrowed into the sewers of human cities, and then transformed into an evil legion carrying plague. Mia couldn't describe from what perspective she was dreaming of this scene. It was as if she were watching a movie. Watching these ugly, filthy creatures spread like a black tide. Then, Mia felt a violent sensation of falling. The girl woke up with a start. Everything before her eyes was pitch black. Subconsciously reaching for her eyes, the blindfold that had always covered them and allowed her to see things was gone. Like a severely nearsighted soldier waking up in the morning to find their glasses missing, Mia fumbled around the ground in a slight panic. Actually, Mia's situation was more serious than that example, because without that strip of cloth, she truly couldn't see anything, no different from a blind soldier. But within reach, there was no sensation of the cloth strip. Fear and anxiety instantly shrouded her along with the darkness. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did her vision go? The girl saw a cluster of golden light floating in the pitch blackness, seemingly guiding her toward a certain place. It was exactly the same as the guidance of grace. Mia reached out to test her surroundings. She touched a cold wall. Bracing herself against the wall, she tried to follow that guidance forward. It was the only thing she could see, and it gave her some hope. Just 2 steps in, she was tripped by something lying across her path. Mia fell heavily to the ground, but she still couldn't see anything, which made her increasingly agitated, her breathing quickening. She tried to fumble around, wanting to figure out what had tripped her. Her palms crawled across the floor, her nose catching a whiff of the stench of a sewer, and finally, she touched a cold, skin and bones limb covered in coarse fur. It clearly belonged to some non-human animal, and the slimy filth on that limb made Mia shudder. It was obvious she was no longer in the small shack where she had been staying. Quickly withdrawing her hand from that foul thing, Mia heard a series of scurrying footsteps. She wanted to call for Wilden, but immediately realized those footsteps definitely didn't belong to the tall and sturdy royal army soldier. But with her senses in disarray, she couldn't tell where the footsteps were coming from. Perhaps most people have a stereotype about blind people, thinking that those who lose their sight can focus more on information from other senses, like their ears. But Mia didn't count as a blind soldier. When she wore that blindfold, she was no different from a normal soldier. So now, she was also no different from a normal soldier who had suddenly gone blind. She felt terrified by the situation where she could see nothing. She could only hear the footsteps getting closer and closer. In the pitch-black field of vision, the girl quickly lay flat on the ground, controlling her breathing. She didn't want to get involved in some incident while she was still completely ignorant. The complex stench of the sewer grew stronger as the footsteps approached. The footsteps stopped, likely noticing Mia, but Mia remained completely ignorant of what was before her. Thing. Mia heard a series of voices with a sticky, hissing sound around her. Yes, thing. Dead, dead. Tender meat. Fragrant meat. Female man thing, yes, yes. I'm hungry, I want to eat. The way those things spoke was somewhat familiar. Mia's body was tense, she squeezed her left hand, vowing that no matter which direction they touched her from, they would only be met with raging fire. This tension from trying to hide and get through unnoticed actually made her sudden blind-induced anxiety and fear recede a bit. No. You rat scum, a voice screeched. Tender meat, offer to Grey Prophet thankful. We get boons. But if we eat, thankful won't know, he can't see here, can't see. Hiss, yes, yes, thankful can't see. We eat female man thing, eat, eat. Chapter 15. Give me her leg, I want the leg. The belly is tasty, eat the guts, the blood is sweet and flavorful. Those monsters shoved, bumped and bickered with each other. Shut up. No fighting among rats. I'll do the carving. Why do you get to carve? The monsters broke into infighting. Mia clearly heard the dull sound of a blade entering flesh, and the monster that had just spoken screamed before falling silent. The surrounding footsteps became chaotic for a moment. I am the strongest, so I carve. Anyone who's unhappy dies, dies. Squeak, squeak, yes, yes, strongest ratkin, you carve. The chaotic footsteps gradually died down, leaving only one set, heavy and powerful, walking toward Mia. Clang, clang, it was the sound of armored metal clashing. But wait, this sound didn't seem to be the monster's footsteps. An armored soldier, or some creature, came running over. Mia heard the whistle of a weapon cutting through the air, and the group of monsters surrounding her erupted in a frenzy. Men thing. Men thing. Splat. Blade met flesh. Mia shivered because she felt warm bodily fluids splatter onto her. Strongest ratkin is dead, dead. It's a big man thing. Splat, 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 the sounds of flesh being severed were incredibly dense. Even without seeing, Mia could imagine the one-sided slaughter. Run! Those monsters scrambled over each other, making noisy squeaks and hisses, screaming as if they had seen the most terrifying thing imaginable. These monsters, whose true forms Mia had yet to see, fled in a desperate scramble. Clack! The sound of iron boots stepping on the ground came from right beside Mia. Wilden, she asked tentatively. It's me. The soldier replied. Have you seen my blindfold? Because she couldn't see, she hadn't dared to move recklessly. I'll look for it, the soldier said, and Mia heard him moving around again. After a moment, Wilden replied, here it is. He pressed the blindfold into Mia's hand. Fortunately, the recent battle hadn't stained the blindfold with filth. Only then did the girl breathe a long sigh of relief. Where did you find it? Mia asked as she tied the blindfold over her eyes. Wilden replied, not far from your side. It seemed it had just accidentally fallen off. Mia tied the blindfold a bit tighter than before. Returning to the light, she stood up and turned around. Ugly corpses lay scattered haphazardly across the ground. She realized she was gradually becoming desensitized to such scenes. Skaven, Skaven. Mia murmured. No wonder their speech sounded somewhat familiar. This was not a race belonging to the lands between. Which meant she had transmigrated again. You know these things? Wilden, holding his dual swords, became uncharacteristically proactive upon hearing Mia name the monsters. Then do you know where this is? I can no longer feel the Erd tree. Mia looked around. The two of them were in a city alleyway, and the buildings on both sides had a distinct late medieval style. The time was undoubtedly night, but now, this darkness was infested by an eerie green fire. The city was burning. The hisses of Skaven and the screams of humans echoed from unknown streets and buildings, one after another. Of course you can't feel it. Because we are no longer in the lands between. What? We have to find a way to leave this world. Mia made a judgment immediately after recognizing the situation. Warhammer Fantasy. Compared to this world, even the lands between could be considered a paradise. Mia deeply regretted her former youthful arrogance. To think that when she first transmigrated, she actually had the outrageous thought that Warhammer might be better than Elden Ring, and so on. Follow me. In the depths of her mind, Mia's subconscious told her that the guidance she saw, when she couldn't see earlier, was the key to leaving this world. Even now, when Mia closed her eyes, that guidance still existed. Today's cross-promotion with Genshin Impact, abbreviated as Gen P, Chapter 15, The Plague. Felix Jaeger was running with all his might. An entire squad of Skaven elites, those storm vermin with black fur, wearing black armor, as tall and strong as men, were chasing him down. He constantly regretted why he had followed a cloaked Skaven appearing on the surface, to the point where he became the primary witness to the Skaven's general assault on the city of Nuln. However, as the primary witness, he hadn't been able to warn anyone. When he saw a single Skaven daring to emerge openly from the sewers, it meant at least a dozen more had already appeared elsewhere in the city. This number was increasing exponentially with time. Felix heard the roars of the enemies behind him, and the screams of those unfortunate enough not to escape. He risked a glance back and saw those Skaven indiscriminately killing every human they saw. No soldiers stepped forward, not a single one, because the soldiers were all in the palace district protecting the Countess and her distinguished guests. Before the Skaven launched their general assault, a series of unusual events had occurred in the city, disturbances in the sewers, and a black death sweeping the town. But those nobles didn't care at all about the lives of the common folk. Even now, a grand masquerade ball was being held in the palace. Felix ducked into a dead end and hurriedly vaulted over into a narrow alley. He had mostly shaken off the pursuers close behind, because he wasn't wearing heavy armor like those storm vermin, and those storm vermin were also slowed down by the unarmed people they encountered. Felix knew that without those innocent people, he wouldn't have been able to escape so smoothly. He had a plan. He had to warn his companions, the dwarf Gotrek Gurnison and the other mercenaries. He only prayed he wouldn't get lost in the maze-like alleys and run into another Skaven army roaming the city. Eerie green flames continued to spread. This city had already become a Hell's Cape. The Skaven were conducting a massacre. "How did you get here?" "I don't know, I just blinked," Wilden replied. Mia and Wilden were also moving through the city. The guidance of the Grace was abstract, like a compass, merely pointing out the direction. She had to find the path that led that way herself. She perhaps didn't even realize that at this critical moment, where only she could lead her teammate to their destination, she was exceptionally calm and clear-headed. "Where's Kale?" "We were waiting for him to return before being teleported here." "I don't think he's here." Wilden held his dual swords, closely guarding Mia's side. For the time being, they hadn't encountered any Skaven, but it was only a matter of time. Mia wasn't holding her spear. Instead, she had drawn the golden sword. This was a rational judgment made after observing the current situation. The sword's blade was longer, its horizontal attack range was wider, and its efficiency when used one-handed was higher than a spear's. For an individual rather than a battle formation, a sword was a more effective self-defense weapon than a spear when facing a large number of Skaven. Mia heard a tide-like, piercing war cry just a few streets away. "We need to pick up the pace." Mia wasn't sure if dying in this world would allow her to revive in the lands between, so it was best not to die. Wilden hid his face in the shadow of his helmet's brim. This city was causing bad memories to resurface from the depths of his mind. At the beginning of the Shattering War, the royal capital was just as chaotic as this city. That seemed to be something from thousands of years ago. In his long life, most of what Wilden remembered was war. Everything about the royal capital was just a flash of inspiration triggered by the scene. They weren't the only ones running. In fact, as soon as the two left that alley, they encountered the humans of this world. Their physique constantly reminded Wilden that this was no longer the lands between. After the Skaven launched their attack, all the citizens still on the streets were fleeing for their lives. The idea of hiding in buildings was unwise because there were no soldiers fighting the Skaven. the Skaven could brazenly break into private homes, looking for any fresh thing they could eat. The green balefire spread faster than the Skaven army. Mia was somewhat surprised to find that the direction people were fleeing happened to be the same direction she needed to go. Help! Someone, help! A woman had fallen by the roadside. The fleeing crowd had overturned a roadside shop, and half her body was pinned under it. Help me, she pleaded with the people running for their lives, but not a single soldier was willing to stop. Mia and Wilden stuck to the path right against the buildings, trying their best not to be noticed by others. But they also heard the woman's desperate pleas. Mia understood the language the woman spoke. Wilden! Mia called out softly. The soldier stopped. Help her out. If they left the woman alone, she would die once the Skaven army burst out of the alley. Wilden nodded and walked over with large strides. When the woman saw an exceptionally tall, fully armed man walking toward her, hope flared in her eyes like something tangible. But when she saw Wilden's face, she let out a short, sharp gasp. Don't be afraid, he just looks a bit old. Mia quickly ran up to reassure her. Mia had already felt that Wilden's hollow face was much fuller than when they first met. Using looking old as an explanation seemed plausible enough. Wilden sheathed his weapons, grabbed the overturned shop, and easily lifted it off. This act saved the woman. Praise Sigmar. I thank you, old knight of Bretonnia. It seemed that because of Wilden's attire, the woman had mistaken the royal army soldier, wearing a surcoat with a tree and lion, and equipped with plate bracers and greaves, for a feudal noble from another country in this world. Mia immediately realized this was an opportunity. Without giving Wilden any time to try and explain that he wasn't a knight, she immediately followed up on the woman's words. We are from Bretonnia. Where are you all running to? The direction these humans were going was the same as where the Grace was leading her, so Mia decided to ask where her destination was. The Palace District, the woman replied anxiously, not wanting to delay for a moment if possible. The only place in all of Nuln that still has soldiers is there. Chapter 16. Then, from far behind them came the roars of Skaven, and terror immediately spread across the woman's face. Good night, I beg you, please help us again. With that, she took off running. It was time for Mia and Wilden to head in that direction as well. From what had just been said, Mia had gathered some more information. This was Nuln, and as someone well versed in Warhammer fantasy, she naturally knew that this was the second largest city of the human empire in this world, the crown that shone with 1,000 jewels. And now this city was under attack by Skaven. Mia dared not gamble on whether this attack was the thwarted invasion of 2,499 IC, or the total, world-ending assault launched by the Skaven during the end times of the Warhammer fantasy world in 2525 IC, which had aimed to completely destroy Nuln. Being human, Mia wanted very much to help the innocents in this city being trampled by the Skaven. But this was not her world. If things went as expected, she should be in the lands between, not here. If this Skaven invasion was the former, it would be fine, but if it were the latter. Mia was unwilling to lose her life for this. She had no idea if she could still return to the lands between if she died here. Wilden, you had better cover your face. Since they had to follow the flow of people, it was impossible to avoid being seen, especially with Wilden's astonishingly tall frame and his fully armed attire. He was absolutely a walking magnet for attention among the fleeing crowd. Understood. Wilden's reply sounded somewhat sullen. But it wasn't dissatisfaction with Mia's request, but rather with himself, or perhaps. He felt unpleasant about the thing that had made him look like this. He tore a piece of cloth from the stall he had just knocked over and wrapped it around his face as a mask, revealing only the pair of golden eyes beneath his helmet. Let's go. After Wilden finished, Mia was the first to rush into the flow of people. Someone is running back. But in that instant, amidst the bumping and shoving of the crowd, the young girl felt this confusion. Chapter 16. The Erd Tree shines outside the world. Second update, I'm going to ascend to immortality. Other than a chance at survival, there was only one other thing that could make fleeing humans turn back. A greater crisis. Thing, die. Die. Right in front, people heard the shrill battle cries of the Skaven, and the screams of human victims before they died. The Skaven had already appeared in front of the path the humans were fleeing along. Blocking the road to the palace district, those humans who had slammed headfirst into the Skaven army had never seen monsters like these before. Skaven, ugly, evil, and spreading plague everywhere, they possessed no noble or righteous qualities. The humans of the Empire knew of their existence. They existed in dusty, ancient history books, in the legends of the human empire, and in the stories of the heroes who had once saved the empire, but the one place they would not exist was in the sewers of a city. Who would believe that a group of talking giant rats lived beneath their feet? That was just a story, no different from legends about pixies or slimes. But Skaven truly did exist. No matter how the rulers of the empire tried to hide it, human lies could not mask the reality of the Skaven's existence. When the Skaven decided to invade this city, it was the most miserable and suffering people in the slums who first met their deaths. The humans wailed and screamed, which to the Skaven was quite a great pleasure. The monsters enjoyed the thrill of slaughtering others. The fleeing group that had run into the Skaven retreated for their lives, while those in the back who could see nothing were also desperately pushing forward. The woman whom Wilden had helped was also in the retreating crowd, and she saw Mia and Wilden again, who had not gone very far. The moment she saw the two of them again, the woman threw herself to the ground, wailing and crying, shouting as she wept, "Good night, please save us." It would have been fine if she hadn't cried or shouted, but once she started, there was no stopping it. It was unclear how her shouting had spread through the chaotic fleeing crowd, but in an instant, Wilden became the straw of hope that everyone tried to grasp. Now, everyone around knew that there was a burly knight from Bretonia here. This is fucked up. Mia cursed under her breath, feeling a headache over the current situation. It wasn't that she felt these citizens were a hindrance. The young girl was always happy to help others, but only within the limits of helping the world when successful, and taking care of oneself when in need. She only helped within the scope of her own abilities. By now, the flow of people had almost stopped. Those running back and those running forward were all squeezed together. There were Skaven in front, and there were also some behind. Those pitch-black Skaven rushed out from the alleys like drops of black fuel into clear water, quickly covering the street. The civilians stuck in the middle were like mosquitoes stuffed into a syringe. Sooner or later, they would be crushed by their unstoppable force. Mia reached out and grabbed the woman's arm. "What year is this?" "What?" The woman was somewhat bewildered by Mia's question. Mia repeated the question very seriously, and the woman swallowed nervously and said, 2499 IC. Phew. Mia let out a sigh of relief and let go of the woman. After a moment of hesitation, she had made up her mind. It was just killing Skaven, it shouldn't be that difficult. They had to break out, not just to help the strangers surrounded by Skaven, but also so that she and Wilden could return to the lands between as quickly as possible. People gathered around Wilden, begging and hoping to receive his protection. Mia suddenly had an inspiration. She felt she had to say something. Her brain was running at high speed, because every second of delay meant someone would die. The understanding of this world accumulated from her past life allowed her to successfully think of what she should say within a few seconds. Citizens of Nuln. She jumped onto the overturned stall, which was the only prop she could see that would let her stand higher than the average height of the people of Nuln. We must carve a bloody path out. We cannot let those monsters born from hell kill our loved ones just like that. Pick up any weapon around you, and let me see how much you are willing to sacrifice for yourselves and those you love. In that instant, no one would know that Mia had only arrived in this world 20 minutes ago. Wilden looked at Mia with some surprise, as if he were only truly meeting her today. In this place where even he felt lost and in danger, Mia was simply like a born leader. And what Mia knew was that her voice had not carried very far. Almost no one had ignited their fighting spirit because of her words. She had to make herself more conspicuous and deeply touch their hearts. The young girl clenched her left hand, injecting an unprecedentedly vast amount of energy into her sacred seal. This was a method she had never tried before. She wanted to break through the upper limit of the original effect of the prayer. Mia had long since had an inspiration. From the time she had reduced the power of ignite to light firewood, she had discovered that the effect of the prayer could, to a certain extent, obey her will. Since ignite could, then perhaps the Erd tree's prayer could as well. A moment later, Mia could feel that the energy she had poured into the sacred seal had reached the limit of what she could currently achieve, so she decisively released that vast energy that had been tightly constrained. Golden Vow. The most brilliant golden radiance Mia had ever seen, even the most brilliant golden radiance Wilden had ever seen in his remaining memories, covered almost the entire main road. Streets, shops, stone pillars, alleys, as long as it was a place Mia could see, all the darkness was dispelled by the holy radiance emitted by that magnificent phantom of the Erd tree above her head. The Skaven, having looked directly at this golden holy radiance, squeaked and covered their eyes, born only to crawl in the darkness, could not bear to look directly at the radiance of the Erd tree. The entire chaotic street stagnated in that instant. Everyone or non-human, whether fighting, killing, running, or crying, was stunned by the light of the Erd tree. Grace of the Erd tree. Immediately following was another golden radiance similar to the previous one. A huge magic circle appeared on the ground, and countless dazzling light particles rose up. The citizens who had thought they were about to die under the blades of the Skaven opened their eyes under the light, only to find those Skaven covering their eyes and shrieking in pain, while their own wounds were healing rapidly. Those who had stopped fleeing because of the light also felt the warmth that soothed their bodies. Under the blessing of the two prayers, vigorous power was bursting forth from within them. None of them knew which deity that golden symbol represented. They had never seen it before. It was not the mark of Sigmar, not the mark of Tal, not Verena, Myrmidia, Shalaya, Ranald, or the mark of any gods worshipped by humans. But none of them cared which deity that golden symbol represented, because they had seen with their own eyes the miracle that had already been bestowed upon them. They had not been abandoned, they still had hope. Citizens of Nuln. Under the blessing of the prayer, the young girl's crisp voice seemed to have become incomparably resounding. For our loved ones, for our city, for ourselves. Forward. Go to the palace district. Mia gestured forcefully to Wilden in the direction of the palace district. The latter understood immediately, pushed through the crowd, drew his two swords, and charged toward the Skaven ahead who were reeling from the flashbang. Follow our knight. Mia held high the golden sword in her hand. That noble rapier seemed to be enveloped by the grace of the Erd tree, emitting golden light, and raised high in the young girl's hand, it was like a shining lighthouse. She could perceive that the 2+ Pro Max level prayers she had cast had consumed more than 2/3 of her energy. She quickly took out the blue flask of sacred tears, drank a mouthful of dew, and prepared for the battle to come. The citizens of Nuln were invigorated by the light of the Erd tree. The grace healed their wounds and also lifted their spirits. The fear and panic from fleeing were instantly reversed. For Sigmar. The men roared out their faith, holding chairs, wooden boards, and fire tongs they had picked up at random, smashing the sharpest ends fiercely into those hideous giant rats. The clan rat and slave rats were not even as tall as the men's chests. Holding crudely made weapons and with almost no armor for protection, the clan rat could not defeat anyone without numbers, and now they were dizzy from the golden flashbang. The high-spirited citizens of Nuln struck down the Skaven. Those who followed picked up the weapons dropped by the Skaven, and turned to cover the warriors charging in front, and the Skaven they killed also provided usable weapons for those warriors. The most eye-catching and inspiring one was still Wilden. This giant, who never lacked attention, charged into the Skaven like a tank. Even if he wasn't riding a horse, his solid frame was comparable to a fully armored knight charging at full speed. Almost all the Skaven were not even as tall as his thighs. The always silent soldier revealed only a pair of golden eyes, and his two straight swords, like a harvester, carved a bloody path through the Skaven swarm where no rat survived, leaving limbs and severed arms all over the ground. This was the first time Mia had seen Wilden face a real war. She was not an amateur. When she had just transmigrated over, the grace had given her combat skills, so that now, when she looked at Wilden's swordsmanship, she wouldn't just be able to say, "Holy shit." So, in what way was Wilden fighting? He was like a machine manufactured specifically for slaughter. It was the purest and most direct way of fighting, accumulated over countless years of life and countless years of war. Wilden was a clear-headed Royal Army soldier. His sword moves had not a single bit of superfluous action, decisive and firm. Every swing of his sword was to achieve his goal as quickly and efficiently as possible. His dual swords sliced open the Skaven's bodies. The remaining citizens, with Wilden as the spearhead, instantly overwhelmed the black tide of Skaven. Mia still stood at that high vantage point, guiding the way for the Nuln people who hadn't been able to catch up yet. The men and women capable of fighting spontaneously protected the old and weak in the middle. The Skaven began to flee in rout. Those clanrat that had been closely following the group and hunting civilians were shocked by the unprecedented light. Those clanrat captains leading the troops had no ability at all to salvage the rat folk who had fallen into fear, even though they had not suffered any casualties. When one Skaven began to fear, the rout became uncontrollable. Because Skaven could smell the scent called fear. When a Skaven was afraid, its glands would secrete pheromones carrying fear, letting other Skaven smell it. This unique and transparent emotional sharing often caused an entire Skaven unit to fall into fear over a small matter. Unless the consequences of their fleeing behavior would bring about greater fear. No running. Go back and fight. Any ratfolk that turns back die. The leader of a unit of storm vermin pressing the line from behind the rat swarm shrieked with uncontrollable rage. The storm vermin advanced against the routing rat swarm, mercilessly hacking and slashing every fleeing clan rat. This was the Skaven. This race possessed no positive virtues whatsoever. They never cared about the life of anything other than themselves. The clan rat barely managed to stop their rout under the slaughter of the storm vermin. Yes. Ratfolk. Turn back, attack. Occupy this city. Enslave its residents. Human priest thing, die. These storm vermin, wearing heavy armor and holding grotesque weapons, led the clan rat and charged toward the direction where Mia was. Every storm vermin scrambled to gain merit for itself. Even though they were the elite among the Skaven, they still had no discipline to speak of, swarming over in a chaotic mess together with the clanrat. Chapter 17. Oh Flame. Chapter 17. Some readers feel my dungeon arc is moving too fast. Let me explain, this is an interlude. It is just to demonstrate the ability to traverse worlds, and it will end in 5 or 6 chapters. When the rat men began their charge, the scene was no different from an avalanche. When the black fur mixed with white blades rolled forward, those rat men could not decide when to stop, or if they could stop. They were either killed by the enemy in front, or by the companions behind, or perhaps, there was that tiny possibility that all rats hoped for, that they could kill the enemy in front. Then they would continue charging with the horde, either to be killed by the enemy in front, or by their companions behind, or repeating like this. Felix held his magic sword named Caraghul, standing among the fully armed mercenaries. Felix managed to run back to the tavern where the mercenaries were stationed, and warned his companions of the ratmen's arrival. Everyone drew their weapons and rushed into the street, blades gleaming in the firelight. The ratmen's evil flames had not reached here yet, but Felix could see the color of the fire on the horizon. But when he saw his friend, the axe-wielding dwarf Gotrek, he could not help but feel a sense of relief. Gotrek was a dwarf slayer. Dwarf slayers are the strangest and deadliest of all dwarf warriors. They carry a heavy burden, perhaps an irredeemable sin, a deep-seated hatred, or simply some personal stress that their stubborn heads cannot alleviate. In any case, these burdens drive a small group of dwarves onto a bitter journey that destroys both themselves and their enemies. All dwarf slayers believe that this journey will end in a glorious death. It seems you found our dirty little friends, Manling. Gotrek's eyes sparkled with his usual madness for battle. Yes. Felix panted, trying to steady his breathing before the battle began. Then let us slaughter them. The horde of rat men rushed from the end of the cobblestone street and collided with the mercenaries. Run faster! Mia shouted with all her might. The surviving crowd had reached the end, and Mia could even see the teeth of the rat men chasing behind them. She jumped down from the high ground where she stood. The young girl pursed her lips, breathing calmly and orderly through her nose. She was afraid, of course, her heart pounding. But she wanted even more to do a good deed that would be remembered by countless people, even if it was in another world. The last civilian brushed past her. That soldier could not help but look back at her, seeing a petite girl standing between death and life. Mia had no intention of staying long. She could run as fast as these civilians could, but she would be the last one, and she had to create distance between the rat men and the civilians. A ratman pounced on her. The girl let out a shout, and the golden sword in her right hand neatly decapitated that clan rat. A clear understanding of one's own strength brings great confidence. Facing the rat men bearing their blades at her, and the seemingly endless tide of rats behind them, Mia took a step back. She cast a prayer. Wrath of gold. Boom. A golden shockwave erupted with overwhelming power, crashing into the rat men and sending them flying. Although it would be more effective to cast this prayer when she was completely surrounded by rat men. But Mia would not take that risk. The dark mass of rat men was like ocean waves crashing against a hard rock, the spray shattered, and water droplets splashed. Those charging rat men were all sent flying backward. The immense force crushed their internal organs, blood sprayed from their 7 orifices, and then these flying rat men collided with the ones behind, knocking down even more. The clan rats, who were already being pushed forward by the storm vermin, and were in a dense formation, completely lost their balance because their comrades in front had fallen. After releasing Wrath of Gold, Mia followed the fleeing crowd. More and more rat men were tripped and rolled into a ball. But those clan rats with the sharp halberds of the storm vermin pressing against their backs were unwilling to stop. The rat men chattered and shoved each other. Those in the back had no idea what was happening in front. The filthy rats would only ever see the immediate gains. They only knew now that if they did not move forward, they would be killed by the rear guard. But those knocked down by Mia could not stand up before the claws of their own kind stepped on them. They were trampled at the very bottom, scratching wildly at their peers. And the rat men, unable to clear the obstacles quickly, naturally began stabbing each other with their knives. Pathetic creatures. Mia looked at them, feeling nauseated. Fireball. A scorching fireball flew into the group of rat men and exploded, instantly igniting the grime-covered gray-black fur of the rat men. What was the saying? Heavy fur is weak to fire. The flames spread rapidly among the huddled rats. The oils secreted by these incompletely evolved beasts to maintain their fur were natural accelerants, and the rats' screams filled the night sky. They could have avoided those burning comrades. But they were simply too crowded. The storm vermin behind used their halberds to push them forward, and Mia in front used her prayer to push them back. The rat men watched helplessly as their tightly packed companions passed the flames onto them. This was adding insult to injury for the already chaotic ratman troops. The clan rats and slave rats began to retreat again, but were immediately pushed back up by the cold-blooded storm vermin. The leaders of the rat men believed one thing. There is nothing that cannot be submerged by a rat tide. Death is the cornerstone of victory. If humans kill one ratman, 2, 5, 10 more will come squeaking and swarming in. The rat tide shrank for a moment, then came rolling back again. After all, the killing range of fireball was limited. Casting it once would burn a dozen or so rat men at most. Even if those rat men could spread the flames, the number of rat men that could be harmed was extremely limited compared to the entire ratman army. It was only because the width of the street was limited that these rat men paused for a moment. The limited width not only hindered the ratman's attack, but also greatly hindered Mia's efforts, making it difficult for her to see how much her prayer had achieved. Mia seized this moment to try to quickly catch up with the fleeing group, which was already some distance away. But the rat men were faster than humans. Mia realized that if she just kept running, the ratman army's pursuit would engulf everyone. She had to cause more obstruction to the rat men. She focused her energy on the sacred seal again, but the offensive prayer she wanted to cast was not ignite or fireball. Mia was already certain that individual will could influence the effect of a prayer. So, what is a prayer? A religious ritual where religious people silently pray their wishes to a god. When Mia performed a prayer, which god was she praying her wishes to? Mia did not know. She was merely concentrating her energy on that Erd tree sacred seal, without praying to any god. The source of the power of the prayer she released came from herself. Grace infused countless knowledge into her mind, making her follow a certain method to guide her power to release the prayer, rather than begging some deity to bestow their favor. Just like the tarnished in the game, they could freely use the prayers of all deities, and even the blessings of two incompatible deities could descend upon one soldier at the same time. And all the tarnished needed to do was learning how to use the power of these gods for themselves. So-called faith is probably such a thing. As long as you sincerely believe in something and pray with an unyielding will, you can achieve a miracle. Even the heartfelt belief, I can do it, is a kind of faith. Sincerely believing that you can accomplish something and using an unyielding will to push yourself beyond your limits is also a kind of devotion. So why could Mia not use the power she had already mastered more boldly? Prayers also have creators, they are not immutable. Miquella created 2 new prayers by drawing inferences from the prayers Radagon bestowed upon him. She was already able to control the range and power of the prayers, so why not try more? For example, ignite. Mia could control the power of ignite with her will. It could be as small as a lighter, able to ignite firewood, or as large as her main output during combat. Then why could she not control the shape and duration of the flames? She could do it, she definitely could. Energy gathered in her palm, and flames manifested in her hand, but they neither sprayed out nor were thrown. Instead, they turned into a long, slender tongue of fire. Mia turned and waved her left hand. The long tongue of fire was swung as if it had a physical form, and then the girl released the tongue of fire. The flames were flung forward, and the moment they landed, they suddenly shot up, forming a raging wall of fire. The wall of fire obscured the view and blocked the street. Believing in things like I can definitely do it, sincerely believing in it, and using an unyielding will to let yourself break through your limits. Then, you really achieve a miracle. A few rat men who could not stop in time ran through the wall of fire, their whole bodies immediately bursting into flames, rolling on the ground in pain. Burning rat men rolled out from behind the wall of fire one after another. Mia did not dare to stay, stepping quickly to catch up with the fleeing crowd that had already run dozens of meters away. She knew this wall of fire could not last too long. Chapter 18. Rat Ogre. Second update. Wilden had never counted how many times he had swung his sword. Everything done during battle, other than victory, was unnecessary. Including counting kills. When facing these endless, weak enemies, no weapon was more efficient than the dual swords in his hands. It was a simple truth, when swinging with both hands alternately, it could cause double the damage of other weapons. He looked back during a lull in the killing. His height, 2 or even 3 heads taller than most people present, allowed him to see the end of the group at a glance. The soldier saw Mia catch up, with a wall of fire as her background. Relieved, he turned his head, and in one fluid motion, swept his straight sword horizontally, cutting 3 clan rats in half. He saw a bridge ahead, spanning a waterway flowing through the residential area. Importantly, there were no rat men on the other side of the bridge for the moment. A warrior's instinct told him that this would surely be a contested point. These, colorless. After a few seconds of thought, Wilden created a word to describe the civilians following him. In the process, 2 more rat men became ghosts under his sword. Mia had said that this was not the lands between. Obviously, the people living here had never seen the appearance of the Erd tree, never knew what grace was, and were different from the tarnished who had lost their grace. so using the term colorless to describe them, Wilden felt it was very fitting. These colorless civilians following him might be able to escape through that bridge. But he also knew that these Skaven would not give up. He thought while swinging his sword. Chapter 18. Was that Ratman that had just been hacked to death seemingly larger than the others? And it was wearing armor. Never mind, it was irrelevant. Wilden, serving as the most effective spearhead for the group, arrived at the bridge. By this time, he was already bathed in the blood of the Ratmen. Cross the bridge, he shouted coldly, ensuring his hoarse voice reached the ears of the citizens who were following closely behind him, hacking away amidst the swarm of Ratmen. Cross the bridge. Hurry, cross the bridge. The men spontaneously relayed Wilden's words, and the group further quickened their pace. The Ratmen could not stop these humans wreathed in golden light. They discovered with horror that the short swords and daggers in the hands of the slave rats and clan rats could barely kill these humans, whether caused by weapons or simple bites, any wounds inflicted healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even sloppy slashes failed to cut open wounds on these humans. And those citizens, who had previously been cowering under the claws and fangs of the Ratmen, easily smashed the heads of the Ratmen with the wooden clubs in their hands and severed their necks with scavenged short blades. Grace of the Erd Tree gave them almost endless vitality, while Golden Vow caused strength to surge within them, making their bodies far tougher than that of an ordinary soldier. The Ratmen and the citizens were locked in a melee. The people unleashed their endless fury upon the Ratmen, who had invaded their city and slaughtered humans. The corpses of the Ratmen had become a filthy carpet, covering the entire street, and the heroic citizens trampled upon them, viewing this as the reward for their courage. In that instant, a ridiculous thought was born in the minds of all the Ratmen blocking the citizens: humans were invincible. Row after row of panicked Ratmen jumped into the waterways on both sides of the bridge. Wilden stopped and stood at the side of the bridge. There were always a few stray Ratmen attempting to slip through, and Wilden would not allow them to jump into the midst of the elderly and weak walking in the center of the group. Furthermore, he had to wait for Mia to catch up before they would move forward together. Cross the bridge quickly, someone else shouted. The humans had already trampled the Ratmen blocking their path underfoot, and they could also see the street on the other side of the bridge. The humans were much more orderly than the Ratmen. The citizens, messy but orderly, quickly ran across the narrow stone bridge. Mia had already spotted Wilden, and she realized that this indicated the people at the very front were temporarily safe. But behind her, that wall of fire had lasted less than 10 seconds. The moment it vanished, the churning mass of rats surged forward. Go! 5 seconds after the last civilian's foot stepped onto the bridge, Mia brushed past Wilden. The two of them ran side by side toward the other side of the bridge. But just as they had stepped onto the stone bridge, in the middle of the bridge, a large hand covered in fur suddenly reached out from the edge, followed by another, and then a massive rat head. That head was almost as big as the entire body of a dog. It belonged to a rat ogre. It was a mutant monster created by the Ratmen using their evil technology. After it climbed onto the bridge, it stood upright, using its hands and feet like a giant ape, and even in this posture, it was still a head taller than Wilden. If it stood fully straight, it would certainly be 3 meters tall. This monster was a pure collection of the strongest muscles and the most violent rage. The rat ogre pounded the ground with both hands in a fury, the stone bridge trembled, and the monster roared as it charged toward Wilden. Mia gathered a whip of flame. She swung her hand, and the fire whip, which seemed to possess substance, curved in the air, tracing a graceful arc and striking the rat ogre across the face. A charred whip mark instantly appeared on the rat ogre's face, and flames leaped up on the fur of its face. This strike blinded it. The monster grew even more violent, roaring entirely out of instinct, its knotty, muscular arms flailing wildly. Wilden charged forward, sidestepping to dodge the rat ogre's mindless downward smash, and thrust forward with both swords. One blade thrust straight forward, the other angled upward. One pierced from its jaw into its brain, the other from its chest into its heart. The pair worked in perfect coordination. The soldier kicked off the rat ogre, which had instantly lost its life, and pulled out his two straight swords. The massive rat ogre fell backward. Its heavy body even caused the ground to shake as it collapsed. The tremors grew stronger, the stone bridge began to crack, and Mia watched as the middle section of the bridge collapsed in front of her. The rat ogre's corpse and rubble fell into the waterway together, and more huge, hairy hands reached up from the break. Rat ogres, more rat ogres. Two such monsters had crawled out from the sewers on both sides of the waterway. They had destroyed the bridge piers, climbed the broken stone pillars onto the bridge deck, and roared at Mia and Wilden before them. The tips of Mia's hair were almost standing on end. She whipped her head around. Those rat men were about to catch up from behind. Mia once again cast her self-created prayer, the fire whip lashing repeatedly at the two advancing rat ogres. They covered their faces with their arms, roaring as they slowly approached. Wilden cautiously closed in on Mia. There is another bridge 300 yards to the west, the people of Nuln on the other side of the river shouted. They were still safe for now. Go to the palace district. Don't stop. Mia shouted to the citizens, and she released a wall of fire beneath the feet of the two rat ogres. But she did not expect that those two rat ogres would actually face this scorching flame head-on, passing directly through the wall of fire and charging toward Mia. It raised its hand, attempting to smash the small mortal thing in front of it into pulp. At the moment of imminent danger, the girl instantly dodged to the side. The rat ogre's fist smashed into empty air, and Wilden stepped forward, his twin swords leaving wounds deep enough to see bone on the rat ogre's thick arm. Roar, the rat ogre cried out in pain, clutching its arm and retreating 2 steps. The other rat ogre, which had passed through the wall of fire and was covered in sparks, also charged up. Wilden crossed his swords to protect his chest, but he could not withstand the inhuman strength of the rat ogre. The uppercut with sharp claws struck Wilden's swords, directly breaking his defense, and the soldier flew backward several meters, his guard wide open. Just as the rat ogre was about to pursue, a massive fireball was thrown by Mia onto its face. Are you okay? Mia barely steadied Wilden. Given their height difference, the scene was somewhat comical. She didn't wait for the soldier to answer before slapping an emergency recovery onto Wilden's chest. The effect of the prayer is still active, Wilden replied. Mia's subconscious action in her desperation had wasted some energy. The rat ogre in front of her, whose face had been plastered by the fireball, was frantically scratching at its own face, hoping to extinguish the flames, tearing off countless flesh. Its shrill roaring even caused the rat men behind Mia to feel fear. The rat ogre's head was almost roasted, and even though it had torn off almost all the flesh on its face, exposing the bloody, ghastly white bone, the fire still clung like a maggot to the bone, spreading along its thick back fur to its entire body. That rat ogre died in a miserable state, rolling everywhere until the high temperature penetrated the skull, which no longer had any flesh, and boiled its brain. The other rat ogre with the injured arm lingered behind the burning corpse of its companion, threatening the two people in front of it viciously, but it seemed not to dare to approach. Now is our chance. Mia whispered and ran toward the street they had come from. The pursuers behind them saw that powerful, relatively speaking, rat ogre die so miserably, whether slave rats, clan rats, or even storm vermin, all began to hesitate. Regarding how to make rat men, such selfish, cowardly, and despicable creatures, obey them, countless generations of rat men warlords and grey seers had skillfully used the same method. Before the war began, they would use incredibly cruel means to kill an unlucky one as a warning to the others, and tell all the rats, this is the fate of running away. When the rat men deeply engraved the miserable state of that unlucky one into their minds, they would become incredibly brave. The death of that rat ogre by a stroke of irony achieved some effect of an execution before the battle. Mia did not expect this trick to hold the rat men for long. After all, she was still an enemy to those things. She released another wall of fire on the street, the flame sweeping forward along the piles of rat men corpses on the ground. Mia couldn't help but sigh that it was truly incredibly wise for humans to have evolved to lose most of their hair. The living rat men avoided the fire, and Mia and Wilden took the opportunity to slip into an alley by the street, turning toward the direction previously pointed out by the citizens. Chapter 19. Gotrek and Felix. Sigh is Warhammer 2 fan-oriented. The rat man had still caught up. Mia had already guessed what means those storm vermin used to make their subordinates obey. The leaders of the rat men never cared about casualties, even if she could burn to death 100, 1,000 rat men, there would still be 10,000, 20,000 emerging from who knows where. This was the Skaven, the vermin tide. It was this endless swarm of rats that, at the end of this world, submerged the dwarf kings, who were as strong as bedrock. The swarm of rats was still chasing Mia and Wilden. The girl was not familiar with the streets and alleys of this city, she didn't even have much of a sense of direction. She only remembered the direction the citizens had pointed out to her on the other side of the bridge before, and she was acting with the direction guided by Grace as a reference. The good news was that the rat men were just as unfamiliar with the alleys on the surface of Nuln as she was, and their extremely poor discipline made their pursuit even slower. Mia heard sounds around her other than the roaring of the rat men and the screams of human victims. The shouts of humans, the clashing of swords, and some sounds echoing in the air like thunder. Connecting this to the background of this world, Mia believed those were the sounds of muskets firing. This proved that she and Wilden were not fighting alone. But Mia could only distinguish that those sounds were very close. The alleys intersected between towering buildings, and the sounds had long been reflected by the walls, making it impossible to distinguish the direction. Mia was walking in front of Wilden. She heard the shouts of battle almost right in her ears, and a clanrat suddenly darted out from the only corner in front. Even Mia, who was always prepared for battle, was startled by the ratman suddenly appearing in her face, and she immediately mustered her strength and swung her sword to slash at it. Felix dodged the slash of a serrated blade by turning to the side, then quickly raised his sword and thrust violently. The longsword pierced through the gaps in the ratman's armor, then flicked upward, stabbing into its heart. The ratman let out a terrifying wail, clutched its chest, and fell down dead. Felix pulled his sword out the moment it hit the ground. He looked around, observing this terrible melee. To his left, a mercenary used the iron rod in his left hand to beat the brains out of a ratman captain, while simultaneously using the sharp blade in his right hand to block the attack of another ratman. Further away came the battle cry of a dwarf. It was the voice of Gotrek. For now, it was hard to say which side had the advantage in the battle. The mercenaries were maintaining the battle line against the ratmen, and this melee had also attracted the attention of others. People swarmed out of the apartments on both sides of the road, some held simple weapons like kitchen knives and wooden clubs, while others held more threatening weapons like short swords and muskets. They seemed determined that they would rather die in battle against these monsters than be killed in their own homes. This was good, Felix thought, because the mercenaries were in need of assistance. More and more rat men were attracted by the sounds of battle and joined the melee. Just as he was thinking, a severed ratman head came flying out of the dark alley, spinning, straight toward him. Ratman blood flowed from the broken blood vessels, forming black-red raindrops, and Felix hurriedly swung his sword to block it. Blood splattered onto his face. "Sorry." A crisp, melodious voice like silver bells came from that black alley. Felix looked over, and the first thing that entered his vision was a dazzling golden sword reflecting the firelight, and then, its owner, a golden-haired girl dressed in black with her eyes covered, walked out of the alley. How strange, how can she see? Felix began to let his mind wander again. He was deeply struck by the beauty of the girl in front of him. He felt the poet's blood, which had been dormant for a long time since he was expelled from the university, gradually warming up in his heart, and a few lines of poetry he had once recited were almost about to burst out. Then, his adventurer's blood made him dodge another insidious backstab coming from behind, incidentally letting the deceased poet's soul lie back down. That backstab gave Felix a cold sweat. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough. However, just as he was about to swing his sword to counterattack, a flame brushed past him. A wave of heat struck, and the flame instantly evaporated the sweat on his face. The black-robed ratman assassin was repelled by the flame. Felix turned his head. The source of that flame was indeed the left hand extended by the blind girl in front of him. Clearly, she was a mage. This explained why the girl could see him even though her eyes were covered. mages always had some strange and unusual methods. In that instant, Felix was elated by the addition of a powerful combatant, and then he saw another soldier appear behind the girl, someone he had to look up to, wearing armor in the style of a Bretonnia knight, the emblem on his surcoat obscured and barely visible due to the Ratman's blood. Felix noticed that he was not wearing the traditional, bulky great helm of a Bretonnia knight, but rather an inconspicuous open-faced helmet with a nasal guard, covering his face with a mask. He was so tall. Felix remembered that someone had once rudely described his dwarf friend as a walking boar, so the soldier in front of him could probably be called a less wide greenskin biggun. Of course, this was only a comparison of physique, not a comparison of combat power. Felix had not yet seen his dwarf friend Gotrek lose to anything. Felix keenly realized that this Bretonnia knight on foot would also be a powerful combatant. Provided that he truly possessed the combat power befitting a knight, and was not just a role-playing enthusiast. At the same time Felix saw the two, Mia naturally also saw him. In that instant, the girl only felt that she must have seen the soldier in front of her somewhere before. But she couldn't recall where. Chapter 19. Of course, he hadn't seen it in reality. The sense of déjà vu was like seeing a cozer at a convention whose costume was familiar and accurate, but whose character name he just couldn't recall. "Come quickly, we need you," Felix shouted to the two. As the words left his mouth, a wave of guilt engulfed Felix, for the mage before him looked clearly like nothing more than a child. He had dragged a young girl into the battlefield. But there was no other way now. While he couldn't allow the weak who should be protected to be embroiled in war, he could ignore even less the role a magic user could play. Fortunately, Mia's subsequent performance provided Felix with some comfort. Felix saw several Skaven crawling out of the alley. Mia, having long been prepared for pursuers, immediately released a wall of fire toward the depths of the alley, and then Wilden quickly used his dual swords to finish off the Skaven whose retreat was blocked by the wall of fire. Felix saw a decisive spellcaster and an outstanding warrior. And those insidious creatures that might dash out from inside the alley. "Watch the alley," Mia warned loudly. Mia and Wilden joined the melee decisively. They easily found the front line of the battlefield. Mia saw a shirtless dwarf with a towering mohawk standing on a pile of corpses, as wave after wave of Skaven charged toward him. Gotrek swung his axe, carving out almost a buffer zone made of severed Skaven limbs. Wilden sought the best battlefield. He rushed into the chaotic zone where mercenaries and Skaven were fighting. The mercenaries only saw a huge dark shadow appear before them, a flash of cold light, and then the Skaven they were staring at lost its head. Mia released flames of various shapes toward the Skaven swarm. But when she discovered that the flames she released would not cause her any harm, she completely unleashed herself. Flames like ocean waves and flames like whirlpools continuously formed in her hands. Her control over fire became increasingly skillful. Then, continuous tongues of fire spewed from her hands. Mia was like a human-shaped self-propelled flamethrower. Wherever her palms turned, the fire would burn. This move was a prayer that players also needed to learn in the game. But now, Mia had mastered it without a teacher. And to the locals watching this scene, the addition of a fire mage and a valiant knight caused the morale of the fighting mercenaries and citizens to soar. Now they seemed to see victory in sight. Mia took a moment to drink a sip of blue dew. There was still more than half the liquid in the bottle. It wasn't that she was being frugal, but that she had poured all the dew from the red flask of sacred tears into the blue bottle. Mia was not lacking in restorative spells at all, but she needed a lot of blue dew to maintain the fight. Even if her stamina could recover over time, that amount of recovery could not support her in fighting a high-intensity battle. At the same time, she was also looking for ways to reduce stamina consumption. As she continuously released various types of fire prayers, she kept trying to achieve the same effect with faster and less consuming release methods. Felix watched from afar the petite figure wielding fire. It wasn't that he hadn't seen the combat scenes of the Empire's fire mages, but the appearance of that young girl was far from what he had in mind. The fire mages Felix had seen wore fiery red robes, kept exaggerated hairstyles or beards, and were hot-tempered combat experts, just like the fire magic they used, unstable yet extremely destructive. Unlike that young girl and the fire she wielded, which were agile. Where did she come from? Felix couldn't help but feel such curiosity. Countless Skaven were roaring, charging from all directions. Felix carefully moved toward Gotrek's direction. His gaze suddenly crossed the layers of the Skaven army. In that direction, Felix saw a large group of monsters walking over unsteadily. That was at least a dozen rat ogres. Felix pursed his lips. He believed that others must have seen it too, especially Gotrek standing on the pile of corpses, and that big Bretonia knight, who had descended like a god-sent soldier not long ago. Gotrek jumped off the high ground piled with dirty flesh, smashing into the dense crowd of Skaven like a meteorite. His large axe hacked left and right, plowing a gap in the Skaven swarm that couldn't be closed in a short time, and he charged toward those rat ogres, howling. Felix hesitated for a moment, but chose to follow Gotrek's pace. He held his longsword high, shouting while running, "Guys! Follow me! Let's go kill those damn Skaven!" The mercenaries heard his call and followed Felix's footsteps in a disorderly fashion, charging toward the Skaven army. Mia pursed her lips. She had fallen to the back of the crowd. She was hesitating whether to perform another Erdtree prayer. If the prayer released earlier to save those civilians, and also for her to be able to get to the palace district, was a last resort. Then perhaps there was no need for it now. After all, even without her assistance, as long as the plot developed according to the script, the Skaven invasion would be thwarted by the brave people of Nuln. But, damn it, the atmosphere has been built up to this point, it would be a waste not to pray. This isn't 40k. In the Warhammer fantasy world, gods walk everywhere. Almost all countries in this place are polytheistic. Life and nature, courage and glory, love and art, wisdom and knowledge, all these positive traits have corresponding gods of order, while the chaos gods representing the opposite traits are mortal enemies of the gods of order. So, something flashy and righteous like the Erdtree shouldn't be targeted by the Empire's witch hunters. Thus, behind the mercenaries charging toward the Skaven army, a golden radiance rose. Strength and vitality surged from within the mercenaries' bodies. The anomaly did not cause them to pause. The mercenaries accepted the grace from an unknown deity. Walden followed closely behind Gotrek, sweeping away the Skaven in front of him without showing any weakness. The mercenaries behind them then shouted out the names of the gods they knew. Sigmar, Tal, Ulrich. The rising and falling battle cries echoed through the clouds. Under the names of the gods, the warriors became a single entity, rolling forward. But only Walden knew where the light shining upon him came from. In this world where the Erdtree could not be felt, he could still fight while bathed in the light of the Erdtree. He didn't want to be silent anymore. Under the mask covering his face, the child of the Erdtree let out a shout. Great is the Erdtree! He thought that when he swung his sword at those royal army soldiers who were also children of the Erdtree, he had already lost the right to say those words. But now countless people would hear his shout and see his back as he charged toward those filthy creatures. Mia heard it too. She took a breath. Great is the Erdtree! Felix turned his head in surprise. He saw the Erdtree emblem floating above Mia's head, releasing holy light. The mercenaries crushed the Skaven army. Even when facing the tall rat ogres, the mercenaries surrounded by golden light did not have any desire to retreat. They were fearless and pushed forward bravely. Gotrek let out a deafening roar. His battle axe emitted a terrifying light in the reflection of the flames. Though short, he roared as if an elephant were charging. For a moment, those rat ogres were shocked by the fearless warriors and stopped in their tracks just as they were about to charge. Gotrek rushed up, facing an enemy twice his size. A flash of white light was seen, and the rat ogre's legs were severed at the knees. When it fell to the ground, Gotrek's axe swung back around, instantly crushing its head. Bone fragments, teeth, brains, and blood splattered everywhere. Another rat ogre reached out its claws toward the dwarf, grabbing him instantly, its sharp nails sinking deep into his flesh. The rat ogre lifted the dwarf up, and bright red blood dripped from Gotrek's shoulder. It was just about to open its foul-smelling mouth, and Gotrek also raised his axe. At this moment, Wilden rushed forward, swinging his dual swords horizontally. The blood-stained but still sharp blades silently sliced open the rat ogre's stomach, intestines and blood sprayed all over the ground. The rat ogre instinctively threw away the dwarf in its hand, clutching its stomach and bowing back, emitting a piercing wail in extreme pain. The royal army soldier took another step forward, thrusting his sword into the monster's heart. The rat ogre collapsed, twitching, and the dwarf who had been thrown away climbed back up. Well killed, manling. Gotrek's deep voice sounded like a great bell. He raised his head to look at Wilden, as if looking at an ordinary human. Then he raised his head even higher, finally locking eyes with those golden pupils. The dwarf snorted like a stubborn donkey. He didn't notice his already healed wounds and continued to charge toward the next prey he had his eyes on. The test promotion probably failed, but this book is still the best performing one I've written at the same word count stage. Win. Chapter 20. Battle of Nuln. First time seeing so many votes. Thank you all for your support. I will work hard. 5.4K Big Chapter. Wilden also looked down at the dwarf. He had never seen a dwarf, he had thought the tarnished were short enough. The dwarf's height was like a child's, but his width could match Wilden's. This couldn't help but make him wonder, perhaps this was also the grace of some deity. The grace of the Erd tree made humans grow taller, while the grace of this deity made humans grow shorter and wider. The dwarf charged at a rat ogre again. His body contained power that even Wilden found terrifying. When facing those Skaven grunts, Wilden's dual swords might be more efficient, but when fighting rat ogres, the dwarf's axe was clearly heavier and more powerful. Wilden dodged under the hammer blow of a rat ogre. His dual swords left many deep wounds on the rat ogre's body, but Wilden couldn't cut off the rat ogre's thick arm as cleanly as Gotrek. The dual swords were sharp but too light. He stepped back, dodging another swing from the rat ogre, and then he threw down his dual swords. He drew the royal army greatsword that had been carried on his back and never used before. That rat ogre was already sluggish due to the wounds on its body. Wilden dragged the greatsword behind him. The rat ogre's eyes flashed with madness, it opened its mouth, roared loudly, and charged toward Wilden. Wilden lunged forward, his heavy falling feet kicking up the ashes on the ground. He lowered his body as if about to pounce on prey, his entire body's muscles tightened like a bowstring. At the moment the rat ogre raised its hand, Wilden slashed upward with all his might. The heavy but sharp greatsword slashed from bottom to top, crushing the monster's head. It perhaps hadn't even realized it, and died instantly. Blood and brains flew higher than that of the rat ogre whose head had been split open by Gotrek. The foul-smelling bodily fluids dripped onto Felix, who was beside him. He resisted the urge to wipe it off and focused on facing the target that belonged to him. He dodged the rat ogre's claws, slashed his sword between two of the rat ogre's fingers, and cut all the way to the palm along the muscles. The rat ogre screamed and retracted its hand. Felix lowered his body again, and sliced open its stomach. The rat ogre let out a scream like a steam engine. As it tried to cover its spilling intestines, the tip of Felix's sword pierced from its soft lower jaw into its deformed brain. Mia was also following the team forward, but she always stayed in the back. The melee in front made it difficult for her to release large-scale fire prayers. A long whip of fire appeared in her hand. Mia swung the long whip, and the fire lashed toward a gray-furred rat ogre. The moment the fire whip touched the rat ogre, Mia let it go. That flame seemed to have self-awareness. It coiled around the rat ogre, wrapping around it almost from head to toe. The coiled fire snake disappeared within seconds, but it had already completed the task the caster had entrusted to it. The rat ogre's ignited fur crackled, and within a few breaths, the flames on the monster's body shot up high. The excruciating pain of burning all over blocked out all other senses of the rat ogre. It roared and went mad, rolling around on the ground, futilely trying to extinguish the flames on its body. As this huge rat ogre rolled around, the surrounding Skaven suffered. A large number of slave rats were crushed to death by the rat ogre's rolling. An experienced mercenary captain raised his hand, and immediately 4 or 5 sharp spears thrust fiercely at the ball of fire rolling on the ground. Mia observed the surroundings. Under the blessing of grace, the combat effectiveness of the mercenaries was greatly improved. Although not everyone could defeat one or even several rat ogres in a one-on-one fight like Gotrek, Wilden, and Felix, human unity played a vital role at this moment. The mercenaries surrounded the rat ogre like hounds hunting wild boars, seizing the opportunity to stab it with the spears in their hands. Several rat ogres died from the mercenaries' spears, and several others died from musket-lead bullets. The tall rat ogres were undoubtedly the best targets in the crowd. Shooters stood in the buildings on both sides of the street holding firearms of various sizes, firing cold shots at the battlefield below. More and more people joined the battle against the Skaven. Felix heard the sound of horns and war drums from the distance where he couldn't see. It seemed the rulers had finally reacted. The green flames burning in the city were neither a wizard's fireworks nor a drunken hallucination, but Skaven slaughtering inside the city. The soldiers were launching an attack on the Skaven in the city. The Skaven, including those rat ogres and their leaders, retreated from this street. Felix very much hoped that he could know the situation of the whole city, but it was obviously impossible. Here they had achieved victory, but perhaps in other places, the Skaven had already won. Chapter 20. Felix dared not think too much, at least on their street, things were moving in a good direction. Thanks to everyone's joint efforts. Then, Felix heard the rough, heavy voice of his dwarf friend. "Where is the priest? Where is the priest?" Gotrek shouted, somewhat exasperated. "Over there," a mercenary shouted. Mia sat on a relatively clean wine barrel, enjoying the respect the mercenaries were offering her. With the reminders of a few, everyone already knew where the grace that granted them strength and healed their wounds came from. People of different faiths discussed her, asking which deity her prayer came from, and expressed their willingness to offer respect and honor to that tolerant and benevolent deity. The dwarf carried his axe and pushed through the crowd. "You are the priest." He stared at Mia with eyes wide like a bull, looking fierce. Dwarf slayers seek a glorious death. Every wound sustained in battle is one step closer to that great goal. But after this battle, Gotrek, having been healed significantly by the grace of the Erd tree, was not only uninjured, but even the teeth he had lost previously had grown back. Even his eye, which had been blind for a long time, was faintly itching. This made him feel a sense of angry frustration that his previous efforts had been in vain. "What's wrong?" Mia tilted her head. When he saw Mia's true form, Gotrek's momentum wasn't quite as strong. He had originally expected the priest to be a crazy, bald old man holding a staff, so he could have justified beating the guy up. As it turned out, the priest was this sort of image. Gotrek took a breath. "You listen to me, manling. You should only heal someone when they ask you to." All the mercenaries turned their heads to look at this dwarf, who was spouting strange words. In the awkwardness, Felix suddenly squeezed out from the crowd, "Make way, make way." He stood in front of the dwarf. "What he means is, you should act according to your ability, don't push yourself." The surrounding mercenaries were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Then Gotrek made everyone shut up with just a look. Facing the beautiful lady, Felix, who had received a higher education, bowed deeply. "In addition, I would also like to pay my respects to you and your deity. Without you, our battle would have resulted in countless casualties." Mia smiled slightly. She liked this feeling, her vanity was greatly satisfied. A puff of hot air sprayed from the dwarf's nose. "What are you standing there for? I'll see who wants a beating." He turned his anger toward the mercenaries standing around, scanning them with those crazy eyes, and the mercenaries immediately scattered. A question welled up in his heart. How old is this guy? Why does he call me manling? Then Gotrek turned his gaze to his good friend Felix. "You also did very well." Felix accepted this well-deserved praise. After all, he had taken down a rat ogre single-handedly. Who would have thought that less than a year ago, He was just a college student who had been expelled. All right, what's next? Gotrek asked suddenly. Huh? I said, you were the one who led the Skaven here, Manling. They are weak and pathetic. I need to hack at something else. Oh. Felix suddenly remembered the beginning of all this. He hadn't just stumbled upon the moment of the Skaven attack. We have to go to the palace district. To save the ruler of Nuln. He is your ruler, not mine. The one organizing this invasion is the Grey Seer Thanquol. He is a high-ranking leader of the Skaven. He planned this invasion, and he intends to assassinate the nobles of Nuln while launching an attack inside the city. Then, that Grey Seer. Gotrek's voice deepened, and he said very seriously, killing it will be a feat. Even if one dies in the attempt, it would be a glorious death in battle. Yes, exactly. Felix put his hands on his hips. He had persuaded Gotrek. But we still have a problem. He continued. What problem? We have to fight our way through the entire city to get to the palace. That doesn't count as a problem. Mia, who had heard their conversation from the side, said, we have an army now. Hearing the girl's words, Felix looked around. Numerous citizens and mercenaries stood on the street. Mia stood on that barrel, citizens of Nuln. The girl gave a speech to the people for the second time. Mia always had endless inspiration on how to stir up the emotions in people's hearts. On the quiet battlefield, her voice was quite distinct, listen to me. She saw people grabbing each other's arms, pointing their fingers at her. In that battle, Mia's prayer had already won her countless respect. These despicable Skaven have attacked our great city, they have burned our homes and killed our loved ones. It is also them who have brought famine and plague to our streets. But order and justice are on our side. We have already killed countless despicable monsters, but that is not enough. We must drive the Skaven completely out of our city, because if we don't, they will turn you and your families into slaves and food. We must mercilessly exterminate these monsters, because they showed no mercy when they tried to exterminate us. Are you ready to take back your home? Yes. Shouts mixed with anger erupted in the crowd. Mia jumped off the empty barrel. When they heard Mia say she would grant them grace, the crowd immediately cheered. Felix grabbed her. How many more times can you channel grace? Like the one before. That kind of large-scale grace of the Erd Tree and Golden Vow combo. 2 rounds. Mia replied. There were 2 sips of the blue dew left. That's great. Felix chirped, he couldn't think of any reason why humans would fail. When the girl walked in the direction that guided her in her mind, which was the direction of the palace district, all the mercenaries and militia spontaneously made way. People raised their hands and shouted. They needed a goal and a leader, and Mia gave them one. Surrounded, Mia walked to the very front, facing a street covered with severed Skaven limbs. Then, she regretted it. She shouldn't have come to the front, she should be in the center of the crowd, using prayer to assist, not at the very front of the crowd. But it seemed a bit late to squeeze back now. Mia bit the bullet and raised her golden sword, taking a breath. Let's go. I will bless your righteous battle. Beside her was Wilden, as well as Felix and Gotrek. They rushed towards the distant palace together, and behind them, the angry crowd followed closely, like a torrent passing through the burning streets. They didn't encounter any more Skaven along the way. It seemed this massive offensive by the Skaven was a bit of a paper tiger. The whole city was burning, and buildings collapsed with a roar from time to time. They rushed up the hillside of the upper city, charging into the walls of the inner city. Most of the nobles' houses were intact. Nuln's inner city was a fortress, and the walls blocked the flames outside. Felix saw a group of city guards in black uniforms appear in the distance, holding halberds and fighting against the storm vermin pouring in from all directions. Mia had quietly fallen back to the center of the ranks. She released 2 Erd Tree prayers. Surrounded by golden holy light, the motley army of mercenaries and militia launched a charge toward the inner city battlefield. Praise the Erd Tree! Wilden shouted, holding his greatsword. This time he did not fall behind anyone, charging at the very front on his own. Praise the Erd Tree! Intermittent echoes actually came from the crowd behind him. Several mercenaries spontaneously followed closely behind Wilden, shouting the holy name of the Erd tree. This feeling was very strange, as if a group of foreigners were fanatically worshipping your country. Nuln's city guards and the Skaven storm vermin stopped their actions at almost the same time, because of the suddenly appearing third party. The next moment, both sides were equally shocked by the human mercenaries and militia that had suddenly surged out. A special Skaven squeaked in a tone that was difficult for humans to distinguish. It was a Skaven warlock, and an eerie green light appeared in its claw. It muttered incantations, and Mia saw the spell-casting Skaven warlock through the gaps between people's shoulders. Golden light and green light appeared almost simultaneously. Mia cast a third Erd tree prayer to counter the Skaven's evil energy. Blessing of the Erd tree. A faint, translucent golden film appeared on everyone covered by the blessing. The Skaven warlock grinned cruelly. It saw its plague spell land among those humans, green smoke shrouding them. It couldn't wait to see the humans covered in boils, wailing as they gradually rotted into pus. However, the next second, it widened its eyes in disbelief. The human mercenaries charged out of the green smoke completely unharmed, golden light shining in everyone's eyes. The malicious spell had no effect at all. The humans roared with high morale, ignoring the toxic mist. Row after row of warriors charged out of the toxic mist, and not a single soldier was harmed by it. Those humans didn't even slow down their charge. The Skaven warlock was stunned. It frantically chanted spells to protect itself, but the humans' footsteps were too fast. Before it could utter the last word of the spell, it saw a huge sword slashing towards it. The advancing crowd trampled the fallen Skaven warlock into pulp. The mercenaries charged into the chaotic battle. In front of them, not a single storm vermin was facing them head-on, because Nuln's guards were all elites, and the halberds in their hands had long since made it difficult for the storm vermin to escape. The crowd swept across the battlefield like a torrential rain washing over the streets. Storm vermin, are they harder to deal with than a rat ogre? What's more, they had a powerful priest. Mia followed the crowd, placing herself under the protection of others. This battle was different from the rearguard action to cover the civilians' evacuation. She had never participated in such a large-scale team fight. But at least her proficiency with MOBA games in her past life allowed her to figure out her positioning. There were both Skaven and Nuln guards ahead. She couldn't wantonly splash fire anywhere, so it was better to be a support role behind the warriors, maintaining the effect of the prayer. From time to time, she would hack and slash at a straggling Skaven. There are Skaven in the palace. They are trying to assassinate our legitimate leader. The captain of the Nuln city guards shouted at their reinforcements. The palace gate behind them was wide open. A grand ball was supposed to be held tonight, and the gate was open for late guests, but no one expected the Skaven to take this opportunity to launch an invasion. The guards at the door had long been cut down by the swarming Skaven, and the city guards, pinned down by the storm vermin, had no way to save the situation. The arrival of the mercenaries gave the city guard captain hope. "Quick!" Felix shouted, "Retake the palace. Kill every Skaven you see." A Nuln soldier lay on the ground, his windpipe just severed by a Skaven's iron sword. He leaned against the steps in front of the palace, blood gushing from the wound, feeling his life slipping away from the wound. He saw their reinforcements scatter the foul-smelling Skaven army. People worked together to slaughter the storm vermin. A sense of vengeful gratification appeared in the soldier's eyes. He saw the mercenaries pouring into the palace. The soldier let go of the burden in his heart. He already felt the hand of Mor, the god of death, reaching out to him. Chapter 21. Humans will win, so be it. The soldier thought he would follow Mor to the peaceful afterlife. Until Mia saw this guy who was breathing more air out than in. The girl immediately slid onto her knees in front of the soldier, pressing the holy seal in her left hand against his chest. Urgent heal. The wound on the soldier's neck healed miraculously, and he opened his eyes in a daze. The Grim Reaper departed, perhaps carrying some confusion with him. Mia pulled the soldier up with force. "Go kill a few Skaven and avenge yourself." Having said that, Mia joined the crowd retaking the palace without a moment's hesitation. She felt the grace, it was close at hand. Chapter 21, Return. Thank you all for your support. The mercenaries rushed into the palace and found the Lord of Nuln in the banquet hall, as well as the culprit behind this Skaven invasion, Grey Seer Thanquol. Thanquol wanted to force the entire city to surrender by holding the city lord hostage, but fortunately, the city lord, Countess Emmanuelle, still possessed the backbone of a noble and did not yield under the threats of the Skaven. Just as Thanquol's dark energy was about to engulf the Countess, reinforcements finally arrived. It's rat-killing time. Gotrek let out a roar like grinding boulders and charged first at the horned ratman. Thanquol also saw the two of them. It was not the first time he had seen these two guys. Every time, every single time, just when his plans were about to succeed, they were ruined. Thanquol shrieked in anger and fear, gathering green lightning in his hands. The lightning crackled and popped, scorching the air as it flew toward Felix and Gotrek. Felix suddenly realized that the priest and the knight had disappeared from his field of vision. Especially the priest. Mia was gone. Felix had witnessed the defensive power of that golden light against Skaven magic earlier. Mia had protected the mercenaries as they charged through poisonous mist released by a Skaven warlock, which was why Felix dared to charge so far ahead. Healing wounds, bestowing strength, blocking magic. Felix had never seen such powerful magic. There might be more powerful magic in this world, but as of now, Felix had not seen any magic more powerful than that cast by Mia. After witnessing those incredible grace, he subconsciously held the thought that there is nothing that girl cannot do. And now, facing the magic of a Skaven warlock again, he subconsciously wanted to seek Mia's help. And then, no sign of her. When Thanquol's lightning struck toward Felix, his mind went blank, and he was just about to close his eyes and wait for death. Then, the lightning was blocked by the golden protection. The effect of the prayer was still active. Is that all you've got? Gotrek roared, charging forward. Watching the two enemies charging toward him, Thanquol shrank in terror into his storm vermin. Quick, kill them. Charge, brave storm vermin. Go win the victory. He shouted, then turned his tail, and ran backward with all his might. Follow me. Mia and Wilden were running through the empty corridor, with traces of blood of unknown origin on the ground. High on both sides of the corridor, portraits of human gods were smiling benevolently. It was getting closer, and the guidance of grace was becoming more and more precise, from originally only having a general direction to now being able to lead them smoothly through the labyrinth-like palace corridors. They turned another corner and suddenly ran into a shadow head-on. After a moment of stunned silence, Mia realized that it was a Skaven, a horned Skaven holding a staff. Thanquol also reacted, but the distance was too close. He didn't have time to cast any spells and could only swing his staff to strike. Mia parried the Grey Seer's strike. Despicable human. Thanquol cursed. Mia only knew that the guy in front of her was a Skaven, and she swung her sword without hesitation. Thanquol nimbly ducked, the golden sword slicing off one of the horns on his head, and the Grey Seer let out a sharp squeal of pain. Pop, a burst of black smoke erupted around him, enveloping the two people in front and himself within it. A Grey Seer who had climbed up step by step from the bottom of the cruel Skaven society could not possibly lack self-preservation methods. Although the smoke was not toxic, it was certainly enough to obscure vision. Mia coughed twice, worried that the Skaven might ambush them from the black mist, so she gripped her holy seal tightly, and a whip of fire swept across, splitting the black mist into upper and lower halves. A wail came from the mist, and Wilden's greatsword immediately slashed toward that direction. There was no more sound from there, and when the mist dissipated, only a burning grey robe and half a rat tail were left on the ground. Let him get away. Although this was just a small interlude, Mia, who had been covered in dust by the smoke bomb, was in a bad mood. Where do we go next? Wilden reminded Mia while vigilantly observing the surroundings. That way. Mia pointed in a direction. The return was close at hand, and she immediately put this small interlude behind her. The two turned two more corners. A faded door appeared before them. Mia went up and grasped the door handle, pulling forward, but found that the door did not budge. Wilden pressed his hand on Mia's shoulder and said, "Let me." Subsequently, the soldier strode forward, Mia made way, and Wilden kicked the door open with a bang. The old wooden door was almost crumbling, its hinges endured rough treatment that it shouldn't have at its age, and dust that had accumulated for who knows how many years was blown up by the wind created when the door opened. The room was empty, with only a golden grace floating in the air. Wilden was taken aback. "What is that?" he asked. He looked at the golden light, feeling the sense of peace contained within it, much like amniotic fluid. "You can see it." Mia opened her eyes slightly wide in surprise. She thought that only she could see the guidance of grace. But she didn't expect. No, Mia shook her head in her heart. Before coming to this world, Wilden could not see the grace in the lands between either. This was something she had confirmed many times. Wilden could also see the grace. Was it related to traveling between worlds? She looked at the grace again. Regardless, she had to go back first. She didn't want to stay in this world for too long. Then, the new question was, how to go back. Wait a minute, how did she travel to this world? Mia recalled. Probably by thinking about things related to rats. And then, she traveled here and met the Skaven. If that was the case, that would be too ridiculous. How could there be such a wish-fulfillment travel? Mia's mouth twitched. She was not very willing to believe such a sloppy setting. But it seemed there really wasn't any other clue for traveling between worlds. She sighed. "Wilden, come to my side. I'll try to see if I can go back." The soldier stepped forward. He had been staring at that grace, as if it were the most beautiful light in the world. Mia closed her eyes. "Send me back to the lands between," she silently recited in her heart. Until she felt a familiar sense of weightlessness. Mia still resisted the urge to open her eyes, keeping them tightly closed. If she wanted to open her eyes, probably nothing would happen, and she wouldn't be sent back. But what did that matter? She simply wanted to close her eyes. She felt the darkness before her. Then, beside the grace in that ruined house in the desolate village, a pile of golden light particles suddenly condensed into two human shapes in the air. Thud. Ugh. Mia landed solidly on the stone floor that was still emitting a burnt smell. It was as messy as if she had been in free fall for 20 minutes. Dizzily, she lifted her head and took in the surrounding environment. Without a doubt, they were back. Grimacing, she lifted her head and found that Wilden had also fallen to the ground just like her, but Wilden's condition was much better. Not as badly fallen as she was. "We are back." Rubbing her knees, Mia stood up and said. Kale had not returned yet. This trip to Warhammer Fantasy, in the end, had only taken an hour or two. Wilden stood at the doorway and looked out. He finally saw that huge and brilliant Erd tree again. It had only been 2 hours, but his longing for the Erd tree was even stronger than when he had been trapped in the cave for countless years. And it wasn't entirely feelings for the Erd tree. There was also something else. Wilden turned to look at the girl sitting on the ground, deep in thought. He had seen with his own eyes the radiance of the Erd tree appear on her more than once. That radiant light, blooming time and time again, made him feel reborn, as if he had returned to the era when the Golden Order was still intact. Even though Mia's prayer could only last for a few minutes each time. But it was in those few short moments pieced together from memories that he remembered the once bountiful and prosperous Golden Order. Even if those memories did not align with the bloody battlefield. Wilden remembered the beam of light he saw at the end of that journey. Wilden. Mia suddenly interrupted the soldier's sentimentality. The girl pointed to a certain spot in the room and asked him, "Can you still see this?" Wilden followed Mia's gaze, but there was nothing there, only the floor. "What can I see?" He turned his head toward Mia in confusion. Chapter 22. Mia gazed at the spot she had just pointed to, the very place with the grace, lost in thought. "I see." It seemed that Wilden's ability to see the grace was indeed related to traveling between worlds. This was truly interesting. Tarnished, who died outside the lands between, could see the guidance of grace upon returning to the lands between. Yet the Erdtree folk, born in the lands between, could see that same grace while outside the lands between. Mia did not know if Wilden was a special case, and she currently lacked the conditions for a controlled experiment. She would set this question aside for now. Next was Mia's reflection on the matter of traveling between worlds. Whether it was the previous crossing in her dream, or the return she achieved just now through meditation. It all proved that the key to world traveling was her own consciousness, which was simultaneously deeply bound to the light of the grace. She had understood the logic of it. She really wanted to test if her theory was correct, but Mia dismissed the thought. She needed to become stronger to have the confidence to deal with other worlds. For now, Mia's short-term goal in Limgrave was to find Master Sellen and learn glintstone magic. This accidental trip to Warhammer Fantasy had been quite fruitful. Most importantly, she had understood the essence of prayer. Now she could use fire-based prayer at will, shaping the flames into whatever form she desired. It was as if she were the god of fire herself. Although this was ordinary fire, it was worlds apart from the flames that burned the Erdtree in the true ominous prophecy. It was like comparing an ant and an elephant. While both were living creatures, their sizes were incomparable. But for the current Mia, this kind of fire was enough. She wondered if her spellcasting power would increase after meeting Littlewood and adding points. But that wasn't the only harvest. Aside from some spiritual growth, Mia had also managed to get her hands on something good during the chaos. The girl reached into her storage space and pulled out an object that the people of the lands between might be unfamiliar with, but which she knew very well. A musket. Mia stood up and rested the gun on the ground, the muzzle reached nearly to her neck. This was not a clumsy matchlock musket that required a burning fuse, but a well-made flintlock smoothbore musket. In Warhammer Fantasy, a world even more fantastical than the lands between, smoothbore muskets were considered child's play. The human empire possessed secret weapons like steam tanks covered in heavy iron plating and equipped with cannons, while the dwarfs had already developed helicopters and rockets. And the ever-defiant Skaven had even cooked up intercontinental missiles. So, let alone muzzle-loading smoothbore muskets, even breech-loading rifles existed, and were standard issue in certain nations. Yet such weapons did not exist in the lands between. Although the lands between had experimental weapons like cannons and flamethrowers that were immensely powerful to the Erdtree folk, there were no firearms that could be issued as standard equipment for individual soldiers. It was precisely because she realized this that she took the opportunity to swipe a flintlock musket that had fallen on the battlefield. Perhaps this thing could give her an advantage in the lands between. Nuln was the artillery center of the human empire, and the highest quality firearms were produced in Nuln. Although this gun had no ammunition or gunpowder was not a particularly rare item in the lands between. The Royal Army's ballistae had explosive ammunition. As for the ammunition, it was just lead balls, there was no way it could be a scarce resource. If she could meet a highly skilled craftsman in the future, like Hugh, the misbegotten smith at the Round Table Hold, or Egi, the giant smith of the Carrion royal family. Combined with the theoretical knowledge from her past life, perhaps she could replicate it, or even create more powerful and advanced firearms. With a chuckle, Mia stuffed the musket back into her storage space. This thing was a treasure. Humming a little tune and imagining her future scenes of unrivaled power, the girl hugged her legs and sat on the ground, swaying back and forth. Before crossing over, she was just an ordinary person, and she had her own little thoughts. There seemed to be a rustling sound at the door, and the girl regained her senses and looked over. Cale had returned safely, leading the donkey, with no new wounds or bloodstains on him. The merchant had no idea what Mia and Wilden had experienced during the time he was away. "Are you all right?" Mia asked. "Everything is safe, phew." Cale panted. He tied Amia in the corner of the room. The donkey had completely calmed down, its idle hooves tapping against the stone floor of the dilapidated hut. making a clatter sound. Kale returned the spirit calling bell and the spirit ashes to Mia. Returning these to you, I didn't use them. As long as you are safe. Kale sat by the campfire, physically and mentally exhausted. He suspected nothing. Tonight's events were really stressful. Let's get some sleep. After tidying up the mess in the ruined hut and extinguishing the campfire, Mia and Kale laid out their sleeping bags. Mia didn't tell Kale about the world traveling, and neither did Wilden. Some things had to be experienced personally to be believed. Later, if Kale proved reliable enough, she might consider going on a journey through worlds together. Wilden used his spear to pass through the handle of the great shield, wedging it against the doorframe. It served as a door. Then he leaned against the door, relaxed, looking through the collapsed corner of the roof at the branches of the Erd tree. Mia yawned. Tonight was really damn fulfilling. Chapter 22. The journey continues. First update. Every time I see the number of monthly tickets and blades increase, I feel pleasantly surprised. Thank you all for your support. I'm exhausted from being out all day, but I should be able to get another update out in the middle of the night. The conflicts and interludes of that night ended with Kale's safe return. Mia finally had a good night's sleep. No messy rats invaded her dreams, and she didn't wake up suddenly because of the cold night wind blowing grass stalks onto her face. She slept straight until dawn, when the daylight from the Erd tree filtered through the holes in the roof and shone onto the girl's face. She sat up, yawned, stretched her limbs, and saw that her companions were all there. Kale was sitting by the campfire, holding an iron skewer, roasting something. But the first thing that caught Mia's attention wasn't what was on the skewer, but your sleeves. Mia blinked, looking at Kale's arms, confused. You mean this? Kale raised a hand, his gaze also focusing there. Just patches. I know they are patches. The problem was the color of those patches. They were gaudy and colorful, exactly like the color scheme of a northeastern floral padded jacket. To Mia, Kale's current outfit looked just like Santa Claus wearing floral sleeves. What's wrong? Kale asked, puzzled. He seemed very satisfied with his new sleeves. Mia paused, then forced a smile. It's fine, quite nice. Kale nodded vigorously and continued to roast the item in his hand. Only then did Mia shift her gaze over. Did you catch a rabbit? No. Kale answered without hesitation. Then what is this? As soon as the words left Mia's mouth, she thought of an unpleasant possibility. She swallowed hard and turned her head. In the corner of the dilapidated hut, there was a pile of animal remains. Most conspicuous among them was, naturally, a rat head with eyes shimmering with an eerie light. Aha! Kale, having had the truth guessed, shrugged. Can you eat that kind of thing? She stared at the roasted rat skewered on the stick, now a cooked color, her expression enough to be described as horrified. Why wouldn't it be edible? Kale said nonchalantly, out here in the wilderness, there are no trash heaps or sewers for these rats to crawl into. They're just gregarious animals with a large population. Mia pursed her lips. It's about done. Do you want some? Kale handed over the skewer. It's on the house. Without you, I would have suffered quite a bit last night. Mia frowned, staring intently at the roasted rat sprinkled with spices. The girl twitched her nose. All that entered her nostrils was a very ordinary, yet tempting, meaty aroma. It didn't seem like there was any problem. The rat's internal organs and head had been removed. If one looked only at the body, it was impossible to imagine it was a rat. Seeing Mia still hesitating, Kale tore off a hind leg. Here. Mia hesitated but took it. She went through another internal struggle. Finally, she mustered her courage and took a bite. As she put it in her mouth, she frowned and chewed. A bit sour, a bit tough. Kale nodded, quite satisfied with his culinary skills, and moved the large rat off the fire. After all, this kind of animal doesn't have much fat. As for the sour taste, it was actually just the consequence of this low-quality meat, and the simple preparation method. Chapter 23. Wilden, she called the soldier. Cale didn't let himself seem stingy, generously tearing off the other leg, and handing it to Wilden. Mia tilted her head, peering around Cale's large hat that blocked her view to look at Wilden's face. Sure enough, the traces of hollow on his face were fading by the day. Cale didn't seem to notice this. Or rather, he had never cared much about anyone related to the Erd tree. Gnawing on the meat, Mia suddenly thought of a question. I remember I burned all the rats. Ah. Hearing this, Cale couldn't help but show a pained expression. That was all meat, it could have been used as rations. To think it was all burned clean by Mia in one go. Then he explained, some of the injured died on the way while fleeing, and I picked them up. Cale indicated that those rats were piled up outside, enough for the three of them to eat for several days. Rat meat could just be made into jerky, sprinkle some salt to cure it, and then air dry it. Anyway, once the bones were removed, it was just chunks of meat, no one would know what kind of meat it was. Long-lasting jerky could not only serve as final rations but also act as merchandise. Cale proposed leaving later, spending some time to do preliminary processing on the jerky. When the merchant proposed this idea, Mia fell silent again. The jerky you sold us before. She stared at Cale suspiciously. That was rabbit, it was rabbit. Cale hurriedly waved his hands. I always use whatever I have. The girl was half doubting. If it was really rabbit jerky as he said, and rabbit jerky was that unpalatable, what would rat meat be like? She had already made up her mind, even if she starved to death in the future, she would never buy Cale's jerky again. The three of them finished the roasted meat, and Mia chewed on some dried roa fruit as a source of vitamins. For the entire morning afterward, Cale was busy with his rat jerky, removing the bones and washing away the blood. Yes, indeed, there was actually a usable well in this ruined village. Mia filled the cracked pot with that clear, cold well water. The 5 or 6 rats kept Cale busy until the afternoon. Once he hung the meat on the donkey, the 3 of them were finally ready to set off. We should be able to enter the forest today. Before leaving, Wilden stated the route plan for the day. He was the one among them who knew this road the best. Mia remembered that forest, of course, she remembered it from the game. Then how long will it take us to get out of the forest? The soldier thought for a moment, considering Mia and Cale's pace. 2 days, I suppose. As long as we follow the road. The party set off again. Cale rubbed plenty of salt onto the meat he wanted to air dry. This could cover the bloody smell of raw meat so it wouldn't attract dangerous predators from a great distance. Afterward, it was still an uneventful journey that just made one want to yawn. Mia rode Amia. Feeling strangely rhythmic, and had nothing to do. Right, the girl had a sudden inspiration. Since she had the time, she might as well practice the fire prayer. She reached out her hand, and a flicker of orange-red flame rose from her palm. Cale turned his head curiously. What are you doing? He thought there was some danger nearby. Ah, it's nothing. Mia smiled, telling him not to be nervous, just practicing. Oh. Cale nodded, just don't scare Amia. I know what I'm doing. The girl responded, the flames in her hand constantly changing shape. Mia stared at the flames in her hand with great interest. Some said that fire was scorching and irritable, and that those who liked fire were the same. Probably because of adjectives like rage. Furthermore, while fire harmed itself, it also destroyed others. However, Mia probably wasn't qualified to comment on this. Because she could feel the slight heat the flame brought her, but she felt absolutely no burning pain. But she also realized the danger brought by this unique resistance. She wouldn't let herself become someone who despised fire, and abused it wantonly because of this. The flame in her hand was always firmly restrained. Mia's palm faced upward, and the flame turned into a ball, then into a ring. Mia was like a child playing with clay, having discovered a toy she had never seen before, curiously fiddling with the flame in her palm. In this process, she constantly honed her skills and will, making her control more precise and consuming less energy. Chapter 23. Edge of the Forest. When night was about to fall, the three of them arrived at the edge of the forest. Because they had set off relatively late, they hadn't traveled very far. It was the first time Mia had seen such a distinct boundary between a forest and grassland in real life. On one side was dimness, on the other was brightness. On flat ground, Mia couldn't see how big the forest really was. But she could see that the stretching canopy had almost no gaps. Kale, stay a bit further away from us. Let's go in tomorrow. The light at night was already dim. If they were to walk into the dense forest at this time, they wouldn't be able to see the road at all without torches. Will there be Royal Army patrols inside? Mia suddenly asked. If we haven't attracted attention, Wilden said, then King Godric shouldn't have stationed sentries in a place like this. What does not attracting attention mean? Mia chewed on these words, recalling the experiences from the time she left the stranded graveyard until now. They hadn't encountered other Godric soldier along the way. The only encounter was the tree sentinel. But did slipping out from under the tree sentinel's nose count as attracting attention? Wilden added, but I can't say for sure, because I don't even know how many years I was trapped in that cave. Except for the map, all his intelligence was outdated. Well. The girl shrugged indifferently, at worst, we can just sneak past them later. The three began preparing for the night, and Mia lit a campfire at the edge of the forest. Thinking about camping again today, the girl couldn't help but look melancholy. Even though she had storage space, there wasn't a single usable tent. Mia stared blankly at the campfire, where a cracked pot filled with water was placed. Perhaps because they hadn't walked many steps today, and had rested well last night, she didn't feel tired at all. The water inside the cracked pot began to bubble and boil. The girl cast a youthful mini version of fire protection that only worked on herself. Then she reached her hand directly into the fire to pick up the cracked pot, holding the jar and blowing on it symbolically. The water, having just left the flames, was still bubbling under the influence of the residual heat of the jar. Mia tilted her head back and gulped down the boiling hot water. Putting down the jar, Mia opened her mouth and exhaled a large cloud of steam. That's really convenient. The girl sighed. After adding fire protection to herself, 100-degree boiling water was no different from room temperature. Kale looked at Mia as if she were a monster. The latter had no self-awareness of having done something heaven-defying, and gave a silly smile. This is also part of the practice. Anyway, energy could recover over time. It wasn't strictly necessary to have cerulean flasks. Wilden, Mia suddenly called out. The soldier looked over at the sound. Mia, with the golden sword strapped to her waist, walked toward him and raised her head. Can you teach me swordsmanship? The girl had previously seen Wilden's heroic posture on the battlefield. Whether it was a greatsword or a straight sword, Wilden used them with ease. She saw the sword blade flashing continuously, killing countless rat men, perhaps even more than Mia had burned to death with her own flames. Yet Wilden hadn't suffered a single injury. The combat skills accumulated over countless years were decisive and swift. Mia had the thought of wanting to learn almost at that very instant. Although she positioned herself as a sorcerer, even spellcasters needed to defend themselves. If she didn't even know how to use a sword, then like before in Nuln, if she suddenly encountered a ratman around a corner, casting a spell definitely wouldn't be fast enough. Furthermore, if the battle she experienced that day exhausted her blue bar, and even her flasks were finished, all she could rely on would be conventional weapons. What if she encountered that kind of tentacle monster that sucked your magic in the future? Mia was a magical girl now, after all. Therefore, even as a spellcaster, if she didn't want to get finished off by just anything after running out of mana, she still had to have a melee weapon she was good with for self-defense. Although Mia had already acquired basic combat skills through the memory of grace from when she transmigrated, she felt it still wasn't enough. She had to master a few more skills. Having more skills never hurts, and who knows when they might come in handy. Mia liked being an all-around talent, developing in all directions. Not only prayer but also magic and even more so swordsmanship. Since she could research prayer by herself, and would go find teacher Selen to learn magic later, as for swordsmanship, the closest swordsmanship expert was only Wilden. Oh, besides swordsmanship, Wilden's spearmanship should also be quite good. When Mia first met Wilden, his weapons were a great shield and a spear. Coincidentally, Mia's starting weapon was also a spear, so she might as well learn both spearmanship and swordsmanship. It was just the right way to vent the energy she hadn't used today. The girl looked at Wilden with great anticipation, and the soldier didn't decline, nodding in agreement. Thus, the two stood opposite each other not far from the campfire. Mia was using a longsword and didn't have a shield, so Wilden also put down his shield and held a straight sword with both hands. The soldier spoke calmly and coolly, "I'm coming at you." Mia stared intently at Wilden, also gripping the sword with both hands, striking a combat pose. Although she had never formally sparred with anyone in swordsmanship. But having lived in the internet era of data explosion in her previous life, Mia knew a trick or two. She had watched some weapon combat videos like Single Blade vs. Spear, or Eastern vs. Western swordsmanship, and had played relatively realistic RPG games with melee weapon backgrounds, like those featuring the Bohemian Sword Saint. The theory of sword moves was quite rich. Mia stared straight at Wilden's hands, her mind constantly guessing what moves he would make. Her whole body was tense, ready at any moment to defend against attacks coming from any direction. The soldier strode forward, his longsword shining brightly under the firelight. Kale, as the audience, also stared nervously at this, wanting to watch a peak duel. Mia saw the movement in Wilden's hands, the longsword swung toward her, and Mia swung her sword to parry it. Chapter 24. Then, with a clink, the sound of metal clashing rang out just once, and Wilden's blade pressed against Mia's forehead. The blade pressed tightly against her fair skin, leaving a shallow cut on the young girl's forehead, and a drop of bright red blood trickled down from between her brows. "It itches." "Sorry." Seeing that Mia had been hurt, Wilden immediately withdrew his sword. He rarely sparred with others. When he used a sword, it was primarily on the battlefield. His swordsmanship had been honed there as well, consisting of sword techniques he had perfected purely for the sake of killing enemies more efficiently. While sparring with Mia, he hadn't managed to hold back his strength in the moment. Mia blinked. What happened? She had just blocked the first attack, and then what? How did she die? Wilden seemed to notice Mia's confusion. You were too hesitant," Wilden said. Hesitant? Mia frowned. A sharp, invigorating pain radiated from the wound on her forehead. She roughly understood what Wilden meant. She had been overthinking, staring at Wilden's sword while trying to analyze all his attacking patterns. In the end, she hadn't left herself any reaction time to adapt. I see. Mia wiped the drop of blood from her forehead with her index finger and sucked on it. Very little blood had flowed out, so all she could taste was the saltiness of her own sweat. Let's go again. Raising her sword again, Mia nodded to Wilden. Without practical sparring, and with only thinking, it would be impossible to overcome the shortcomings she had discovered. Seeing that Mia hadn't backed down, Wilden also resumed his stance. Just as they were about to clash again. Wait a moment. Mia suddenly shouted. Then she looked around. Wait for me. She repeated. Then she ducked behind a bush that could hide her. Before long, she came running out wearing that tattered prophet robe. Wilden's sword was sharpened, and she couldn't risk damaging the comfortable noble traveler's outfit. After standing back in front of Wilden, Mia raised her sword again. All right, please don't hold back. The young girl shouted energetically. Chapter 24, Beasts in the Forest. Update. Ugh. Mia felt uncomfortable all over. She was riding on Amia, Kale was leading Amia, and Wilden was leading the way ahead. The three of them were walking through the forest. She had been too excited last night, sparring with real swords against Wilden until midnight. Her fighting spirit only grew the more they fought. In the end, she had to stop because the injuries on her body had left her dizzy. She had almost been too late to use emergency recovery. If she had died and respawned in that desolate village, half a day's journey would have been in vain. Moreover, she didn't know if she would be able to find Wilden and Kale again. However, perhaps because she had shed blood and sweat, she had slept very soundly. But that wasn't the reason Mia felt uncomfortable all over early in the morning. It was because the stream near the campsite had such a weak flow. So much so that Mia still felt as if dried blood was sticking to certain parts of her body that hadn't been washed clean last night. She felt awkward all over. Perhaps it was psychological. Because before setting off, Mia had avoided the two men's gazes and rolled in the water once more. Theoretically, she should have been washed clean. Sigh. Mia sighed. It would be better not to get so excited in the future. However, sparring with Wilden until midnight last night hadn't been without other rewards. Mia felt that her swordsmanship had become stronger. Wilden had also nodded and acknowledged this. Just a few hours of sparring had already yielded such great progress. If Wilden wasn't just comforting her, then it proved that Mia had discovered another change since her transmigration. If she could have learned things this quickly in her past life, she would have gotten into Tsinghua or Peking University long ago. Having become so much stronger was naturally something to be happy about. It was almost enough to offset the inexplicable discomfort on her body. But if there was a chance, she still wanted to take a proper bath. The three people and one donkey were walking on a dirt road covered with fallen leaves. The rustling sound of stepping on dry, fallen leaves reached her ears. The fallen leaves tell a story. In our home, the lands between, the Elden Ring has shattered. For no reason, this sentence appeared in the young girl's mind. Mia had long noticed that the lands between seemed to be in autumn. The trees and vegetation on the land were not uniformly emerald green like a sea, but dotted with orange and yellow. On the paths within the forest, fallen leaves had formed a carpet, and the light of the Erd tree cast mottled shadows between these somewhat sparse, withered tree crowns. But because of her perspective, Mia couldn't see the holes in the distant tree crowns, only the dense canopy above merging into a sea of strange colors. Although the forest didn't become bright because of the light piercing through, every time a ray of light from above hit her face, it would bring a touch of pleasant surprise. The young girl took a deep breath, smelling the fresh air of the forest, filled with leaves and soil. An invisible breeze, unfelt by those on the ground, blew through the treetops. The branches rubbed against each other, scattering another handful of fallen leaves. She heard birds singing and crickets chirping again. Mia saw a deer, hiding in the woods, observing the people walking on the road with its dark eyes. It was as if all the misery in the world did not belong to this unchanging nature. Whether it was the shattering of the Elden Ring, or the wars of the Erd Tree's people, none of it had anything to do with this forest. It called nothing king, nor did it care for anyone's rule. At first, everyone enjoyed the forest scenery, feeling the joy of emptying their minds. But at some point, this joy vanished. Replacing it was a somewhat strange silence. Wilden suddenly slowed his pace. "What's wrong?" Mia asked subconsciously. "There's something," Wilden replied. Mia sniffed. She smelled a burnt odor of unknown origin in the air. Something was burnt. Was it this forest? Was the forest burning? A forest fire? Or something else? Whatever it was worth being vigilant about. "Be careful," Mia warned. Amia also stopped, snorting anxiously. Clearly the donkey had smelled more. It tugged at the reins impatiently. "What's the matter?" Only the masked Santa Claus, Kale, was the slowest to react. Subsequently, he smelled it too. "Something is burning," Mia replied. Kale pulled down his mask, sniffed, and then looked up to scan the surrounding tree crowns. After a moment, he reached a conclusion. It's not the trees, he replied. Are you sure? If the leaves were burning this season, the smell wouldn't be this strong. Moreover, there were no signs of fire on the tree crowns, and there was no thick white smoke in front of them. It must be something else burning. This was a burnt smell they had suddenly noticed while walking calmly just a moment ago. So it couldn't have come from behind. Kale walked in a circle around Mia a few times and added, "It's ahead. I'll go take a look." "Let's go together." Mia jumped off the donkey, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. If there was a battle that had to be fought, she didn't want to miss it. "Kale, you wait here for us." "Okay." The merchant had self-awareness regarding his own strength. After Mia asked him to wait in place, he didn't try to act tough by saying he wanted to go along. Mia and Wilden, the two of them, walked forward along the road vigilantly. Chapter 25. After returning from the Warhammer Fantasy world, the soldier picked up his great shield and spear again. After walking 10 or 20 meters, the smell of burning grew stronger. Kale's figure was still clearly visible behind. When passing by a large tree, Mia discovered the culprit behind the burning smell on the other side of the trunk. A clearing had been cleared under the tree, and in the center of the clearing was a campfire, with the remains of what looked like some kind of canine animal lying in the fire, having completely turned into charcoal. The fire had also long since gone out. On the clearing around the fire, many wolf corpses lay scattered about. "Wilden, there." Mia pointed her finger at a clump of bushes. There was a pair of feet in the middle, a pair of feet wearing iron boots exactly the same as Wilden's, sticking out from the bushes. Wilden walked forward very seriously, bent down to grab those legs, and then dragged out a Royal Army soldier who had lost consciousness from the bushes. He knelt down beside the soldier wearing the same uniform as himself and turned over the body. The body was severely damaged. Unlike the living corpse Noble killed at the Cave of Learning, this Godric soldier was covered in blood. But the blood was not bright red but blackish red. His face had been gnawed beyond recognition by animals, a bloody mess, and at the damaged part of the chest armor, the white ribs underneath also had traces of being gnawed. "Is it wolves?" Mia asked with a frown. "No." Wilden replied, "Besides wolves, there is something else. Wolves cannot bite through armor." Wilden lifted the damaged armor on the soldier's chest to show Mia. It was a straight and horrifying gash. Wilden pressed on the soldier's chest again. "The ribs are all broken, and the direction of the fracture is consistent with the fracture on the armor. Wolves could not cause such wounds. It could only be some kind of extremely heavy sharp weapon that could make a Royal Army soldier appear in such a miserable state." Wilden raised his head again, walking towards the bushes. Mia followed behind the big shot without saying a word. There were other people here originally. Wilden looked around and discovered some baggage belonging to the people piled up on the clearing. Furthermore, there were traces of heavy objects being dragged on the ground. Wilden continued, "Those people were dragged away after being subdued, perhaps by wolves, or perhaps by that thing accompanying the wolves. But wild animals would not easily let themselves be injured, and even less likely to take huge risks to attack fully armed people when food is abundant." Mia remembered seeing that deer on the road earlier. For carnivores, this forest does not lack food. "Are you saying those wolves have an owner?" Wilden nodded. Mia was also deep in thought. She didn't know why, but those wolves and that thing left one soldier behind, who was discovered by her and dragged out by Wilden. If it was because of their approach that they left in a hurry. No. They dared to attack multiple people, so why would they flee from a team composed of a blind girl, a merchant, a donkey, and a soldier? Mia swallowed her saliva, looking at the unrecognizable Godric soldier. "Will he come back to life?" "Yes." Wilden nodded, "but it will probably take a long time. These wounds will take at least 2 or 3 days to heal. As for those who were dragged away, if those wolves dragged the people away for food, then they probably have no chance of coming back to life." Mia understood and didn't ask further. Come to think of it, are there really animals that eat dried-up Erdtree folk? Is the texture different from jerky? Although I don't know where they are going. Wilden looked at the soldier, but if it were me, I would march without stopping for a moment. But feeling tired is human nature, right? Mia said softly. Wilden nodded helplessly. Not everyone is like him, having long been accustomed to the pain that immortality brings. These people might be young immortals. But Mia was right, feeling tired is human nature. As long as one still lives in this world where one cannot die, it is impossible to ignore these feelings. In the long years, one must either become the one in a million return to the Erdtree, or be unable to bear the curse of immortality and fall into madness. He had no reason to blame these people for stopping to rest. The only thing he could blame was that they were too relaxed and vigilant, and were wiped out by the enemy in one go. Be careful on the road ahead. Wilden stood up. There weren't many clues left by the victims and the perpetrators. What they know now is that something is hidden in the forest, together with wolves. Mia looked at the soldier lying on the ground, hesitated for a moment and said, will it be dragged away by wolves if we just leave it like this? Probably. Wilden said. Then let's help. Mia turned her head to look at him. How? Do it like this. With Wilden's help, that poor Godric soldier was placed on a tree by the two. About 4 or 5 meters off the ground, stuck in the middle of the branches. If wolves can't climb trees, then it should be safe here. If it is as Wilden said, and this soldier needs many days to come back to life, then there is no need to worry. In that time, Mia estimated she would have already run to Stormgate, and then headed south to find Master Selen. After finishing all this, the two went back to find Kale, who was still waiting in place, and explained the situation to him. Let's hurry up and leave. Kale led Amia, and as the three passed by the campsite, the donkey anxiously kept pulling at the reins in the merchant's hand. The smell of wolves was very pungent to it. For the next half-day, the three accelerated their pace. Of course, it didn't have much to do with Mia, as she was riding the donkey the whole time. When realizing that danger is nearby, looking at any scenery around you, you feel that those things are coveting you. The good mood from when they first entered the forest in the morning was completely gone. When the sky was about to complete another cycle, turning from day to night, the light in the forest disappeared even earlier. Under the cover of the canopy, the forest at the same time, was darker than the plains of the previous few days. Find a place to camp. Kale and Mia couldn't travel all night. If they forced themselves to travel while their nerves were tense, and they were extremely tired, various accidents could happen in the haze. For example, turning around and finding the soldier on the donkey missing, while the soldier leading the donkey was completely unaware. Then turning around again and finding both people missing, with only the donkey left. Wilden chose a huge ruin half buried in the ground as a backing, and the three lit a campfire in the shadow tilted in front of the ruin. Have you ever thought about where these ruins actually come from? Mia suddenly asked Wilden. Sometimes they fall from the sky. Wilden replied, but no one knows why they fall from the sky. Kale, along with Mia and Wilden, collected all the fallen leaves around, surrounding the campsite with a circle of leaves as high as a foot. Kale seemed to have some experience in dealing with such situations. If something approaches, the leaves will rustle. And Amia is always sensitive. The campfire at night must be kept burning. I will pay attention. Wilden said. Before the forest completely plunged into darkness, they hurried to collect quite a bit of dry firewood. Wilden placed it within easy reach. After doing all this, the night completely arrived. The dark forest was like a huge black net, shrouding the three in an impenetrable darkness. The trees stretched upward from all directions, closely connected to the surrounding trees, forming a heavy barrier, and no one knew what was hidden within. Mia couldn't sleep at all. The imagination of the enemy actually outweighed the fear of it. Since transmigrating, she had become much more confident than before. She believed that anything that dared to invade could be repelled by her and her companions. Just like what they encountered in the deserted village the day before yesterday. This emotion kept lingering with her until the second half of the night. She had been closing her eyes to rest, not daring to slack off at all while trying to rest. Until a distant wolf howl came from the wind. Chapter 25. Beast Men of Farah Missoula. At first, the first wolf let out a low howl, its voice echoing in the dense forest, gloomy and terrifying. A few seconds later, the wolf's voice turned higher, and a second wolf joined in, followed by more high-pitched and sharp howls rising one after another. There was clearly a wolf pack around them. Mia sat up and Wilden and Kale also looked at the gloomy dense forest around them. Is it coming? Mia from her previous life had heard a saying. If a gun appears in the first act of a play, then someone must fire that gun. Therefore, since they saw traces of a wolf pack in the morning, they would definitely be attacked by the wolf pack at night. Those beasts were still hidden in the darkness, while Mia was already eager to try. She suddenly remembered an important item she hadn't used since she obtained it. The spirit calling bell. And the lone wolf ashes. She had previously lent the spirit calling bell and the ashes to Kale, but Kale had not used them. It was precisely because she lent them to Kale that Mia hadn't been able to experience them when they were in Nuln. Now was the opportunity. Wait a moment. She took out the spirit calling bell. I want to try this. Problematic ad, reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. Hashtag 26 Section 26. AI model, Gemini 3.1 Flash, Light. Kale curiously glanced over, then continued to stare intently at the forest. Although the trio's campsite was located in a small clearing, sheltered by falling ruins, it was still several meters away from the forest. But no one knew where a beast might pop out from. A beast capable of wiping out an entire squad of Royal Army soldiers could not be underestimated. Mia stood behind the two, holding up the spirit-calling bell in one hand and cradling the ashes box in the other. It was as if a muscle memory was telling her how to use this thing. She gently shook the bell and a light, ethereal ringing sound rang out. As the ringing rippled out, it carried a response from an unknown source. A grayish-white, crystalline mist drifted out of the ashes box, gathering around Mia. When the mist dissipated, the true form of the summoned objects was revealed. 3 white spirit wolves, each half a soldier tall. Kale's eyes widened. Is this the thing you lent me before? Mia answered, yes. The summoned ashes would treat the summoner as their master and fight for her or him. The moment the 3 spirit wolves appeared, they immediately guarded the trio, protecting them from the outermost perimeter. The wolves that had been howling in the surroundings stepped out of the shadows. A rough count revealed there were over a dozen of them. A huge white wolf stood behind the pack, staring intently at Mia and her companions with emotionless eyes. This was a cold and ruthless threat. Was it the leader of the pack? No, there is something else. Wilden raised his shield and said calmly. Even a wolf like this could not have inflicted such a wound on the chest of a Royal Army soldier. The white wolf let out a low growl, like the heartbeat of a demon, as it stared at the 3 spirit wolves surrounding the trio. The white wolf did not understand what a spirit-calling bell or a summoned object was. It tried to threaten the 3 white spirit wolves as it would fellow beasts. And the spirit wolves responded with the same threatening sounds. The pack closed in, the muscles on their faces contracting viciously, revealing teeth that gleamed with a faint yellow hue. The white wolf let out a low howl, and the pack let out sharp roars, pouncing toward the 3. Mia unleashed a tongue of flame that landed on the pile of leaves Kale had previously piled around them. The dry leaves burned, and the speed of the spread was like gunpowder, instantly forming a semicircular barrier between the pack and the 3. Wolves have been afraid of fire since ancient times. The pack had their noses scorched by the flames, emitting sounds like glass rubbing together, and quickly retreated. The pack circled the ring of fire, eyeing the people inside with hostility. Take them out. Seeing that Wilden made no move, Mia asked tentatively. Wait a little longer, Wilden said, waiting for the true mastermind to reveal itself. The pack was still testing the waters. The small pile of dry leaves had long since burned out, but with Mia adding fuel to the fire, there was no sign of it diminishing. One spirit wolf circled within the wall of fire, then sat down beside Mia, resting its paws as it watched the pack pacing behind the wall of fire. Mia noticed that the white wolf king began to grow unnaturally restless. It paced around restlessly, constantly licking its nose. If it had attacked the three just to get food, or simply for the sake of killing, then it seemed to lack the patience that hunting should require. Above, Kale was the first to notice. A trail of dust and small pebbles fell onto his hat. Wilden and Mia looked up abruptly, only to see a dark shadow smashing down from the top of the ruins above. The two hurriedly retreated to the sides, and with a loud crash, the campfire between the three was struck by the shadow. Sparks flew, the firewood in the pile jumped, and ashes rolled out in all directions. A huge, black, reflective cleaver came striking toward Wilden. The soldier raised his shield, and the heavy cleaver, which was as thick as a stone slab, slammed hard into the royal army great shield. Wood chips flew, and Wilden was forced back several steps by the massive force. A deep notch had already appeared on the great shield, with boards and splinters sticking up. Without the metal reinforcement on the edges, the great shield would likely have fallen apart under this blow. And Mia recognized the culprit behind the attack. That thing, it was hard to call it a soldier. If Mia had to describe it, she could probably only call it a huge ratman. It hunched its back, wore peculiar armor, and brandished that exaggerated cleaver. 2 rows of dense, sharp, terrifying teeth like fish bones were exposed from its lipless mouth. There were even traces of blood between its teeth. Beastman of Farah Missoula. The beastman brandished the huge cleaver, almost whipping up a whirlwind around it. The cleaver swept horizontally, and the three quickly retreated. The beastman's body, which was so emaciated it was no different from a mummy, with skin already festering at the joints of its hands and feet, still contained immense strength. No one could withstand even a graze from such an exaggerated weapon. Ignite. Mia released flames, which lunged toward the beastman of Farah Missoula. The girl had thought that the dull, withered fur on the beastman's back would be set ablaze, but what happened in reality surprised her. The beastman merely took a step back, then immediately let out a roar and swung its blade at Mia. Mia hurriedly dodged and, refusing to believe it, released another ignite. The flame scorched the beastman's fur, leaving only a few fleeting sparks at the tips of the hair. The girl suddenly realized, this guy isn't afraid of fire. The beastman understood that Mia's flames could not hurt it. The eyes hidden beneath the helmet emitted a human-like contempt, and it swung the great blade in its hand even more violently. Wilden's shield took another hit, and the cracks on the shield deepened. Mia leaned back in terror, watching the black cleaver graze past her scalp. The great blade spun around, then was swung in a full arc toward her. Just then, a spirit wolf summoned by the spirit calling bell leaped from behind toward this beastman. The spirit wolf leaped onto the beastman's back, its sharp claws digging fiercely into the fur on the beastman's back. The wolf growled and clawed while trying to bite the beastman's nape. The beastman's attack was interrupted. It staggered backward like a soldier whose hair had been grabbed, and in a fit of rage, it tried to grab the spirit wolf on its back with its hand. The beastman grabbed one of the spirit wolf's hind legs, but the spirit wolf would not be easily pulled off. It bit down hard on the beastman's nape, using its strength to throw it to the ground. If the half-soldier-tall spirit wolf stood up, there wasn't much difference in size compared to the beastman. Now, that wolf was clinging tightly to the beastman, making the beastman stagger about like an ox. The other 2 spirit wolves also closed in, forming a 3-sided pincer formation with the spirit wolf on the beastman's back. The 2 spirit wolves pounced toward the beastman simultaneously, but even deeply entangled in interference, the beastman could not just suffer in silence. It let out a roar and swung the cleaver forward with one hand. Thud. Mia seemed to hear such a muffled sound. The sharp and heavy cleaver struck a spirit wolf but did not cut it in two. Instead, it hit the wolf like a baseball, sending it flying. The spirit wolf flew backward, crashing into the ruins the camp relied on. The ashes summoned by the spirit calling bell were tougher than they had been in life. The remaining spirit wolf pounced head-on at the beastman, and together with the spirit wolf on the beastman's back, toppled the beastman to the ground. The beastman fell, and the two wolves bit repeatedly at its body, and then the third one, having returned to the battlefield, joined in. The beastman struggled, but it was completely useless. That heavy cleaver could not deal with the spirit wolves pouncing on it. It tried to use both hands to choke one of them, then the second one would bite over. Wilden threw away his damaged great shield, raised his spear with both hands, and thrust the spear into the gap where the three wolves and the beastman were tangled. The soldier kept pushing with force, and the spear pierced directly through the beastman's abdomen, the spear tip burying deep into the ground. The beastman roared in anger. The restraint of the three spirit wolves made it completely unable to resist. In the struggle, its helmet was torn off, revealing a face that was no different from a skull. From that blood-stained mouth, some kind of vague, unknown language was spat out. Judging by the tone, this was clearly not a plea for mercy. Even though it had fallen into such a state, the beastman was still unwilling to give up resistance. But the outcome of this conflict was already clear. With its abdomen pierced, even if he were let go, the beastman wouldn't live long. Well, assuming this thing wouldn't keep resurrecting like the Erd Tree folk, with no other way to die but to return to the Erd Tree. The beastman was still roaring viciously, and Mia quickly stepped forward, holding the golden sword. The long sword pierced into the beastman's lipless mouth. Then, Mia watched those black eyes lose their vitality. She suddenly shivered. Because she clearly saw that when the beastman looked at her before dying, its eyes contained nothing but hatred and rage. "You were the one who attacked first, so why are you angry and hateful?" The girl had never seen such an emotion. She had always thought that the so-called palpable hatred was just an exaggerated rhetorical device. But when Mia truly looked into those eyes, goosebumps rose on her back. What exactly was behind that hatred? Was that the thing that guided this beastman to attack that squad of royal army soldiers and then attack them? But these questions could no longer be answered. The beastman died, it lost its vitality, and then turned into flying ash in front of the three. Just like that soldier in the Cave of Learning. Mia looked at Wilden subconsciously. Wilden's spear was still stuck in the ground. He stared at the remaining armor in front of him, and pulled up the spear without a word. Mia pursed her lips. She still remembered Wilden's reply when Mia had originally described that soldier turning into ashes to him. Return to the Erd Tree. Would a beastman from Farum Azula also return to the Erd Tree? Mia wanted to ask, but she didn't know what Wilden's mood was like right now. Until Wilden looked at the clearing and nodded. He also returned to the Erd Tree. Mia breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Are beastmen also blessed by the Erd Tree?" "Yes." Wilden mused. Since the ancient dragon war, beastmen who believe in the ancient dragon have become loyal allies of the Erd Tree. He paused. When the first son of gold was still alive, there were beastmen following him. And I still remember that in the royal capital, there were also knights who believed in the ancient dragon, and were blessed by the lightning of the ancient dragon. Mia said thoughtfully, "So, does the Erd Tree also bless these beastmen?" Wilden said, "I seem to have forgotten the memories related to that, but it seems that these beastmen are also tormented by undeath. Even though they are not human." Mia nodded, looking at the beastman armor at her feet. Recalling the beastman's dry, sparse fur, and the joints where the flesh had fallen away, revealing the bone. Chapter 27. Is this the reason for the hatred? The Erd Tree, once an ally, had cast a curse upon them. That is why the beastman hunts the people of the Erd Tree. So. Kale's voice came from beside me. Did we take him down? He raised his hand weakly. As the one with the lowest combat ability among the three. He had hidden to the side and watched the whole thing. Ah. Mia snapped back to reality. It seems so. Looking around, the pack of wolves had disappeared at some point. The wall of fire that had surrounded them also extinguished. It's so dark. The campfire from earlier had also been stomped out by the beastman. Wu, a spirit wolf, let out a whine. The white light emanating from their bodies illuminated Mia's face. These three wolves had played a major role just now. Good, Mia bent down and stroked the spirit wolf's cheek. The spirit wolf wore a human-like expression of enjoyment. It was strange, even though they were spirit entities summoned from ashes, they had a realistic touch. A fuzzy, furry sensation. Hey, get away from me. Ouch. Looking toward the sound, Kale had fallen backward onto the ground, and a spirit wolf was crouching in front of him, looking at Mia with a very innocent expression. Come here. Mia beckoned to it. The wolf wagged its tail, ran over fawningly, and tried to rub against her. Hey. Mia was pushed backward by it, then tripped over the armor left behind by the beastman, and fell to the ground. The spirit wolf, taller than a person's waist, would probably be able to rest both paws on Wilden's shoulders if it stood up. This wasn't just a wolf, it was bigger than a tiger or a lion. Mia estimated she could ride on its back. However, this wolf seemed completely unaware of its own size. It had knocked Mia over in an instant. She saw the wolf's front paws, each as big as her own head, pinning her between them. Slurp. A big lick. Why does a spirit entity leave a trail of slobber? Get up. Mia furiously wiped the wolf's slobber off her face, while shouting in exasperation. Woo! The spirit wolf whimpered, feigning pity, and ran off Mia with its tail tucked. Mia sat up with a look of disgust. The guy who had just knocked her over was now starting to bother Wilden. Compared to the slightly smaller-built Kale, and the even petite Mia, the wolf had finally found the right person to rub against. Wilden lowered his head, curiously watching the spirit wolf circling around him. The previous one also walked up, sat obediently in front of Mia, and stuck out its tongue in a fawning manner. Mia scratched it again, taking the opportunity to wipe its companion's slobber onto it. There was one more spirit wolf, crouching far away on a rock, aloofly watching the intimate interaction between its kin and the humans. Three wolves, each with their own personality. Mia sighed. The journey ahead was going to be much more interesting. Just as she was about to stand up, she suddenly felt her hand press against something. Looking down, she saw a small leather pouch hidden inside the beastman's armor. What's that? With that curiosity, Mia picked it up and opened it. Inside was a small talisman. A talisman depicting a red ancient dragon. Increases fire resistance. This is it. The gear that the beastman of Farum Azula boss in the Limgrave Cave drops in the game. Was this beastman the one from the Limgrave Cave? And this flame drake talisman? Is that why my 2 ignite spells didn't deal any damage to the beastman? The beastman was wearing this, which increased its fire resistance. Well then. As a reward for the boss fight, I'll graciously accept it. Mia happily tied the talisman pouch to her belt. The three of them rekindled the campfire, and the 3 spirit wolves, some sitting and some lying down, gathered obediently around the firelight in the forest. Chapter 26. Before the checkpoint. It seems that the summoned spirit wolves, before Mia actively lets them return, or before they are taken out, will continue to exist. This makes traveling much more convenient. Early in the morning, the sky was still dim. A faint mist was still drifting in the forest. Mia was squatting in front of the 3 wolves. I have to give these 3 guys names. Mia fretted. How can dogs not have names? Especially my own dogs. What were your names before? The girl asked. Unsurprisingly, there was no answer. Then it was time to put on her thinking cap. Looking at the 3 wolves with different personalities in front of her. One was the clingiest, liking to rub against people, but it easily pushed people over, and it had a lot of slobber, which could be annoying. You'll be named Lapland, Mia said, cupping the wolf's head with both hands. The other one, although not as clingy as Lapland, was also relatively close to Mia. It would sit quietly to the side and enjoy being petted. You are Texas, Mia said earnestly. Finally, there was the wolf with an aloof appearance, lying far away, surveying everything around it with a calm gaze that nothing could move. So you'll be named Red. With a clap of her hands, Mia decided on the names for the 3 spirit wolves. What are you doing? Kale, attracted by the girl's noise, asked curiously. Naming the spirit wolves. As she said this, she reached out. Lapland. Mia pointed with her finger. A woo, Lapland barked happily. Texas, she pointed to the other one. Texas turned its head, blinking its eyes, as if asking, what's wrong? Finally. Red. Red just twitched its ears. Yoshi, Yoshi, very smart. Mia happily squatted down, vigorously rubbing Lapland with one hand and scratching Texas with the other. Kale, you should hurry and send them to Korea, don't delay their studies. What kind of wolf remembers its name after hearing it just once? That's fake, right? This means they share a telepathic connection with me. Mia said righteously. After all, they were summoned using the spirit calling bell. Ah woo. Mia clapped her hands and stood up. She wondered if these ones would eat. Kale, give me some jerky. You want to feed the wolves? Forget it. We don't even have enough for ourselves, and the cured meat is very salty. Kale carefully examined the 3 spirit wolves glowing with white light. This kind of summoned creature shouldn't need to eat. Mia scratched her head. Thinking to herself, that made sense. Chapter 28. Dogs shouldn't eat things that are too salty. Well, anyway, as long as I don't restrict their freedom, they should be able to find food on their own. Assuming they actually need to eat. Let's get ready to leave. Kale had already packed his luggage. Lapland circled around Amia, looking maliciously at the little donkey as it snorted uneasily. Mia nodded. She looked at Wilden. Wilden was trying to repair his great shield. The center of the great shield had been struck twice by that beastman's greatsword, and it was now deeply dented, the wooden planks broken and splintered, to the point where one could even see through the center of the gap. Then, Wilden gave up. He only had some dried vines he'd picked up from the surroundings to use. If this shield were made of metal, perhaps there might be a possibility of repairing it. Unfortunately, it was made of wood. The soldier finally gave up on the great shield that had followed him for many years. He sighed with some regret. There were fewer and fewer things that could connect him to the memories of the past. However, he still had new memories, unlike any before, waiting for him. Wilden stood up. Let's go. He replied. They continued on their way. If we're fast, we should be able to leave the forest by tonight. After seeing the attacked Royal Army soldier camp yesterday, the 3 of them were traveling faster than they had in the previous few days. Mia had the 3 spirit wolves go ahead to scout the path. This wasn't actually a necessary thing to do. It was just that when the 3 spirit wolves were around, Amia would be too scared to even walk. Especially Lapland, in just one night of being together, it had learned to take pleasure in scaring Amia. But since Amia was still carrying Kale's luggage on her back, they had to be kept apart. The 3 of them and the donkey moved along the dirt path in the forest. After the threat was resolved, their steps were light and steady. Having discarded his great shield, Wilden also reduced his burden somewhat. The light of the Erd tree cast mottled shadows onto the small path, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. Mia heard the fallen leaves in the surrounding bushes rustling. Turning her head, she saw a flash of white fluorescence between the bushes. It was the silhouette of one of the spirit wolves running past. The forest had regained its vitality, and the chirping of a flock of birds could be heard in the distance. The thin mist that hadn't yet dissipated in the forest during the early morning brought a fresh breeze filled with the fragrance of plants. Gradually, the sunlight became stronger. The lands between seemed to have a sun, and there were quite a few legends about the sun, but Mia had never actually seen it. Even the stars and the moon would only appear for a short while at night. The small team traveled from morning until noon, and after a short rest, they set off again. After the initial excitement, you would find that the scenery in the forest was more monotonous than the plains. Seemingly endless trees, fallen leaves, bushes made the eyes dazzled from looking at these sights for so long. The only respite might be the mushrooms and fruits that occasionally appeared by the roadside. Under Kale's guidance, Mia collected them all to serve as rations for the future. When the sky darkened again, Mia saw a spirit wolf appear on the road ahead. It had originally been scouting in front, but now it had turned back. Mia recognized that it should be red. The girl didn't know why she could tell the three of them apart, because these three white spirit wolves looked indistinguishable from each other. Perhaps it could still be explained by I am the holder of the spirit calling bell, as Mia and these three spirit wolves were, to some extent, connected in spirit. What's wrong? Red howled once, then turned and ran back toward the front of the road. Mia took Amia's reins from Kale's hand, gave them a shake, and urged the donkey to closely follow the spirit wolf's figure. Hey! Kale shouted. But Amia was running too fast. By the time he called out, Mia had already left Wilden behind as well. The donkey chased the wolf along the dirt road, and a moment later, the girl saw the flat grassland in the distance through a gap between the tree trunks. Stop! Mia shouted. She slowed down and walked forward step by step. The view in front of her suddenly opened up. On the vast and open land, the grassland was tinged with a bright yellow color between green and orange-yellow due to the season and the golden light of the Erd tree. The grassland undulated with the gentle rise and fall of the terrain, and in the distance, Mia saw a gray patch on the grassland. While the night had not yet completely arrived and the remaining light lingered, Mia clearly recognized that it was a ruin. It was about a kilometer away from her location. Turning her head to her left, Mia saw a precipice. It was an almost vertical cliff that abruptly became the end of the grassland. That precipice was like a huge, natural staircase, with steep cliff walls that were almost perpendicular to the ground. And in this huge cliff wall, there was only one narrow pass. With vision much better than in her past life, Mia was able to see a majestic gate towering over the pass. Storm Gate. After setting off from the Church of Ella and traveling for 5 days and 4 nights, Mia had finally arrived here. The lands between was truly vast. Mia pulled on Amia's reins. She turned her head to look at the ruins in another direction. Presumably, that was the gatefront ruins. 2 white shadows streaked across her line of sight. Lapland and Texas were chasing and playing on the grass. After all, they were wolves, with the instinct to gallop across the grasslands. Mia nodded with satisfaction. These two get along quite well. Kale and Wilden also caught up at this moment. Whoa! Kale exclaimed, looking at the grassland. Finally, after being dazzled and tormented by the dense trees of the forest, he saw a different kind of scenery. Are we going to try to pass through the storm gate? Wilden asked. No. Mia shook her head. I need to head south for a bit. Wilden nodded. If you don't want to come along. Mia looked back at him. The girl still remembered the original agreement, which was to go to Stormvale. She hadn't mentioned beforehand that she was going to take a detour. It's fine, I will go to Stormvale with you. Wilden said, leaning on his spear. Mia smiled, thanks. What about you? She looked at Kale again. As for me. Kale looked at the storm gate and pondered. These past few days, the time spent traveling with the two of them had indeed quite overturned his solitary journey up to now. If possible, he didn't want to separate so soon. Moreover, Kale recalled the words Mia said to him when they had just left the Church of Ella. A soldier who likes loneliness, even if they find their own home, will only be a home without family. I'll head south with you guys. Kale replied. Mia was stunned, aren't you going to Liurnia? Kale also smiled, before that, I want to go to the Weeping Peninsula first to find my other clansmen. Then we will head north together to search for the Great Caravan. Is that so? Mia looked at the vast, endless plain to the south. Chapter 27. Ahead, Wood First Update. Celebrating over 100 monthly votes. 3 updates today. The dirt path under their feet extended all the way to the gatefront ruins. As night fell, little sparks of fire rose up from the gatefront ruins. There were people there. But the edge of the forest where they were was still more than a kilometer away from there. Therefore, the soldier in the gatefront ruins hadn't discovered them. Mia looked around. Suddenly, she discovered a golden glow behind a rocky hill at the edge of the forest. It was a grace. She urged Amia to walk over there. This donkey had almost become hers now. Chapter 29. The grace was located in a good spot for camping, with a V-shaped clearing beneath a stone hill composed of several rocks. The clearing was situated in the middle of the V-shaped gap, just enough to block the line of sight from the ruins before the storm gate and the road. The golden grace floated right there. "What do you think of this place?" Mia asked, turning her head. The soldier replied, "It should be safe enough." This was the place. Most importantly, the grace that only Mia could see was here. Just as well, after being delayed for a while upon leaving the forest, the sky had already darkened. Mia lay on the grassy hill, gazing at the ruins before the storm gate in the distance. They didn't seem as dilapidated as they appeared in the game. Some firelight flickered within the ruins. For the sake of safety, Kale and Wilden did not start a fire. Spirit Wolf Red had climbed up that stone hill at some point, looking out into the distance like a sentry. The young girl slid down from the grassy hill. Leave the guard duty to the Spirit Wolf. Squatting beside the grace, Mia was somewhat absent-minded. If there was no grace before the storm gate, then was the grace at the place they were currently in replacing the grace before the storm gate? Then where was Melina? Where was my little Wood? I had saved up so many golden runes, waiting to level up. The young girl's gaze drifted restlessly. But wearing an eye patch, others couldn't tell exactly where she was looking. After waiting for a while, the sky had completely darkened. According to her past life's experience, it was probably around 7 or 8 o'clock. Mia was waiting for the soldier who was bound to appear. Perhaps she would, like Runny, meet her alone in the dead of night. "Wilden," Mia called out, "shall we practice swordsmanship again?" "Sure." The soldier just nodded as usual, then stood up. The two of them set their stances again. Wilden saw that the sword Mia was holding was sheathed. The young girl tied the leather bag used for hanging the scabbard onto the crossguard, tightly securing the scabbard to the guard. After all, it's just practice, Mia said, not very confidently. There didn't seem to be a water source nearby. So she had to be careful tonight, and not let herself get injured. Although the recovery prayer could heal wounds, the blood that had already flowed out wouldn't flow back in. All right. Wilden also mimicked Mia's method, sheathing his sword before raising it. This way, even if he struck someone, it would just be the scabbard hitting them. Here I come. Mia initiated the attack first. The two exchanged moves several times, the collision of scabbards making a crisp sound. Just at this moment, a howl from a spirit wolf suddenly reached her ears, and Red, who was sitting on the stone hill keeping watch, suddenly stood up. Clearly, it had discovered something. Mia and Wilden stopped, and Texas and Lapland also walked over, scanning their surroundings vigilantly with their eyes, the two spirit wolves guarding the two sides of the campsite. Ah! From the air came the soft murmur of a young girl. Please do not be nervous. Hearing the voice but seeing no one, Kale jumped up at the first instance and shrank into the corner of the stone hill. Who could blame him, as he was the weakest combatant among them? Wilden also narrowed his eyes slightly, scanning the empty surroundings, and reached out to undo the knot securing his scabbard. As for the three spirit wolves, Red remained crouched on the high ground, staring at Melina with eyes like a hawk. Lapland lay on the ground after Melina appeared, seemingly listless because the newcomer was benign, wagging its tail spiritlessly and panting. Texas stood horizontally in front of Mia, vigilantly watching the suddenly appearing Melina. And Mia, upon hearing this voice, instead broke into a genuine smile. Right in front of the 3 people, 3 wolves, and 1 donkey, a soldier wearing a black cloak condensed into form amidst a patch of suddenly appearing magic dust. "Oh, traveler from beyond the fog, please ask your companions to lower their guard, my arrival carries not a shred of malice." The soldier in black bowed slightly, and she lifted her hood. This was a beautiful young girl with chestnut-colored shoulder-length hair. She gently knelt down halfway. "My name is Melina." Mia looked at Melina's tightly closed left eye, which had a strange tattoo on it. Now everything was complete. Mia, Runny, Melina. The 3 of them couldn't even make up 3 eyes between them. "Who are you?" Kale asked loudly. "Do you all know of the Finger Maiden?" Melina replied in a clear voice, "They are those who serve the 2 fingers, helping and guiding the tarnished." Melina's voice was charmingly magnetic and slightly raspy, giving people a sense of tranquility and peace. Mia nodded and said to Melina, "But currently, I do not have a Finger Maiden by my side." Saying this sentence was enough to express her attitude. In the eyes of Wilden and Kale, Mia also held no hostility toward Melina. Thus, the 2 of them also lowered their guard slightly. Wilden stepped back, leaving space for the 2 to talk, placing Mia in the position closest to Melina. Melina knelt halfway on the ground, gazing at Mia, and after she spoke, Melina nodded. "I can take over their duties and follow by your side. May I ask you to step aside for a moment?" Melina asked. "Step aside to talk." Mia turned to look at her companions. Kale and Wilden were also looking at her. Clearly, the mysterious young girl before them had come for Mia. They did not have the right to make decisions for Mia, and this was even more important when everyone knew nothing about Melina. Both of them knew this well. Regardless of whether Mia refused or not, they wouldn't say anything. Mia nodded. "All right, I will go with you." Although she didn't know the significance of Melina wanting to talk to her alone. But Mia happened to have a whole bunch of questions that had arisen since Runny appeared, which she hoped to get answered. Melina stood up and walked into the nearby forest. Mia stroked the wolf head of Texas, who had been blocking her, and then followed behind Melina. Chapter 28. The Lost Scion, Second Update. Entering the forest, Melina stopped her steps. "Is there something that needs to be kept away from others?" Mia asked her. "That is the case," Melina replied. "I can turn golden runes into your strength." Mia was somewhat puzzled. "Why do you need to avoid others to talk about this kind of thing? This is the secret for the Tarnished to become king. Even if you are the Lost Scion, you are still a Tarnished." It appeared again, the title of the Lost Scion. After getting this topic settled, she would ask in detail later. Better to level up first. Level up first. Speaking of which, Littlewood is really cautious. Pulling her here alone just to tell her these things. Then let's do it now. Mia immediately rolled up her sleeves. Question mark. A question mark seemed to appear over Melina's head. "What? Aren't you able to convert golden runes into strength?" Mia was eager to try. "I've been waiting for this." But I came here wanting to discuss a condition with you." As she said this, Melina suddenly saw, when Mia looked at her, that fiery gaze that pierced through the blindfold and gave people goosebumps. If she possessed the skill of mind reading, looking at Mia now, the latter's mind would only be echoing with 2 thoughts. Level me up quickly. Give me torrent quickly. But Melina did not have such an ability. So she only saw Mia sizing her up with a mysterious, wolf-like, tiger-like gaze. "Please do not look at me with such impolite gaze." Melina crossed her arms and stepped back, looking at Mia expressionlessly. Mia.exe not responding. The atmosphere became awkward and Mia's face turned red. Seeing that Mia had reined herself in, Melina continued from the previous topic. "I came here wanting to discuss a condition with you." But that is all. Mia replied distressingly. Things I know. But before she could finish, she heard Melina's voice. Interrupting others while they are speaking is actually a very impolite behavior. Please pay more attention to this in the future. Chapter 30. Saying such things while maintaining a blank, emotionless expression. Ah, Melina, you're amazing. So please let me finish what I have to say. Mia nodded obediently. Melina sighed helplessly before continuing. I can take on the duties of a finger maiden, and use golden runes to strengthen your power. But I have a condition. I wish for you to take me to the foot of the Erd tree. Mia replied without hesitation, I agree. Melina paused, clearly somewhat hesitant. She couldn't help but feel that this person was slightly unreliable. Melina hesitated for a moment, then said resignedly, then it's a deal. There is one more thing. She reached out, holding a ring in her hand. I entrust this ring to you. It can summon the spirit of a spectral steed named Torrent. If you need to travel long distances, please use this ring. Mia reached out, and as Melina let go, the ring dropped into her palm. It was cold to the touch and plain in appearance. I hope you treat it well. It was Torrent who chose you. Mia nodded. And then, she could finally release the anticipation she had been suppressing. How do I turn golden runes into my own strength? Even for a woman, the temptation of power is impossible to refuse. The runes Mia had excavated in the Cave of Learning, along with those obtained and spent in her trade with Kale, left her with over 36,000. How many levels would that allow her to gain? If it followed the upgrade costs in the game, wouldn't she be able to take off immediately with her first level up? If you possess golden runes, please give them to me. Okay. Mia agreed, sat on the ground, and poured a pile of various gold coins out from her storage space with a clatter. Next, please give me your hand. Mia reached out her hand. Palm down. Melina slapped the hand that was practically reaching her face with a thwack. Oh. Mia retracted her hand like a marmot. Palm down. Mia looked curiously at Melina in front of her, watching as she reached one hand toward the pile of gold coins while grasping Mia's hand with the other. The sensation of that hand, a size larger than her own but perfectly proportioned, was cool and soft. For the first time, she was holding such a beautiful pair of hands. That soft, cool sensation instantly spread throughout her whole body. Mia felt this tactile sensation and shivered involuntarily. Ah, pure bliss. If only she could go a step further. Please don't move, Melina said. Sorry. Suddenly, a stinging sensation, like an electric current, flowed through every part of Mia's body. Hiss, this wasn't that kind of mild, addictive electric current. Instead, it was a feeling that made her muscles genuinely sting and spasm. Mia's whole body tensed up, and she subconsciously squeezed Melina's hand tightly. Please relax, Melina reminded her. But as soon as Mia tried to relax, that electric current-like sensation immediately ran rampant within her body. The young girl's face flushed red. In front of Melina, she at least managed to stifle the cry that would definitely have been misunderstood. Fortunately, the physiological pleasure brought by leveling up came and went quickly. Melina let go of her hand. Mia closed her eyes, trying hard to regulate her breathing, feeling the surging power within her. As if. There certainly had been a change, but it wasn't as significant as she had expected. Clearly, Mia's initial stats were already very high. Therefore, she didn't feel any qualitative change. As for the most significant one, perhaps her mana bar increased by about 10%. Maybe not that much, since Mia didn't have a quantifiable data sheet. But this was 30,000 runes, and it was her first level up. She was slightly disappointed. She turned her head to look at the pile of gold coins, and then she saw that the large pile of gold had turned into sand. This, Melina explained, golden runes are the embodiment of the Erd tree's grace, the appearance of gold coins is merely a mimicry. When the rune power within them is drained, they naturally become worthless. I see. It sounded like a reasonable way to prevent players from exploiting bugs, like using runes to level up here, and then using the coins to buy things elsewhere. Mia squeezed her palm. By the way, Xiaomu. Melina. Melina, I think I heard something just now. Ahem, Mia cleared her throat, pretending nothing had happened. Do you know Runni? Melina nodded. One of the shardbearers, Runni the Lunar Princess. Mia looked at Melina. She called me the Lost Scion. Do you have any idea about that? Melina nodded. Yes, you are the Lost Scion. Mia's eyes lit up. Could it be that there was more information about her background? Then what is a Lost Scion? Melina replied, I can only explain the meaning of this title literally, I know nothing else. When I was born beneath the Erd tree, all I knew was the mission my mother gave me. Mission? Melina closed her eyes, recalling as she spoke, the Lost Scion, the golden orphan whose eyes hold no color of the Erd tree, but one day she will return. And I must help her become the Elden Lord. Finally, Mia heard a proper answer. Although this statement also sounded like an inscrutable prophecy. However, the information Melina gave Mia was more concrete than Runni's. Mia lowered her head, murmuring the words to herself, and the young girl reached up to touch the cloth covering her eyes. The golden orphan whose eyes hold no color of the Erd tree, is that it? Hey, Mia suddenly looked at Melina. I say, Mei, is it possible that I am your older sister? Melina was silent for a moment. Then she stood up and walked in front of Mia. Eh? Mia looked at her in confusion. Please stand up. Oh. The two stood facing each other. Melina stood very seriously in front of Mia, her gaze scanning her up and down, making the latter's heart beat wildly. She looked down slightly, noticing that Mia in front of her was about half a head shorter than herself. Melina nodded almost imperceptibly. There is likely no such possibility. The clues should be quite clear. Mia, realizing it belatedly, suddenly reacted. Her face flushed red instantly. What do you mean by that? Can't I have the same constitution as Miquella? Based on the current clues, I have no comment. What are you being so arrogant about, little wood? Chapter 29. This piece of wood is not too cold, third update. Third update complete. Little wood. Call me big sister, will you? Don't like the nickname, little wood. Then how about I call you Mei? Mei, say something, Mei. I am imagining the future after you become the Elden Lord. Oh? What will it be like? Probably an age of curses. Ah, this. Just kidding. Emotionless. Mia put the ring that could summon Torrent on her index finger. It was very strange, when Mia had just received the ring from Melina, she felt it was a bit too big. But when she picked it up again to put it on, she suddenly discovered that the size of the ring was just right for her index finger. After putting it on, there was no discomfort in her index finger, and the spectral ring felt as light as if it were nothing. Chapter 31. The young girl turned her left hand over, admiring it. Even if this ring didn't have the ability to summon, it was still a very beautiful ornament. So how should it be used? Unlike the other items in her possession, Mia had no memory of how to summon Torrent. However, to summon a horse, one should whistle, right? Just like in other works of art, you blow a whistle, and the horse will come running. Even if the person is on one end of the continent and the horse is on the other, a single whistle would make the horse teleport near the protagonist, and then it would appear from the protagonist's blind spot, walking with a leisurely pace. Mia swallowed hard, attempting to imitate it. Placing the tips of her left thumb and index finger together, the young girl recalled a tutorial she had learned who knows how many years ago, and put the two fingers into her mouth. Pressing the tip of her tongue against her upper front teeth, she blew. Unsurprisingly, she sprayed spit all over her hand. How unrefined. Mia shook her hand, and refusing to believe it wouldn't work, tried again. Phew. Ah, there's a sound. No, 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 this is entirely her vocal cords making the sound, not her fingers and lips. This is just a whistle sound she's using to deceive herself. Mia, who couldn't whistle, cast a look of help towards Melina. Then she discovered that Melina, who had been crouching on the side, had vanished without a trace. Mia blinked blankly, subconsciously calling out. May. No one responded. Littlewood. Still no response. Melina. I am here. The chestnut-haired girl suddenly appeared behind Mia. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Mia looked at her in embarrassment and annoyance. Ever since learning her true identity from Melina, Mia had become uninhibited. We're all family, why be so distant? This matter is still just a guess. Melina put on an expression as serious as if a family member had just passed away. Mother never told me anything else about you. This is called deduction. Mia retorted, all right, Melina, teach me how to summon Torrent. Melina hesitated for a moment. You only need to blow air towards that ring. Like this. Upon hearing this, Mia hooked her left index finger, which wore the ring, and pressed the ring against her lips. She blew. The ring itself emitted a clear, loud whistle. Torrent appeared the moment the sound rang out. The spirit steed's appearance was almost exactly the same as Melina's, emerging from sparkling dust that felt very girlish. The horned spirit steed appeared, taking light, nimble steps. Torrent. Mia looked over in pleasant surprise, and Torrent responded with its bright, dark eyes. It was Torrent that led me to find you. Melina watched this scene, hiding the gratification in her eyes deep within her heart. Mia reached out her hand, and the spirit steed docilely brought its head over, pressing it into the young girl's palm. Torrent says you reminded of its former master. Mia suddenly turned her head to ask Melina, you can understand what Torrent says? Yes. Melina nodded. Both Torrent and I exist in the form of spirits, so we have some things in common. Torrent rubbed against Mia's palm, lifted its hooves and took 2 steps back, then knelt down. It is asking you to ride it. Is that so? Mia walked to Torrent's side and cautiously sat on the saddle. This was Mia's first time riding a horse, but presumably, it shouldn't be much different from riding a donkey. She set side saddle on the saddle, and just as she was about to swing her other leg over, Torrent stood up. Torrent was much taller than KL's little donkey, and Mia immediately grabbed tightly onto the pommel of Torrent's saddle. Feeling the young girl's panic on its back, the spirit steed happily shook its head, letting out a joyful snort. Carried by Torrent, they walked out of the forest. Torrent's steps were very steady, and after mastering her balance, Mia relaxed. The horse's back rose and fell with its steps, and sitting in the saddle felt just like sitting in a cradle. Melina had disappeared again. But she should still be nearby, right? Melina. No response. Whatever, let's just ask the question first. Melina, there is one thing I don't know how to explain, that is, I seem to be able to travel across worlds. The young girl asked aloud to the empty air around her. Melina suddenly appeared again, walking beside Mia. This is the most unique grace bestowed upon you by Queen Marika. The most unique grace, huh? Mia looked towards the direction of the Erd tree. If this is what Marika wants her to do, then she is willing to fight to repair the Golden Order. As a traveler, the thing she must not forget is the origin of all this, where her power comes from. Nothing comes without a price. This is a trade. If it meant using her death in her previous life to exchange for such experiences, traveling through various worlds to gain power, and then becoming the Elden Lord to restore order to the lands between, then Mia was willing to accept this trade. Are there any other questions? Melina suddenly asked, if possible, please ask all your questions at once. Huh? Frequently appearing and disappearing is very troublesome. I'm your older sister, don't you even have this much patience? I have no comment. Then why were you comparing heights with me just now? If there are no more questions, I will vanish now. Although it sounded like she was asking for Mia's opinion, Melina's actions showed no sign of actually seeking one. Littlewood vanished cleanly and efficiently. Looking at Melina, who had disappeared once again, Mia could only sigh. This Littlewood seems to have quite a personality, and is unexpectedly sharp-tongued. However, being stoic and sharp-tongued go best together. Chapter 30. Heading south. How big do you all think the lands between actually is? In my imagination, it's roughly Central and Western Europe, with Italy, Scandinavia, and Britain shaved off, stood upright. And then twisted a bit. Doesn't it look quite similar? Riding the spirit steed, Mia walked out of the forest. When Kale and Wilden saw Mia again, they were both surprised because she was riding Torrent. What is this? This is Torrent. Mia leaned over and stroked Torrent's neck. It's a child Melina gave to me. Lapland circled around the spirit steed. Torrent half-knelt, letting Mia get off its back. She gave you this? Kale looked around, so where is that person? He did not see any trace of Melina. He didn't know what she had talked about with Mia in the woods, but to leave after appearing and delivering a strange horse was really suspicious. Just as he was thinking this. I am here. Melina suddenly appeared behind Kale, scaring the merchant so much that he zipped far away. Melina calmly bowed slightly. My name is Melina, and from now on, I will travel with everyone. Travel together. Kale frowned and together with the silent Wilden, cast an inquiring look at Mia. Ahem. Next, it would depend on whether her lying skills were good enough. Well, you see, I am a tarnished. A tarnished usually has a finger maiden by their side, and the finger maiden will guide the tarnished to become the Elden Lord. Mia explained unhurriedly, Melina is my finger maiden. In that case, traveling together is a very reasonable request. Kale nodded. Well, though, I still listen to you. After all, this group was pulled together by you. Not to mention Wilden, Kale had never asked what exactly had happened between Wilden and Mia. Take himself for instance, if he hadn't traveled with Mia, he wouldn't have had the idea to head south to look for other members of his tribe. It could be said that Mia was the center of the three. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.